Reforming the Gambler by Mindy Burbage-Strunk. Read by Victoria Brazier. Chapter 1. Lord Ian Pinkerton steered his horse onto the gravelled drive, letting the breeze blow the tension from his shoulders. His life was about to return to normal, and by end of month he would be back in London enjoying the pleasures it had to offer someone of his station. Winning this estate a fortnight ago was precisely what he'd needed. At present, except for the clothes in his trunk, this estate was his only possession. Even his horse wasn't his own. Ian's shoulders tightened, pain shooting up the back of his neck, making his head throb. Conrad, his greatness, the Marquis of Kendal and Ian's identical twin, was never at a loss for words where Ian was concerned. Conrad had not even given Ian the papers of ownership for the horse he was riding. He had said the animal could not be gambled away without them. Ian smirked. Nobody cared about papers when in the throes of a good wager. Ian's hold tightened on the reins, causing Ethelred to toss his head several times. If, Conrad had said, you do manage to lose Ethelred on a bet, I will have you hanged for horse thievery. Ian shifted in his saddle. He didn't believe Conrad would actually follow through on the threat, but Ian hadn't believed his brother would cut him off financially either. Ian growled low in his throat. His greatness thought himself so above everyone. Shaking out his arms and shoulders, Ian took several deep breaths and relaxed into his saddle. A tingle in his stomach accompanied the grin on his face. For now, this estate would provide the needed refuge from his creditors while he arranged for its sale. Then he would be flush. Perhaps there would be enough left over to increase his station. Ian's breath hitched as Dunbarton came into view, only to whoosh from his lungs a moment later. His mouth dropped open, and he pulled Ethelred to a stop. This was it. This was his great winnings. He stooped forward, his head shaking slightly. The castle before him was grand, or it had been 40 years prior. Now it looked to be almost in ruins. Ian choked on a cry, tears stinging his eyes. Wesley had told him the house was in need of small repairs to ready it for sale. But this... A large man ambled out of the small house to the side of the drive. He stopped when he saw Ian. In his prime, the man was likely taller than Ian, by at least a hand, but with his stooped back and shoulders he was surely an inch or two shorter. "Can I help you, sir?" His gruff Scottish accent made it difficult to understand all of his words. Ian slid from his horse, standing in front of the old man. "I am Lord Ian Pinkerton, and this is my estate." The man shook his head. "I am the bailiff here, and I know Mr. Charles Wesley is the owner of this estate." Ian tipped his head to the side. If he left now, perhaps he could make it back to Westmoreland by the end of day tomorrow next. He could try reasoning with Conrad again and forget this whole thing had ever happened. Why had he told Conrad he did not need him or his money? Would it be so difficult to live as his brother demanded? Ian dropped his head back and looked up at the sky. There was also the matter of the house party he had planned. Why had he invited his friends to join him here? Ian chided himself. It was all to prove he was not as desperate as was actually the case. He reached a hand into his saddlebag and withdrew a paper, handing it over to the old man. "This paper indicates Mr. Wesley lost this estate to me in a hand of whist." Ian turned his eyes back to the castle, muttering, although his descriptions were vastly different from reality. The man squinted at the paper, rubbing a hand over his bristled chin. "You said you were a lord?" Ian nodded absently. "In name only. My father was the Marquis of Kendal, a title my brother now holds." Did the bailiff look disappointed? It was not the first time Ian had seen that look. What did Ian care what this stranger thought of him? He turned, looking at the missing windows and crumbling rock edifice. "And you are?" "Mr. Doherty. I have been the bailiff of this estate for the past 20 years. Ian gave the man a bland expression. "You may not wish to admit as much. The estate does not show you as capable in your duties." Mr. Doherty glared at Ian. "I cannot do what I've not been given funds for. If not for me, this house would be a pile of rubble. I have not received a pence in nearly a decade." Ian's brow furrowed. "Why do you stay?" "My family has worked at this castle for over 300 years. They helped build it for the chief of the Macdillan clan in the late 1400s. He raised his chin, pride evident in his look.
I will stay until I am no longer allowed to remain.
Ian rubbed at his chest as it warmed. What made a man stay even though he received nothing for his work? Not even an acknowledgement or a word of thanks. It was odd, to say the least. Doherty's eyes widened slightly.
Have you come to restore Dunbarton to its former grandeur?
Ian began to run a hand through his hair, but quickly pulled it back, instead fisting it at his side. Conrad always mussed his hair when he was frustrated. Ian cared too much about his appearance to do such a thing, but lately he'd found himself doing it without thinking. It was my intention, but... His gaze drifted back to the large castle.
Were you not told it was in need of repair?
The old man followed Ian's gaze. Repair? Wesley indicated the house was in need of minor work. Ian looked at the missing south side roof. The lump formed in his throat again, and he rubbed at his temple with his fingers. Is there any place not on the verge of collapsing, or shall I return to the village and secure lodging there? The old man rubbed at the scruff on his chin.
The dower house is habitable. Most likely not up to your standards, but it'll keep the rain off.
Ian sighed.
And where is this dower house?
Doherty motioned with his head down the lane Ian had just travelled.
It is on the left, just as you enter the estate. It is set back a ways, so you may have missed it when you came in.
He turned away from Ian.
I will inform the missus of your arrival and have her see to the dust covers.
Nodding to no one, Ian placed his foot in the stirrup.
I would be grateful for her help. I believe I will return to Tobermory. I have a letter I need to post immediately.
Doherty disappeared down a neatly trimmed path. As Ian looked around him, he could see the areas where money was not needed for upkeep. The hedges and trees were all cut and maintained. The gardens to the left, what Ian could see of them, appeared quite lovely. Ian looked one last time at the castle and slumped in his saddle. His guests could not sleep in the gardens when they visited. He was still in a muddle, even if the grounds were well kept. His stomach burnt and gurgled at the thought of asking Conrad for money, but he had few other options. Tugging the reins to the right, Ian directed his horse back down the lane toward the village. His throat was dry and he felt like his mouth was full of sand. He needed a drink. As he spotted the dower house, he pulled his horse to a stop. He could determine the outline of the cottage, for that was the best description. It was barely visible behind a copse of trees. Seeing how well the rest of the grounds were kept, Ian could only assume the house was intentionally hidden. Ian glared at the trees, his teeth grinding together. When I find Wesley, a facer was the least that scoundrel deserved. Turning from the drive, he continued on to Tobermory. He felt the pocket where his watch had once resided, but now only a few coins occupied the space. He did not have even enough funds to purchase parchment and ink, let alone frank the letter. As he entered the village, he spotted an inn to the left. Feeling thirstier than he had in days, he veered in that direction, deciding his letter could wait. Ian entered the darkened, mostly empty taproom. Looking for the darkest corner, he sat down and dropped his head into his hands. A skinny man, wearing an apron, came from a back room. "What can I get you, sir?" Without thought, Ian murmured, "Whiskey." The man bobbed his head and moved to a long bar top. Withdrawing a bottle from beneath, he poured some into a glass. Setting it on the table in front of Ian, the innkeeper asked, "You visiting Mull, sir?" Ian shook his head, draining the glass in one swallow. "If only I were so fortunate. I am the new owner of Dunbarton." He tapped the glass. The man picked it up. "The place was not as you expected." Ian shrugged. "I expected it to at least have a roof." The innkeeper left, returning with a bottle in hand. He poured some more of the amber liquid into Ian's glass. "And what be the name of the new master of Dunbarton?" Ian again drained the glass. His empty stomach churned as the liquor settled. "Lord Ian Pinkerton." The innkeeper bowed. "Welcome to Mull, my lord." Ian grunted and tapped the glass again. The innkeeper stared at Ian. "Will you be settling the bill today, my lord?" Ian shook his head. "I have only just arrived, and am short on coin. You can request payment from the Marquis of Kendal at Pennymoor in Westmoreland." A smile turned up the corners of Ian's mouth as he imagined Conrad's reaction when the request for payment arrived. The least his brother could do was pay for a few drinks. Ian looked at the man pointedly and tapped the glass again, harder this time. The innkeeper raised a brow. Would you care for some food, my lord? Ian shook his head before closing his eyes and dropping his head back into his hands. He needed to write to Conrad, but he couldn't bring himself to leave the table. Until recently, Conrad had always lectured Ian, pacing about the floor before finally relenting and giving Ian the money he sought. But since the house party last summer, Conrad had changed. Oh, he still lectured, but no blunt followed. Ian knew asking for his help was risky, but he did not see any other option. Conrad would likely demand the estate be put in his own name until Ian paid him back. Ian sighed. He missed the old Conrad. His brother had not always been the serious curmudgeon he was now. When they were children, he had been fun. A memory flitted to the surface of his mind. Ian stood on the table in the schoolroom, his wooden sword above his head. "I claim this land for King Harold of the Britons." Conrad circled the table, fighting off several imaginary foes. As he dispatched the last unlucky man, he raised his sword, crossing it with Ian's. "Long live King Harold! Long live Britain!" Nurse Eleanor entered the room, a soft smile on her face. "Lord Ian, please remove yourself from the tabletop." Ian hopped off the table, slashing his sword through the air. "It is not a table, Nurse Eleanor. It is the last stronghold of our enemy, the evil Mordred. We have conquered him at last." Nurse Eleanor chuckled. "Perhaps we should pick a different story to read tonight." Conrad's eyes widened. "Oh no, please let us continue the story of Arthur, please." Nurse Eleanor shook her head, but her eyes danced with laughter. "Very well, but please take your stronghold out of doors. Your sister needs to rest." A throat cleared from the doorway. "Nurse Eleanor, I will be taking Lord Whitmore every day at this time until he returns to Eton. He needs to begin his training." Conrad sulked, his sword dropping to his side. "But father, Ian and I—" His father raised a brow. It was the look which meant he would brook no more argument. "Ian may continue to play. I have no need of him right now. It will not take long to teach him what he will need to know to manage a small estate." The innkeeper poured another glass. The swish of the liquid brought Ian's head up. In the end, the training to run even a small estate was for naught. His mother had changed her mind, and he had not inherited anything. Ian picked up the glass. He would have one more drink, and then he would write to his brother. Chapter 2. Catriona fingered the package of peppermints, picking it up and placing it on top of the few books she was holding. Gus would be very pleased with the sweets. Mrs. MacDonald came up beside her. "Have you found everything you needed, my lady?" Kat looked around at the crowded shelves. Tobermory was a small village on an even smaller island, but it did boast a millinery, a dress shop, and a confectioner's shop. Everything else available for purchase was found here, in Mr. Staybridge's shop. "Yes, what of you? Have you gathered all of your purchases?" The older woman nodded, reaching for the things in Kat's arms. "Let me see to these and I'll meet you out front." Kat nodded reluctantly. Taking one last look at the shelves, she headed for the door of the shop. She opened the door and, turning, spoke over her shoulder. "I will meet you at the gig, Mrs. MacDonald. I am to stop in at the milliner's shop." With her head still turned, she stepped through the doorway, running into a solid mass. Stumbling backward a few steps, a pair of strong hands grabbed hold of her arms. Kat followed the hand up a strong arm, ending at a broad set of shoulders. He had dark, curly hair, which flopped carefully over one side of his forehead. Kat's breath caught in her throat before her heart hammered quickly in her chest. She looked down at the gentleman's hands, which still gripped her arms. He released one of her arms, only to quickly grab at it again. Kat took several steps back. The man held firmly, only leaning further into her. His feet stumbled forward, bringing him much too close. He gave a lazy smile, then winked at her. Kat felt her face heat. He ran his hands down her arms, taking her hands in his. Bowing shakily, he brushed a moist kiss across them and stood, releasing a deep breath.
"Pardon me, miss."
The gentleman was ape drunk. Kat's eyes watered at the smell of spirits coming off his breath. She yanked her hands from his and backed away. He squinted at the shop before using his thumb and forefinger to rub both of his bloodshot eyes at once. He straightened to his full height, which was at least 3 hands taller than Kat, and walked to the counter on wobbly legs.
"Paper."
He slapped his hand on the counter, his voice loud and slow.
"I need some paper and ink."
He paused and looked to the ceiling as if thinking.
"Ink. Ink." ink. He continued to mouth the word silently before he shook his head and shrugged. As he brought his gaze downward, he grinned and flicked his brows upward several times at the girl behind the counter. Cat snapped her gaping mouth shut. The gentleman, if he could even be termed such, took off his hat and bowed to the lady standing next to him.
Miss.
He kissed her hand and winked at her as he stood. The lady tittered. Cat watched, mesmerised by him. As if sensing her attention, he turned and walked over to her.
I hope you were not hurt by our encounter, miss.
He swayed in front of her, blocking her exit. Cat wiped spittle from her cheek and stepped to the side, but he moved with her. Desiring to be away from him, she smiled tightly and moved toward the shelves at the rear of the shop. Pretending to look at the books, she waited, watching the man through her lashes. He bent over and placed his elbows on the counter. Cat could not see what he did, but from the way the girl behind the counter blushed, Cat could guess. The girl motioned, and the gentleman's gaze moved to where Cat stood. Dropping her eyes to the book in her hand, Cat pretended to read. She heard him come up behind her, and instinctively Cat grabbed one of the penknives from the display nearest to her. Hiding it at her side, in the folds of her dress, she kept her eyes on the book. What was this man about? Why would he not leave her be?
You did not answer my question earlier.
At least he was speaking in complete sentences, even if his words were slurred. Cat replaced the book on the shelf. I was not injured. Thank you for your concern. She turned, but his hand reached out and stopped her. The heat seared through her long gloves.
You need not rush away, miss. It appears we both have similar interests.
He picked up a quill and a small bottle of ink. Reaching for a stack of paper, he looked at it closely and then returned it to its place, instead picking up some parchment situated in the next pile. He gave her the same smile he had given every other lady in the shop, and Cat scolded her weak knees. She would not be affected by this gentleman and his handsome face. She could not afford to be affected, to be taken in by this kind of man again. I am a lady, sir, not a miss. Cat replaced the knife she had been clutching and walked quickly toward the door. The man caught up to her, knocking into several tables. Curiosities and tins wobbled and tipped, spreading their contents over the tabletops. Again, he reached out to stop her. She looked down at his hand on her arm, then up at him. Her scowl had sent plenty of men running in the past. It made for a solitary life, but Cat was content with the path she had chosen.
A lady? Even better.
The tone of his voice both soothed and rankled her. He dropped his hold and moved toward the counter. Cat stomped her foot beneath her gown. She had just made things worse. Why could she not keep her mouth shut and be on her way? Mrs. MacDonald started placing their purchases in her bag when the man placed his items on the counter. The older woman stopped her organising and stared at him. It was just as Cat thought. The man had an effect on women that was dangerous. Mrs. MacDonald tittered and her face pinked when he returned it.
I have just arrived in town and find I am short on blunt. If you would be so kind as to apply to my solicitor, he will send payment straight away.
The girl giggled and nodded. On whose behalf am I requesting the funds? Cat clamped her mouth shut. Could no one see this man for the rake he was?
Lord Ian Pinkerton. Send word to the Marquis of Kendal at Pennymore in Westmoreland.
Bowing over the girl's hand, he winked as he kissed her.
And you are?
Cat raised her chin slightly. She should have guessed the man held a powerful title. The girl giggled again. Miss Staybridge, my lord. From the colour tinting her cheeks, Cat had no doubt as to Miss Staybridge's opinion of this man. My father owns this shop. Where are you to be lodging, sir? Miss Staybridge looked up at him through her lashes. Cat's brows rose higher on her head. She had never thought Miss Staybridge a nodcock, but Cat had also never seen the girl flirt with a lord before. Perhaps if Cat had ever attended one of the assemblies since coming to Mull, she would not be surprised by the girl's forward nature.
I am the new owner of Dunbarton.
Cat's brows dropped, and she moved a little closer to the conversation, suddenly very interested. Dunbarton bordered her estate on the north side. Miss Staybridge giggled. I understood the Wesley family to be the owners of Dunbarton. I had not heard they were selling the place.
Wesley was not intending to sell.
Lord Kendal laughed loudly.
Nor was he intending to lose that hand of whist.
Cat stepped back to the doorway to wait for Mrs. MacDonald.
Lord Kendall was not only an elbow crooker, but a gambler as well. The similarities between him and her husband were growing by the minute, further proof she should keep her distance. She tapped her foot against the wood floor. How much longer must she endure this spectacle? Mrs. MacDonald finally pulled her attention away from Lord Kendall and finished placing all the items in their bag. Looping the straps over her arm, she bid good day to Miss Staybridge and followed Cat out the door. Before the door swung shut, Cat cast a glance over her shoulder at Lord Kendall. He was watching her, and gave another wink just before the door shut. She fisted her hands at her side. How dare he? Cat walked to the gig and moved to get inside. Did you not say you wished to visit the milliner, lass? Mrs. MacDonald carefully placed her bags under the seat. Cat looked toward the milliner's shop when she heard the door of Mr. Staybridge's shop open. Lord Kendall staggered from the building, one hand clutching his purchase, while the other stayed out to the side, reaching for anything which could support him. Bonnets can wait for another day. I find I am anxious to return home. Setting the gig into motion, Cat's shoulders sagged. It seems we have a handsome new neighbour. Mrs. MacDonald looked straight ahead, but Cat knew what she was about. Why should I care about such things? I have already had a husband, and I do not wish to repeat that mistake. The harshness in Cat's voice surprised even her. Sighing, Mrs. MacDonald put a hand on Cat's leg. But you are still so young, lass. This time you can marry for love. Cat snorted. That is the man you think I will love. He is no different from my last husband. She looked at her housekeeper from the corner of her eye, trying to temper her voice. Just because you have known me since I was a child does not mean you always know what is best for me. It did not matter how many times Cat insisted she was not in want of a husband. Mrs. MacDonald continued to cast her eye about for any man she felt would make a good match. I just wish you to be happy. It is all your grandfather wanted for you as well. Cat bristled. Dunbarton is in need of much repair. Judging by the state of the man's collar, I am guessing he is not flush in the pockets. Perhaps, if we are fortunate, he is just passing through and will not stay for long. Still, he is our neighbour. You may wish to be nice, regardless of how long he is to be staying. Cat shrugged. Very well. I can be polite on the few occasions I shall have to endure his company. She hoped she would never see him again, but did not believe she would be so fortunate. Why were handsome, titled men always the most dissolute? Was it because they had never struggled to get what they desired? She guessed Lord Kendall had always been given everything he ever fancied, and watching him with the ladies in the shop seemed to confirm her conclusion. She tightened her hold on the reins and smirked. This was one lady who would not be giving Lord Kendall anything he desired. Chapter 3. Every hoof-fall cracked like thunder through Ian's head. He leant forward in his saddle, trying to limit his movement. The sun was midway up the horizon, workers already dotting the fields as he passed. Waking up in the inn in Tobermory was not what he had expected, although, once he'd returned to the tap-room after making his purchases, he should have known to abandon all expectations. He looked at the black marring his sleeves. At least he had written his letter. He hoped it had been to Conrad. He could have written to the Prince Regent for all he remembered. Ian cringed, and his head gave an extra hard pound. He steered his horse toward the drive at Dunbarton, pulling Ethelred to a stop in front of the dower house. Ian eyed it up close. It had a roof, so it was already better than the castle, but it was not grand by any standard. After manoeuvring Ethelred back to the main drive, Ian dismounted and led the horse to the stables. He brushed the horse with the minimal amount of movement required, then set him out to pasture. Ian avoided looking in the direction of the castle. His pounding head was evidence enough of what the estate had already done to him. Slowly, he plodded back to the dower house. Pushing through the front doors, he looked at the sparsely furnished entryway. The chandelier looked as if it may have been grand in years past. The marble floor was dull and cracked in several places. Ian sighed. At least the roof seemed to be intact. Ian's stomach lurched, reminding him he had not eaten since breakfast the previous morning. Making his way down the corridor, Ian peered into each room as he passed. All seemed to be in a similar state. A door to his left opened. Ian jumped back, the door narrowly missing him. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I did not realise you had returned." An older woman, probably about the age his mother would have been, stepped up to him. She smiled kindly at him before her mouth turned down into a frown and she sniffed him. "Where have you been, my lord? You smell." Ian gaped at her. Who was this woman, and why did she feel she was in a position to speak to him in such a manner?
And who, exactly, are you?
His nostrils flared slightly, and his brow raised in disdain. Mrs. Docherty, my lord. She levelled her own gaze at him. I believe you already made the acquaintance of Mr. Docherty. What are you doing here? He had not intended the snap in his voice. Somebody had to take care of the dust and get you a bed to sleep in, as well as make your breakfast. Ian's stomach growled loudly at the mention of food. He rubbed between his eyes with the palm of his hand. She was the wife of his bailiff, the cook, the maid, and the housekeeper, and working for no wages. It appeared she could speak to him however she wished, for he could not sack someone he did not even pay. Ian pasted on his lazy grin.
It does smell heavenly.
She tusked. I'm sure your charm is not lost on the ladies' lad, but you need not waste it on me. Her face softened slightly. You look nearly as bad as you smell. Go, clean yourself up and I'll warm up some food. Ian opened his mouth up to protest, but she had already turned on her heel and pushed back into the kitchen. Muttering under his breath, he pushed into the kitchen after her.
Where would I find my trunk? It should have arrived.
Mrs. Docherty used her apron to push a pot over the fire. Upstairs and down the hall to the left, 4 doors. It is the only room with a bed. Even in your condition, you should be able to find it. Half an hour later, Ian wandered into the kitchen. Mrs. Docherty stood up from the table where she was kneading a lump of dough. She came up close to Ian, sniffing and peering at him. You smell better, at least. She shrugged and moved back to the table. Sit down and I'll get you some food.
You wish me to eat in the kitchen?
You may sit on the floor in the dining room if that is your preference. She was challenging him. He squinted at her, not sure how he felt about this woman and her inappropriate comments. Ian sighed and pulled out a stool. He placed his elbows on the table and dropped his head gently into his hands, a low moan escaping. The smell of warm bread brought his head back up. Mrs. Docherty placed crocks on the table in front of him. He swallowed hard and licked his lips before taking a knife and slathering a thick slice of bread with butter. Barely allowing the butter to melt, he shoved the bread into his mouth, a different kind of moan escaping his lips. Closing his eyes, he forgave Mrs. Docherty for all her pert comments. The lady smiled at him from across the table. I'm glad you approve, my lord. Feeling better than he had in weeks, Ian walked into the room Mrs. Docherty indicated would be his study, if you could call it such. It was merely an empty parlour with an old table Mr. Docherty had found in the attic and dragged down to function as a desk. A straight-backed wooden armchair sat behind the desk, and 2 worn chairs sat opposite. Ian sat down in the uncomfortable chair and opened the ledgers lying on the table desk. He thumbed through a few pages, the numbers swimming before his eyes. On a day when his brain was clear, these would make some sense. But today... He pushed them to the side. He would look at them later. Perhaps there would be something within them to provide the income he needed. Ian put his elbows on the arms of the chair and rested his face in his hands. His eyes burnt behind his lids. Blunt. Why did everything seem to come back to his lack of money? If only Conrad was not so... Conrad.
I don't need you or your money,
Ian shouted at Conrad. Ian was done with the lectures and the disapproving looks. He was a grown man and he could take care of himself.
I will not be coming back here. Ever. Goodbye, Conrad.
He stormed out of the house he had grown up in. His steps slowed as he neared the gravel drive, a part of him secretly hoping Conrad would come after him. But it was Jess who came to stop Ian. It seemed Conrad was content to let him go. Ian, please don't leave like this. Can't you understand what Conrad is about? Ian shook his head.
Goodbye, Jess.
At the time, Ian had believed his own words. But in the year since, he had come to regret them. He desperately needed Conrad's money, but lately he had found he missed his brother even more. A noise behind him brought Ian's attention back to the present. Mrs. Docherty came into the room, a dustcloth in hand. She bobbed a curtsy. I'm going into the village. Is there anything I can fetch for you? Ian shook his head. We are so happy someone has come back to Dunbarton after all these years, to see it cared for again. Ian squirmed in his seat and dropped his gaze, unable to tell her of his actual plans. He cleared his throat. Yes, well, do you think you'll be hiring staff soon? I know the Dower House is not grand now, but once you buy furniture and such, you'll be in need of a few servants. She frowned slightly. You do not even have a valet. Ian shrugged.
My valet was not keen on coming to the country. He found another position which would keep him in the city.
Mrs. Docherty seemed to believe the Banbury tales Ian was spouting. She patted him softly on the arm and moved toward the door.
I am content to serve as maid and cook for the time being, my lord, not to worry.
How was he going to fix this situation? He turned his chair around and stared out the window at the castle. Ian sighed, but it did not help. He needed air. Pushing out of his chair, he rushed from the house, his breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. He bent over and placed his hands on his thighs, taking deep gulps of air. His heart returned to its normal rhythm, and his breathing slowed. Straightening, he jogged down a path. He needed to get away from the house, from the entire estate. The path curved around a copse of trees, and the castle appeared before him. Ian was about to turn back, when a movement caught his eye. A young boy emerged from the trees on the other side of the garden. He moved his head side to side as if watching for someone to catch him. Climbing the steps of the terrace, he walked to the doorway, now devoid of glass, and slid through the empty panels. Who was this boy, and what was he doing wandering about Ian's house? He approached the terrace and quietly walked up the steps, listening for any clue as to what the boy was about. A noise from inside brought Ian closer. Keeping to the side of the doorframe, Ian peered into the saloon. A boy stood in the centre of the room, a stick held out in front of him. He could not have been more than 5 or 6. "I should run you through, you scurvy rogue," he spoke to the empty space in front of him, poking at an invisible man. The boy lunged and slashed at the air in front of him. Ian grinned. It had been a long time since he and Conrad had played in this manner. They had made a formidable pair, the two of them. Ian would jump about, waving his sword and distracting their foe, allowing Conrad to move into position. By the time their opponent caught sight of Conrad, it was too late. The villain was cornered. Surrender was their foe's only option. Conrad and he had been a team, in school, in games, in everything. Now they were not even speaking. What had caused the final riff? A knot formed in Ian's stomach, and he thought back to the house party in Summerston. Jess looked from Ian to Conrad. "You were twins." Ian snorted. "I thought you said she was clever, brother. Personally, I have never seen proof of it." Jess's face pinked, and Conrad scowled at Ian. "One of you must be Lord Kendall and the other Lord Ian." She again looked between the two brothers, her eyes narrowing as she took in every inch of them. Conrad stepped around the billiards table. "Lord Conrad Pinkerton, Marquis of Kendall. It is indeed a pleasure, Miss Standish." As he said her name, he finally caught her gaze. Ian took a step back. Never had he seen his brother look on a lady in such a way. He loved her, and he had used Ian's name and reputation to secure her affections. Ian's stomach churned, and he glared at Conrad. Why did the notion make Ian so angry? Jess tilted her head to one side and looked at Conrad. "You were here in the first week, on the house tour and the ghost hunt." Her voice quieted. "In the library." Whatever had happened in the library meant something to Jess. Ian's lips flattened into a tight line. She looked to Ian, and all tenderness vanished. She abhorred him. "Have you both been here the entire time? The castle tour is the first time. I am sure it was you." Her gaze flicked to Conrad. "But you were here then also." Ian stepped forward. "I arrived while everyone was attending church before the excursion to the castle." He gave her his charming smile, the one all ladies tittered over. Surely she could be won over if he paid her more attention. Jess stared at Ian, but none of the usual things happened. "And you have been here ever since?" Her voice was quiet, but not in the same way it had been when she mentioned the library. She turned back to Conrad and spoke to him, but Ian was not listening. Why was she not affected by him as she was by Conrad? They may look the same, but the ladies always preferred Ian to his brother. What was this lady about? Perhaps he need only show her some interest, show her affections would be returned. Ian cleared his throat. "I was just telling my brother there was no need for him to return. We are getting on famously without him." Conrad grunted. "I heard a different accounting, Ian. Now, do you not have a horse to win back or some such?" He made a shooing motion with his hands. How dare he think he could dismiss Ian from the house party to which he had been invited? Conrad turned to Jess, and for the first time since she walked in the room, he really looked at her. Ian felt the air thicken, and it became harder to breathe. Conrad's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Now, if you will excuse us, I have an important matter to discuss with Miss Standish." He spoke to Ian, but his intense gaze never left her face. Ian's jaw ached, and he had to restrain himself from striking his brother.
How dare Conrad come back and take what Ian now wanted? He stomped his foot like a petulant child. I will do no such thing. I have every right to stay. After all, I was the one invited. You were the pretender here, not me. Conrad pulled his eyes away from Jess and stared at Ian, the tenderness gone from his gaze. It was not because I desired your life. I can assure you on that point. I don't believe you. I think you wish very much you had my life. You may be the one to leave. Miss Standish has been in want of a connection with me since our dance in London. You have merely been filling in whilst I was away. You are daft. Conrad's fists clenched at his side. Can't you see she detests you? I see nothing of the sort. Ugh. Both men stopped and turned toward Jess, her arms folded tightly across her chest. I am not a horse at Tattersall's for you to dicker and banter over. Drawing up to her full height, she raised her chin and looked from one to the other. You know what I think? I think you are a pair of jackanapes, and I want nothing to do with the lot of you. Good day, gentlemen. Her last word was spoken with sarcasm and disdain. But, as always happened, Conrad ended up with Jess and everything he wanted, while Ian got nothing. You think you can best me? The boy jumped back, slashing at the air several more times and bringing Ian out of his thoughts. King Arthur has posted a great reward for your capture, dead or alive. With that, the boy lunged, obviously delivering the final blow. He stood proudly, with his stick sword at his side, his foot resting on the invisible criminal. Ian clapped as he stepped through the broken door. You are very good with a sword. Have you been taking lessons? The boy's eyes widened as his head shook back and forth. He swallowed hard, and the stick clattered to the floor. Ian smiled, hoping it would put the boy at ease. You appear to have a natural talent. Perhaps I could help you with your form. Would you like that? The boy nodded, but still did not move or speak. Ian held out his hand. My name is Lord Ian. And you are? The boy lifted his hand slowly, shaking Ian's hand with an unexpected firmness. My name is William Angus Melton, sir. Ian dipped his head. I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Sir William. The boy grimaced. My mother calls me Gus. Only my father and uncle call me William, or that is what my mother says. Ian nodded. And what would you prefer I call you? The boy beamed. Gus. Then I shall call you Sir Gus of the Round Table. Ian looked around the room. Now, what shall we do about this vile man you have bested? We cannot leave him here on the saloon floor. The boy giggled. Let us deliver him to King Arthur and collect our reward, my lord. Ian placed his finger over his mouth, tapping several times. A grand idea. Help me get him up. Ian stooped down, pretending to grasp a man by the arm, and hauled the imaginary blackguard to standing. Gus grabbed at the air on the other side, giving the scoundrel a hard shove. Move it along. They walked to a small closet under the staircase. Pulling it open, Gus pushed the man inside, then slammed the door closed. Ian dusted his hands off. You handled that very well, Sir Gus. Now, shall we take tea in the library, or perhaps a ride would be in order? Gus laughed. My lord, you are funny. I've never met a man who acts like you. Ian shrugged. My brother says it is because I am still a child. He looked at Gus. Do you come to play at Dunbarton often? Gus squirmed, but nodded. I will be in trouble when my mother discovers I was here. She told me after the last time I was not to come here again. He heaved a breath. But it is the best place to play. Of course it is. How could you pretend to be one of King Arthur's knights in any place but a castle? Mothers don't understand such things. They do not play these types of games and therefore do not grasp the importance. Gus shook his head fiercely. Oh, not my ma. Just yesterday she played pirates with me. His eyes lit up. She is very good at it, almost as good as you. He leant in close. She even climbed the tree while pretending to be a rigger. Ian's brows rose. He was interested in meeting such a lady. She is very good at playing. The admiration and love in the boy's eyes made Ian's chest tighten. Had he ever warranted such a look from anyone? I should like to meet this mother of yours. Does your father play also? My father is dead. Ian's mouth formed an O. I am sorry to hear it. You must miss him very much. The boy lifted his small shoulders. I do not remember him. I was not yet 2 when he died, but Mother tells me he loved me very much. I'm sure he did. You seem to be a fine boy.
When nothing else was said, an awkward silence filled the air.
It is nearly tea time. I'm sure your mother will be missing you. What if I walk you home? Perhaps I can talk to your mother about forbidding you to come to Dunbarton.
Gus's face blanched. But if you come, she will know I was here. No, I can go by myself. Ian understood Gus's logic, but he was anxious to meet the boy's mother, not only to get permission for Gus to return, but also to meet this tree-climbing lady.
We shall tell her we met along the path. I was on my way to introduce myself to my neighbours, and I happened upon you.
The boy's head shook. My Moor says I should never tell a lie. Ian tapped his temple with his finger.
Your Moor is very wise.
What was he thinking, asking a child to lie to his mother? Dropping his finger to his chin, he looked up toward the ceiling.
What if you run on ahead and I meet you on the path? Then we would not be telling a lie.
Gus nodded slowly but did not seem convinced. Perhaps. The two walked back to the saloon and stepped through the door and out onto the terrace.
Where do you live, Gus?
He pointed in the direction Ian had seen him coming from earlier. We live at Paxton Lodge. It borders Dunbarton. He began walking down the stairs. But we do not live in a castle, just a plain old house. His voice sounded bored. Ian's lips twitched, but he tried for a serious expression.
How dreadful.
Gus looked at him and nodded. It is, my lord. Patting him on the shoulder, Ian shortened his stride so the boy could keep up.
I am not living in a castle either. It seems we are both resigned to a dull existence, at least until I can get Dunbarton habitable.
Gus's eyes lit up. I can help, you know, and then when it is done, perhaps you will still let me come and play. Ian rumpled Gus's hair.
Of course you may come. Who else would I play outlaw with?
Chapter 4. Catriona paced in front of the window, never taking her eyes off of the backgrounds. Gus had said he was to play in the informal gardens, but she was unable to see him. As she turned for her next bout, she saw his small frame jump over the low wall. A sigh dropped her shoulders, until she saw a man approach the wall. Gus waited until the gentleman had stepped over before he began walking beside him, Gus's little hands waving about as he spoke. The man was tall, with very broad shoulders, but at a distance it was difficult to make out any of his features. As they neared the house, Cat let out a surprised gasp, even as her heart lurched. What was Gus doing with the elbow crooker from the village? Her spine stiffened, and she folded her arms across her chest, waiting for them to enter the parlour. The door swung open, and Gus's smiling face greeted her first, followed by the same charming grin the man had given her yesterday in the shop. At least today he seemed able to walk without aid. Rushing to her son, Cat knelt before him. Gus, where have you been? And what are you doing with this man? She bit her lip at the disdain in her voice. Had she not promised Mrs. MacDonald she would be polite? Squaring her shoulders, she excused her actions. She had made the promise before he came to her house with her son. Gus changed everything. Gus's body deflated and he frowned. But, Mother, this is the new owner of Dunbarton. The man bowed.
I was coming to introduce myself to my neighbours when I happened upon your son.
Cat stared, stone-faced at the man. I believe you introduced yourself quite adequately yesterday, Lord Kendall. He looked at her intently, as if trying to place a memory, but then shook his head.
I'm sorry. Did you say we have met? I am certain I would remember meeting someone as beautiful as you.
One of his brows rose, and a lazy grin spread across his face. Cat's nostrils flared, and she glared at him. Lord Ian's brow dropped, a frown replacing his smile. Oh, but we have met, Cat said. Yesterday, in Mr. Staybridge's shop. I believe you were in need of parchment and ink, Lord Kendall. The icy tone of her voice was hard to miss, but Lord Kendall seemed unaffected. He stared at her, his eyes crinkling at the sides.
Why do you keep addressing me as such? Lord Kendall is my brother.
She did not know what to make of this man. Every time she learnt something new, it only made him appear more rakish. I am calling you such because you charged all your purchases to Lord Kendall. What else was I to believe? The man felt at his watch pocket, but continued to watch her. His scrutiny was unnerving. What did he mean to discover? Did he know who she was? Cat swallowed and folded her hands in front of her. Gus stepped forward then. Mother, this is Lord Ian. He is very funny. He said he will teach me to fence and ride horses. Is that not wonderful? Cat's lips pinched together. Who did this Lord Ian think he was? He was not the boy's father. She beamed down at Gus before turning narrowed eyes on Lord Ian. "We will not be able to accept your generous offer, my lord. I am sure we could not impose on you in such a way, but thank you for the offer." She turned to her son. "Come, Angus. We are late for tea. I'm sure it will be cold if we delay a moment longer." Lord Ian stepped in front of her. Why did he continually block her path?
"It is no imposition. I would be honoured to teach him, and he is welcome at Dunbarton whenever he likes."
Lord Ian smiled.
"Dunbarton is a great place for someone with even a little imagination."
Cat scowled. "As I already indicated, my lord, we cannot possibly impose on you, and I can assure you my son has been instructed to stay out of Dunbarton. It is not safe for a boy to wander about a place in such disrepair." She put her hand on Gus's shoulder. "Thank you for making your presence on Mull known. Now, if you will excuse us." She gave a small curtsy and grabbed Gus by the hand, unable to leave the parlour fast enough. How dare that man impose himself on her son and try to force his way into their lives? Cat sat down on the settee in the library. Her hand shook as she picked up her teacup. Why had he stared at her so long? Could he possibly know who she was? Gus put down his cup and picked up a tea cake. He snuggled in next to her side. "I do not want you near that man again." Her voice came out louder than she intended. Taking a deep breath, she lowered it. "Do you understand me, Angus? You are not to speak to him." Gus looked up at her, his lip quivering. "Why, Ma? He is our neighbour." Cat ran her hand over his silky hair, breathing calm into her body. "I know of what I speak. Men such as him do not stay in one place for long, especially when their home looks as Dunbarton does. I am sure he will be gone before month's end. I am just looking out for you, wee Barra. I do not want to see you get attached to him only to have him leave. Trust me. It is for the best." She smiled down at him. "I am not little any more." He scowled, and Cat rolled her eyes. They'd had this discussion. "Very well. I suppose Barra will do." He nodded, as his face turned pleading. "But, Mother, he is very funny." "Yes, you have already mentioned it." She drew out her breath. "I'm sure he is very charming, Gus. But for now, you need to trust me." A frown turned down his lips, but he nodded slowly. "Yes, Mother." It was for the best. Gus was young and did not know people as she did. But her heart tugged as she looked at him over her cup. Tears hovered on his bottom lids. Her resolve nearly gave way, until a picture of the gentleman teaching her son the finer points of playing cards squelched any tender feeling she might be developing. "I have some time this afternoon. What shall we play today? Pirates again? Or perhaps we could pretend to be brave knights fighting a fearsome dragon." Gus shrugged his tiny shoulders. "We do not have a castle to play knights in." Cat shook her head. "We did not have a pirate ship either, but that did not seem to stop us yesterday." "Yes, Mar. We can just imagine the castle." His voice lacked any excitement. She nodded. "We can imagine all sorts of things." She placed a second tea cake on his plate, and he finally lifted his eyes to hers. "What colour do you think the dragon shall be?" Cat asked. "Red, or perhaps blue?" A smile formed on his lips, the excitement returning to his eyes. "I think it is blue and green, and his eyes are red. Can he breathe fire, Mar?" Cat laughed. "Of course. I have never heard of a dragon which cannot start a good blaze." The tightness in her chest eased. "I would like you to practice your numbers and letters with Nurse Katie. Once you have completed them, we can play our game. Would you like to ask Katie to join us?" Gus giggled and nodded. "I believe she should be the dragon." Chapter 5. Ian walked back toward Dunbarton, taking the same trail he and Gus had used. His mind reeled as he went over the conversation with... He had not even learnt her name. She had inferred they had met previously, but Ian did not believe it possible to forget someone of her beauty. Her fire-red hair was enough to make her memorable, but when you added her porcelain-white skin and her blue-green eyes, the picture was not one easily forgotten. She must have him confused with another man, one she apparently found quite distasteful. But she knew too much of him for it to be a mistake. Ian straightened his shoulders. He needed to charm her and show he was not the man she thought he was. Ian cringed inside. Except, he was the man she thought him to be. But she couldn't possibly know such things. From his experience, ladies could be charmed out of their poor opinions in time. Only one woman had not succumbed to his charm, Jess, or rather, the Marchioness of Kendal, his sister-in-law. In the beginning he had treated her poorly, he grudgingly admitted. But once he learnt of her dowry, he had tried everything he knew to turn her attention toward him. But it seemed, the harder he tried, the more she disliked him. It was an odd occurrence. Could it be there was another lady resistant to his charms? His mind returned to the conversation with his neighbour. She claimed he had introduced himself as Conrad when she happened upon him in town. Ian's pace picked up. He had only been to town once since he'd arrived. Yesterday. He stopped in his tracks. That could explain many things. A blurry memory surfaced of him going into a shop in search of paper and ink, but it was brief and unclear. He must have already been foxed before he went to the store. He swallowed hard. Had he told the shop owner to send the request for payment to Westmoreland? He didn't doubt it. Thunder and turf. Ian began to walk again. The memory was sure to be correct, for it was not the first time he had pretended to be Conrad. It was something they had been doing since they were boys, one of the games identical twins played. Ian walked into the dower house and went straight to his parlour study. Pinching his eyes shut, he tried to remember anything from his trip to the village. Had he seen the lady while in the shop? It may explain why she believed him to be his brother. It may also explain why she found him so distasteful. He had been malt above water more than usual, but could anyone blame him? Ian felt thirsty and a little shaky. Walking to the small table he had put in the corner, he filled a glass halfway with whiskey and quickly swallowed it in one gulp. Sinking into his chair, Ian stared out at the view of the castle, the usual knot forming in his stomach. It had been nearly a week since his arrival, but he still had no idea what to do or how to start. Each day he gazed at the edifice, hoping something would enter his mind to help him solve the problem that was Dunbarton. But nothing ever came to mind. There were only 7 weeks remaining until his friends were scheduled to join him there, and there was no way he could handle the extra people in the castle's current condition. It wasn't even habitable, and the dower house was far too small to accommodate so many people. Even if he could get part of the castle repaired, he had no furniture or servants and no way of employing any. Ian ran a frustrated hand through his hair, stopping partway through the motion. He pulled his hand back down to his side. What had happened to his happy, unencumbered life? When had he become one to give in to frustrations and mussing his hair over it? He blamed this on Conrad also. Ian picked up one of the ledgers he had found in the attic and began to leaf through it. While he was only the spare, his father had taken the minimal amount of time to teach him the basics of estate management. Ian had been in line to inherit Greycliff, his mother's Scottish title and estate. But on her deathbed, she had changed her mind and left it all to Conrad. Ian glanced again at the castle, narrowing his eyes at the pile of stones. This place needed more than basic management skills to bring it back to life. There was a knock at the door, and Mr. Docherty stepped into the room. He bowed. "My lord, I understand I am speaking out of turn, but I cannot keep quiet any longer." His fingers rubbed along the brim of his hat as he rotated it around. "You have been here for nigh on a week, and yet you have done nothing to begin repairing Dunbarton. The repairs will take time, and summer will not last forever. When do you plan to start? I cannot discover that you have even inquired about employing anyone for the job. What are you planning to do, sir?" Ian glared at the man before he took a large breath, and his face dropped. His hand raised to his hair, and again he pulled it back. A growl sounded in his throat. Perhaps he should tell this man the truth. "Mr. Docherty, I have no idea. I could manage this estate if it were already in working order." His head shook slowly and pointed out the window at the castle. "But this, I have no notion of how to fix this." The old man cleared his throat. "There are men in the village who have experience." Ian cut him off, "and expect money for their work." Standing, he smoothed the creases in his pants. "I have not been completely honest with you." Why did he feel like he was confessing to his father or the parish priest? He kept his head down, his eyes on his thighs, until the bailiff cleared his throat again. Ian straightened and squared his shoulders. He may as well come out with it. "I have no money to pay the workers. I came here with the understanding that a few repairs would need to be made, and then I could sell the estate and use the blunt to bring me flush." The man's eyes flashed with something Ian did not understand. But then they changed. Pity. Ian hated to be pitied. He had seen the look many times before, usually in the eyes of a tavern owner or the agents of the gambling hells. Ian's head dropped forward. Perhaps Conrad was right. He hated it when his brother was right, and Ian really was a disgrace to the Pinkerton name.
"What is it worth to you, Dunbarton?"
Ian looked up, only then remembering Doherty was still in the room with him. Ian's brows creased.
"I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. I do not know to what you are speaking. We could make the repairs, my lord, you and I. It would take longer with just the two of us, but we could do it."
Ian snorted.
"I beg your pardon. Are you suggesting I repair this place?"
He stared at his bailiff.
"I am a gentleman, sir. I do not wield a hammer or an axe."
Doherty frowned.
"Then you're of no use to us, sir. It would be better for all of us if you removed yourself from the estate and sold it to someone who can save it."
Ian shut his gaping mouth, turning it down into a scowl. How dare this man speak to him in such a manner? Mr. Doherty raised his chin slightly, as if he were waiting for Ian to rail and shout at him. Ian interlocked his fingers, dropping his hand to his lap. He did not believe he would strike the man, but it was better to be safe.
"You have given me much to think about, sir. It would be best if you left me to my thoughts."
Ian forced a smile to his lips. The bailiff sketched a shallow bow, continuing to hold his head high as he left the room. Ian wanted to be angry at the man's high-handedness, but he found he was actually more impressed by his candour and honesty. His shoulders drooped as he turned back toward the window. What was Dunbarton worth to him? Not a whole lot in its current condition. Ian's head tilted as he saw a familiar form mounting the stairs to the terrace of the castle. Gus! What was he doing here? His mother, Lady Catriona Melton, Baroness of Crannach, Ian had learnt her name from Mrs. Doherty, had forbidden him from coming to Dunbarton. Ian stood and moved toward the door. While Lady Crannach may not like him, Ian must still honour her wishes and not allow Gus to come over. Unsure why, this thought only added to his doldrums. Entering the castle through the front doors, he paused in the entryway and listened. He could hear nothing. Moving to the stairs, he slowly climbed to the second floor, keeping his ears tuned for any noise which might alert him to where Gus played. None of the upper floors yielded any results. There was no indication Gus had even been there. Ian returned to the main floor. He moved into the great hall, remembering Gus had told him this was one of his favourite rooms. There was no sign of him there either. Where the devil? Ian shook his head. Looking around, he spotted a set of small dusty footprints leading from the terrace doors. Ian followed them to the kitchen and the small entry room just to the side. The footprints stopped at a door, cracked only slightly. Ian carefully swung the door open and peered inside. The narrow hallway went on for several rods before ending at a staircase. The sounds of a little boy's voice echoed in the corridor. Ian stepped into the hall, pulling the door closed behind him. The blackness made his chest tighten. He chided himself for his childish fear, but still, he opened the door and allowed the light to flood in. Had Gus managed the stairs in the darkness? Again, Ian's chest tightened. He had been afraid of the dark since he was a child. He walked back into the kitchen and looked around. Several rags lay about the tabletop. Walking swiftly into the great hall, Ian reached up and grabbed one of the ancient torches secured in an iron ring to the wall. Taking it into the kitchen, he stuffed one of the rags into the torch and looked around for something to light it with. He grinned as he found the tinder box sitting above the fireplace. Kneeling on the floor, he opened the box and pulled out the steel striker and flint and several pieces of scorched linen. Ian laid everything to the side, looking it over. Never in his life had he started a fire on his own. As a child, he had watched the maids do it hundreds of times. It had never looked very difficult. Positioning the striker against the flint, Ian struck them together. Nothing happened. He tried again and again, but no spark appeared. Perhaps the contents of the tinder box were too old. He sat back on his heels, taking in a deep breath and rotating his shoulders. Bending back over, he continued, hitting the flint harder and harder. Finally, a spark landed on the scorched linen and ignited. Ian held a spunk next to the small flame and transferred the flame to the rags in his torch. The flame started low, sending out more smoke than light. But after a moment, the flame took hold and glowed brightly. With his empty hand, Ian gathered everything into the tinder box and placed it back on the shelf. Ian returned to the hallway and made his way down the stairs. The farther he went, the darker it became, and he was grateful he had brought the torch with him. He had to wonder what Gus had used to light his way. The circular staircase led Ian down 8 stairs and then onto a small landing. It continued this way, dropping further down into the rock cliff the castle was built upon. The sounds of Gus's voice became louder at every landing. Soon, the steps opened up into a large room which overlooked 6 cells. A tiny nub of a candle sat in a stand on a small table pushed up against the wall. Each of the doors stood slightly ajar. Gus's voice echoed through the area, making it difficult to tell which room he was in. Ian walked to the closest door and peeked through the bars covering the small window which was cut into each door. The cell was complete with chains attached to the walls and floors. Ian smiled. This was a real dungeon. He and Conrad would have spent countless hours as children playing in a place like this. It was no wonder Gus had come to play. Gus was shouting, and Ian paused to listen. It seemed he was a mighty king, and he was locking up a highwayman for robbing the royal carriages. Ian chuckled as he listened to the boy play. Going from door to door, Ian peered inside each cell. Finally, in the last one, he found Gus swinging on one of the chains. Ian opened the door, the creak and light from the torch simultaneously drawing Gus's attention. He stopped mid-jump and landed with a heavy thud on the ground, squinting up at Ian. Looking around the cell for Gus's lantern, Ian was surprised to find none.
How could you see in the darkness?
Gus looked at him with big eyes and shrugged his shoulders. If you wait a moment, your eyes get used to it. Ian's mouth dropped slightly.
Were you not scared?
A shiver travelled up his spine. Gus looked at him incredulously. Only little girls are scared of the dark. Ian felt his face redden. Little girls and one grown man. Gus got up off the floor and brushed at his pants with his hands. Now that you're here, would you play with me? I will even let you be the king. Ian's chest squeezed. He shook his head.
I'm sorry, Gus, but I can't.
Gus's face fell.
And you cannot either. Your mother forbid you from coming to Dunbarton. Does she know you are here?
Gus shook his head.
What if one of these doors had shut tight and you were unable to open it?
Ian's throat felt dry and thick as he thought about what could have happened to this little boy.
No one would have known you were down here. You could have died before anyone found you.
Ian got down on one knee and looked Gus in the eyes.
Your mother was right. This place is too dangerous for a little boy.
Gus stood up taller and jutted his chin out. I am not a little boy, and I would not be alone if she would let you play with me. Ian took in a deep breath of the musty, damp air.
I am too busy and too old to play such games, Gus. Now, go home and do not come back.
His voice hitched slightly on the last word. Why was he getting so emotional about dismissing a little boy? Gus glared at him. I thought you were different. I thought you were kind, but you are just like every other English lord, selfish and mean. I wish you had never come to our isle. He wiped a hand across his eyes. Running out of the cell, he flew up the stairs. Ian could hear the door at the top slam all the way down in his cell. He slid down the wall, his torch lowering dangerously close to the ground and his leg. Why did he feel as if he had just lost his only friend? Frustration bubbled to the surface and he kicked the cell door, causing it to slam shut. Ian glared at it. Even when it seemed he was making the right decision, it still felt wrong. It was times like these he wished he and Conrad were close like they had been when they were kids, when Ian could talk to him about anything and everything. Breathing in a large sigh, Ian pushed himself to standing. Sitting here on the cold stone floor was giving him no answers, only chilling him to the bone. He moved to the door, and only then realised there was no handle on the inside. Grumbling, he placed his free hand between the bars on the small window and pulled. Nothing happened. Chapter 6. Cat set down her stitching and moved to the bell pull. A small maid entered the room moments later. Milady? Cat smiled. Hannah, would you ask cook to send up tea and have my son come and join me? Yes, milady. The girl bobbed a quick curtsy and left the room. Cat walked around the room, stopping when she reached the window. From this room there was a small glimpse of Dunbarton. A burning sensation rolled around in her stomach. It had been there since she had dismissed Lord Ian. She had been more than unkind, especially when he had seemed so amiable toward Gus. But Cat knew she had to be firm on this. She could not risk Gus and the security they had found here on Mull. Still, There was something about him that made her curious, which put her out of sorts. She knew enough to know she wanted nothing to do with his kind. The last thing she needed was another gambler and elbow crooker in her life. She considered herself lucky to be rid of the first one. Her shoulders relaxed. The door opened, and Hannah entered with a tea tray.
"No one has seen Lord Crannach since breakfast, my lady. Do you wish for me to continue looking for him?"
Cat frowned, but shook her head. "No, I shall go in search of him. Will you take the tea back to the kitchen? I will ring when we return and are ready for it." The girl nodded and turned around, pulling the door shut with her foot. Cat gave one last look out the window. Surely Gus would not have gone to Dunbarton, especially after she had forbade him from doing so. She gave a slight grimace. It was the first place she herself would have gone when she was a child. In truth, she would most likely do it today if her husband had told her she could not. And Gus was very much like her. Cat chuckled grudgingly. Perhaps she should start her search at Dunbarton. She walked as quickly as was proper along the trail between the two houses. When she reached the castle, she looked around her. The last thing she wished was for Lord Scoundrel to discover her lurking about his property, especially after their last exchange. Cat stepped as lightly as she could into the large great hall. Gus was correct. It was a magnificent sight. She could imagine the great feasts that must have been held in this room hundreds of years ago. She looked at the portraits hanging on the wall. There were many empty spaces where the paintings had been removed, but many still hung there. Some were torn, and all of them were faded from age and neglect. She felt a slight tug in her chest. It was a sad sight to behold. How could a family care so little about their ancestors to leave them behind when they abandoned the home? She looked at the cold stone walls. How could someone abandon this place at all? A noise drifted in from the grounds, and it reminded her she was not an invited guest here. She moved into the entryway and was stopped again. It, too, must have been beautiful. But this time she did not let herself linger. She whispered loudly, "Gus! Gus, are you in here?" She stopped just long enough to listen, but when she heard nothing, she continued down a corridor. "Gus, if you are in here, please answer me. I will not be angry with you. Just please come out." Still nothing. She searched all of the main floor and the upper two floors before conceding that she must have been wrong about her son and his misbehaviour. Perhaps she had been using him as an excuse to come and see the castle for herself. Cat hurried out of Dunbarton and down the path, only slowing down once she crossed over the low stone wall and stepped foot on her own estate. Her heart was racing, and not just because of the exercise. She had not felt such excitement since she was a child. Dropping her head back, she let out a nervous but happy laugh. It was something she had not done in years. Sobering a bit, she continued her walk as she thought. When had she become so serious and stoic? When she was a child, she had been fun and happy. Her mother was at the centre of every happy childhood memory. Her brow wrinkled. James. When she married him, her life had changed. She had no longer been allowed to be that happy, excited girl, even if she was only 16 when her father had married her off. And then Gus came along. She could not afford to be a girl. She must be a woman and protect her child. A tightness formed in her throat as she thought of the years she had lost, but she only allowed herself a moment of pity before she squared her shoulders and brushed the doldrums away. There was no time for pity. She still did not know where her son was. Cat glanced over into the orchard and caught a glimpse of bright blue. Gus. She grinned as she thought of what her son was imagining the trees were today. As she got closer, she heard a sniffle and a hiccup. Stopping just before the trunk, she looked up into the tree canopy. Gus sat on the branch, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. Cat examined the tree. It was a fairly stout tree, but she was unsure if it would hold them both. When Gus's breath stuttered, her decision was made. Hiking her dress up to her ankles, she placed her foot on the lowest knob in the trunk and reached out a hand to grasp the branch above. She only managed a brief glance at Gus's wide eyes as she turned her attention to the task before her. A few more steps and a side shimmy, and she found herself sitting next to her son. His eyes were not so wide now, but he still looked at her in disbelief. "What is wrong, Barra? Why are you crying?" Even before she knew the reason, she felt tears prick at her own eyes. Gus shook his head as new tears formed in his eyes. "Did you injure yourself?" Again he shook his head. Cat's shoulders sagged. "Please, Gus, It pains me to see you cry. Why will you not tell me what has happened?" He sniffed. "You will be angry with me." A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. "If I promise not to be angry, will you tell me?" She placed a hand around his small frame and pulled him a little closer to her. Gus rested his head against her side. Looking straight ahead, he nodded. "I went to Dunbarton. I was playing in the dungeons." "The dungeons? How had I forgotten about them? They are legendary here, but I am sure they are—" Cat stopped when she saw Gus looking up at her, his lip quivering. "Lord Ian found me playing. I was excited because I knew he would be great fun to play with. He plays almost as well as you do, Ma—" A jerky sigh escaped his lips. "But he told me I had to leave and could never come back. He told me you were right. Dunbarton is too dangerous for me to play in alone. I told him I would be safe if he were with me, but he still said no. He said he had to honour your wishes." Gus looked up at her, and her heart ached when she saw her son's forlorn face. "Oh, Ma, why did you have to make him mad? Why did you have to be so mean to him? He was the only friend I had." The lump in Kat's throat made it difficult to swallow. She was looking out for her son, not trying to make him miserable. Had her own biases, judgments and fears caused her to ruin something that could be of benefit to her son? Kat's head slowly nodded. She knew the man went on the cut too often, and he was a gambler. Was such a man the kind she wanted associating with her young son? She wrapped her arms around Gus. "I was not trying to ruin your life, Bara. I was protecting you. We do not know this Lord Ian. We do not know his character. Perhaps he has a temper." The excuse felt weak even to her own ears. Gus looked at her, his brow furrowed. "But how will we learn of his character if we never speak to him? Besides, he was very kind when I was last at Dunbarton." Cat laughed. "I thought you said he made you leave. That does not sound so very kind to me." Gus giggled. "He turned me away most amiably. I believe he was even disappointed he must do it." Cat heaved a large breath. Was she wrong to reconsider her position? Could Gus be correct? Might Lord Ian be a better man than Cat believed? They would never know if they avoided him. "Very well. Let us go to Dunbarton, and I shall apologise. If Lord Ian agrees, you may go and play in his castle." Gus's eyes lit up, and Cat felt the need to add qualifications, occasionally, when he invites you over. Gus nodded and jumped down from the tree. "Come, Mother, let's go talk to him now. Maybe we could even invite him to tea." "One thing at a time, Bara." Cat looked at the ground below her. When she had climbed up, she had not really considered how she would get down, but now it seemed too far to jump, and she did not think she could climb down the same way she had come up. Gus hopped up and down. "Just jump. It's not so very far." Perhaps she could hold on to the branch and lower herself down slowly if she turned her body. That seemed the best idea. Cat twisted, grasping the branch with both hands. She flipped her body around, pressing her stomach into the tree branch, and began to lower herself down. But once the branch got to chest level, her body weight took over and pulled her down hard, ripping her hands from the tree. Cat landed with a thud in a heap on the ground. Ouch! She did not know what hurt worse, her scratched hands or her sure to be bruised backside. Gus was at her side. "Are you hurt, Ma?" She shook her head. "My hands are a little scratched is all. I guess it is what I deserve for not wearing gloves." Trying to take the sting out, she rubbed her hands together and gave them a little shake. Gus grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the path. The warmth of his hand both comforted and hurt. "Come, if we hurry, we may be able to catch him before he's had tea." Cat reined her son in, holding him back to a more polite gait. But in mere moments they were back at the terraced halls she had entered less than an hour ago. "Should we not go down to the Dower House and ask after him? I do not think he will be here." "But how do you know?" Cat peered into the great hall again. "I figured you had not heeded my instructions and came here looking for you. I searched the whole of the castle and did not find you." She looked down at him sternly. "Or Lord Ian. Besides, the house is not habitable. I'm sure he does not come in here much." The two made their way to the Dower House and knocked on the front door. Mrs. Docherty opened the door. She smiled immediately when she saw Cat. "Ah, Lady Crannach, how are you doing this fine day?" "We are doing very well, Mrs. Docherty. We were hoping to speak with Lord Ian for a moment. That is, if he is about." The old woman shook her head. "He went up to the castle a while back. I have not seen him return." Cat frowned. "How long ago? I was there less than an hour ago and did not see him." The lady looked heavenward and tapped her chin.
Must be over 2 hours now. Strange.
Gus hopped from one foot to the other.
He must still be playing in the dungeon. I knew he would like it down there.
Cat patted him on the shoulder but spoke to Mrs. Docherty. Do you think it all right if we go in search of him at the castle? She nodded. I can't see why not. Just watch your step. There are more loose stones than not. Thank you for your help. Cat nodded and turned toward the drive, but only took one hesitant step before Gus grabbed her hand and pulled her quickly toward Dunbarton. Chapter 7. Ian pushed and pulled and shoved at the door to no avail. Had he not told Gus this was a dangerous place to play? He sank to the floor, becoming that little 7-year-old boy from so many years ago. Ian looked about him. He could still hear Conrad counting from somewhere down the corridor. The door to the candle closet was slightly ajar. Tiptoeing toward it, Ian slipped inside the small room, leaving the door as he had found it. He knew the room would be left in total darkness if he shut it tight, and he did not like the dark. While the open door might draw Conrad's attention also, Ian felt it worth the risk of being found to not be left in darkness. He crouched behind the door, listening for Conrad to come his way. Their cousin Henry was also hiding somewhere in the house. Ian was grateful to be playing a game where he could be away from his cousin. Henry did not like Ian, and the feeling was mutual. Henry was cruel and treated Ian with contempt. Even though Henry was several years older, he treated Conrad as if he were royalty, while he ridiculed and belittled Ian. It would only be a few more days until Henry and his family quit Pennymoor and returned to their own home. The door suddenly slammed closed. Ian's chest tightened, and his hands began to sweat as he heard the key turn in the lock. He felt his way to the door, forgetting about whispering or letting Conrad find him. "Who is out there? Please, unlock the door!" he hollered. No one spoke, but laughter echoed down the corridor, which only increased at Ian's panicked calling. Henry. Ian leant against the door, calling for anyone to help him. But once Henry's laughter faded, all he was left with was silence. Tears streamed down his face as he pulled his knees into his chest and wrapped his arms around them, gently rocking back and forth. He had been locked in that closet for over 2 hours that day, discovered only when Mrs. Morrison, the housekeeper, had come in search of new candles for the blue drawing-room. Conrad had declared Ian the winner. Henry had only smirked. Ian rocked back and forth, his arms wrapped around his legs just as he had when he was a child. It felt a little foolish, but the consistent motion slightly calmed his pounding heart. In the future, he must make sure to tell Docherty whenever he was coming to the castle, just in case something like this should happen again. But then, was he even going to be here long enough for something like this to happen again? Perhaps the old man was right. Ian should sell the place for whatever he could get and move on. It would at least pay a portion of his debt. But then what? How would he get the money to pay the rest? If he wagered the money he got from selling on a wise bet, he might make back all the blunt he needed to bring him flush, and possibly even have some left over. He shifted. Surely his luck had changed by now, and he would be back to winning. But what if he lost? A familiar flutter roiled his stomach. He would have nothing, and no hope of earning the money any other way, especially if he had already sold off his only asset. This place did have potential. But the potential was only there if he could make the repairs, for which, as he had told Mr. Docherty, there was no funding. Ian slammed his fist onto the ground. Gah! He continued to play the scenarios out in his mind, but the conclusions were always the same. Ian thought about the old man's assertion that Ian could help fix the castle. A guffaw puffed from his lips. What an absurd notion, as if he would do such a thing, could do such a thing. He glanced down at his threadbare cuffs. If he did not do something soon, he would end up in debtor's prison. He looked around the small cell. Was this what it would feel like? The room suddenly felt smaller. Ian had suspicions that even this dank cell was nicer than what he would find in Marshalsea. What would Conrad do? Ian sighed. Conrad would never be in such a predicament. While it pained him to even consider his brother, he knew Conrad would know what to do. In the recesses of his mind, Ian also knew what needed to be done. Grudgingly he vowed when he was freed from this dungeon, he would speak with Mr. Docherty and listen to what he thought them capable of doing themselves. The torch flickered, drawing Ian's attention to the light. The rag he had used could barely be seen, as most of it had burnt away. Ian's heart thumped quickly in his chest.
He did not have long before he was plunged into darkness. A cold sweat beaded along his forehead. What if no one came to find him before the fire burnt completely out? As if knowing his thoughts, the flame dimmed and shrank. Ian jumped to his feet and paced around the cell, his breathing jerky and shallow. I am a grown man. Why am I behaving like a frightened little girl? Perhaps he should think of something, anything other than his current predicament. He strode to the cell door and pushed again. Nothing. He squelched the panic that crept up his throat and tightened his chest. If he were to find a way to make the repairs on the castle, where would he start? He thought about the many things in need of attention. The open roof in the great hall jumped to the forefront of his mind. Was it even possible? Doherty knew what he was about and seemed to think so. Ian's shoulders eased, and his breathing slowed to a steady rhythm. He believed he could trust Doherty. But what of his friends? Tierney, Belmont and Lord Nathaniel would laugh him out of England if they knew he was even considering such a thing. It was further evidence of how desperate he had become. Still, Ian had looked over the books. From what he had seen thus far, the land had potential. The grounds running along the coastline would support a good herd of sheep, and the interior plot should be able to grow wheat at the very least. If he could repair the house, he was sure he could fetch a respectable sum for it. The torch finally flickered and then snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. A whimper escaped Ian's mouth. He put his hands out to his sides, reaching for a wall. His fingers brushed against a rough stone, and he shuffled his feet to the side, his fingers never breaking contact with the wall. Placing his back against the wall, he walked his legs out, sitting down on the damp dirt floor. He dropped his head against the uneven rocks and closed his eyes, consciously slowing down each breath. His hands dropped to his side, and he traced a figure 8 into the dirt. The motion eased a small amount of the tension that had crept back into his shoulders. A scraping sound brought his head to the side. Was his mind conjuring noises, or had it been real? A faint sound followed the first. Ian's heart jumped. He put his hands behind him and walked them up the wall until he stood once more. Turning an ear toward the sounds, he felt his way forward until the worn wood of the door was beneath his fingers. He pounded on the door with his fists. "Hello, Mr. Doherty, is it you? Please come and open the door, it is stuck." Pounding one more time, he paused and listened, but heard nothing. Ian dropped his forehead to the wood, his hands flattening against the door. It must have been his mind playing tricks on him. Or maybe it was just the waves hitting the walls outside. "Lord Ian, are you down here?" A distinctly female voice drifted through the window in the door. Ian felt tears prick at his eyes, which he quickly brushed away. How would it look for a lady to discover him crying in the dungeon? "Yes, I'm here, please. The door is stuck." Ian heard the hitch in his voice, but he hoped the lady had not. He peered out the window into the darkness of the antechamber. Slowly, the room filled with light. While he knew it was only a minute at most, the time it took for her to enter the room seemed eternal. As his eyes adjusted to the light, his brows shot to his hairline when he saw Lady Crannach descend into the antechamber with a lantern in hand. "Lord Ian, are you well? How long have you been trapped down here?" Ian tried to look carefree, but he was sure his relief was evident on his face. "Most of the morning. I was beginning to think I may perish down here." Would anyone have even missed him? The thought was unsettling. Gus moved out from behind his mother's skirts. "I told you this was the best place to play." A small smile curved his lips. Ian could not help the smile that came to his face. "But this is just the type of trouble I told you could happen. What if you were the one trapped down here with no one knowing where you were?" Ian glanced at Lady Crannach. "You see, your mother was correct." Her head tilted to the side and she squinted at him. He could not read her expression, which was unusual for him. It was why he was always a favourite of the ladies. He could decipher their expressions and act accordingly. But this lady was not like any he had encountered before. "Let me see if I can open the door for you." She handed the lantern to her son and moved with more grace than Ian had ever seen toward the door. She grasped the handle and pulled, but the door did not budge. She looked up. Had the door not stood between them, he could have kissed her. Not a disagreeable idea, he realised. At least, not in his mind. He grinned. She took several steps back, her lips pursed. But even in the light of the lantern, Ian could see her face was tinted with pink. She turned away from his cell. "Gus, go fetch Mr. Doherty. Ask him to bring a key if there is one. If not,
We may need an axe to get this door open.
An axe? Surely you do not believe it will come to that?
Ian's voice raised slightly.
Do you wish to be free, my lord, or would you rather spend the remainder of your days locked in that cell?
She moved closer to the stairs leading up to the house.
I am happy to leave you be.
Ian grasped the iron bars spanning the window of the door.
No.
He had not intended to shout.
You are right. Whatever it takes.
She gave a slight nod and raised a brow, then turned to Gus. Here, take the lantern. I am sure Lord Ian and I will be fine in the darkness for a few moments. Ian's heart hammered and he held his breath. Gus nodded his head and started up the steps. All the breath left Ian's lungs.
The stairs are steep and wet. Walk carefully.
Lady Crannach hollered over her shoulder. Turning into the cell, he once again slid to the floor with his back against the door as the light from the antechamber slowly lessened.
How did you...
He barely recognised his own whispered voice. Clearing his throat, he spoke with more confidence than he felt.
How did you know to look for me here?
We went to the Dower House looking for you, but Mrs. Docherty said you had left after breakfast and had not been back. It seemed logical you would be here at the castle.
Yes, but I did not even realise there were dungeons in the castle. How could you possibly have known to come down here?
Unlike you, Lady Crannach said, her words clipped. Those of us living on the island know a great deal about Dunbarton.
Ian could hear the accusation in her voice. It was obvious she disapproved of him. And remembering only a fraction of what she had witnessed of him when they first met, he could not wholly blame her.
These dungeons are legendary.
Ian chuckled.
I can only imagine.
An idea entered his mind, and he voiced it before he thought fully on it.
Perhaps you could share some of the stories about this house with me. I find I am suddenly interested in knowing the history of the estate I now own.
Even with its irritated tones, he found her voice comforting in the darkness.
I am sure there are others who could serve you better than I. Mr. Docherty has lived here the whole of his life. He has stories which have been handed down for generations. I suggest you ask him.
Her dress rustled, and Ian wondered what she was doing.
How long have you been down here?
From the way her voice bounced lightly and her gown continued to swish, Ian assumed she had stood and was walking about the antechamber.
I have no idea. What time is it?
Long past tea time, I should imagine. That is precisely why I went in search of Gus, to have him join me for tea.
Ian sighed. It felt like he had been in the darkness for days.
If that be the case, then it has been several hours.
Have you been in the dark the entire time?
Her voice held a note of laughter.
No, I had a torch, but it burnt out.
His voice quivered, and Ian dug his fingernails into his palms to stop it.
You never answered my questions. How did you know to look here, of all places?
When you were not about the upper floors, Gus mentioned you had found him playing down here, so we came to check. Gus seemed to think it obvious that once you began an adventure in these cells, you would find it difficult to leave. How have you kept yourself occupied? Remembering a particularly successful hand of cards?
Ian huffed out a laugh. There have not been many of those of late. But there is a lot of thinking one can do when there is no way out and no light.
I imagine so. What does one think about at a time like this?
He sensed a hint of laughter in her voice. Did she think him incapable of thinking? Perhaps she had already figured out his fear and was mocking him. He pushed himself to standing and was about to reply when a light again filled the room.
My lord, are you down here?
Never had Docherty's voice been so welcome.
Yes, Docherty. It seems the cell door is swollen from the dampness and I am trapped inside.
Ian ran his hands up and down his thighs, getting his warring emotions under control.
I hope you know the secret to getting it open.
The outer room flooded with light, as both Mr. Docherty and Gus held lanterns. Ian watched through the barred window as the old man walked over. He grabbed hold of the door handle with both hands and thrust the door upward with a grunt. The door groaned as it swung free of its casing. Ian felt like throwing his arms around the man and crying when the door opened, but instead he swallowed hard and stuck out his hand.
Thank you, Docherty. I shall let you know if I ever venture down here again. Perhaps next time I shall be discovered quicker.
Ian moved over to Gus and rumpled the boy's hair.
I don't know what brought you to Dunbarton in the first place, but I am grateful you came.
Mr. Docherty stepped forward.
Let us move this conversation to the upper floors. They are at least warmer and drier.
The group walked up the stairs. When they reached the great hall, they all stood, looking from one person to another.
Would you care to join me for tea? I realise it is late, but...
Ian stopped when he saw her head shake. I should be getting Gus back. I am sure Cook was keeping our tea warm and is expecting us. She held out her hand to her son. Come, Gus, we have imposed on Lord Ian enough. They walked a short distance, and Gus tugged on his mother's hand, pulling her to a stop. He went up on the tips of his toes and whispered in her ear. She drew up and tilted her head to the side as she looked at the boy. Her mouth was set in a firm line. "But you said you would," Gus said. "You are right. I did say such things." Lady Crannach turned back and came closer to Ian. "Gus has just reminded me what our original intent in coming to Dunbarton concerned." Ian raised a brow which seemed to tighten the purse of her lips. She stopped in front of him. "Gus informed me of your encounter this morning. I was surprised by your insistence that Gus abide by my wishes. I did not expect it from someone like—" She looked him up and down. "You." Ian frowned.
"What are you inferring, my lady?"
She shook her head. "I did not mean to sound—" Her hands balled at her side. "I just mean to say, thank you for not disregarding my wishes. Gus and I have discussed it, and on occasion, if it be all right with you, he may come and spend time at Dunbarton." Did she just flinch? Ian looked over to Gus. The boy was practically dancing on the balls of his feet, hope and excitement evident in his eyes.
"Of course it is acceptable to me. Gus may come to Dunbarton whenever he wishes."
Ian flicked his eyes to Lady Crannach and amended his words.
"Or rather, whenever you agree to let him."
He turned his attention to Gus.
"You may come and fetch me at the Dower House. I do not want you in the castle alone. As we have seen today, it does hold some dangers."
Gus nodded his head and clapped his hands. "Yes, I shall always come to the Dower House first." Lady Crannach grabbed the boy's hand again and turned back toward the door. As they passed the threshold, Gus called over his shoulder, "Thank you, Lord Ian. Thank you very much." Chapter 8. Cat and Gus had barely stepped onto the gravel drive when Lord Ian jogged down the stairs and caught up with them.
"Let me at least walk you home."
He fell in step with Cat. He raised a hand to his hair and Cat noticed it was shaking. When he caught her looking at him, he dropped it back to his side. "You do not need to trouble yourself on our account. We can make it home on our own." Lord Ian kept his gaze on the gravel road, kicking a small rock to the side.
"It is no trouble, but I will not insist."
Did he sound disappointed? Cat was finding Lord Ian increasingly hard to understand. She thought she knew what he was about, but he kept doing things that made her question her earlier judgments. Just now in the dungeons, while they had been talking in the dark, she had believed him on the verge of tears, which was an absurd notion. She shook her head. "I am sure you are very busy. I do not wish to take you away from your duties here." She felt him looking at her, so she turned to him and gave him a brief smile. He smiled back and stumbled a bit before righting himself. He returned his eyes to the road.
"Pardon me, I am not normally so clumsy. Perhaps it would be best if we parted ways here."
He nodded to the Dower House tucked back into the trees. "May I come over tomorrow, Lord Ian?" Gus looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Lord Ian grinned down at Gus. Not the one he gave the ladies in the shop, but an easy, friendly smile. Genuine. Cat felt a twinge in her stomach. What would she do if he looked at her like that? She frowned and raised her chin. Nothing, because she would not allow him to affect her. She was just being ridiculous. Lord Ian tousled Gus's hair.
"As I said before, if your mother consents, you may come over any time."
Gus looked up at his mother, a question in his eyes. "We will see what tomorrow brings, Bella," Cat said, squeezing his hand slightly. Lord Ian dipped his head to her.
"My lady."
He then walked quickly down the path and into the Dower House. "Mother, must we take the long way home? I am starved." Cat laughed and placed a hand to her stomach. "Yes, I find I am as well. If we skirt around the Dower House, we should be able to meet up with the back trail." She lifted her skirt slightly and moved onto the path. As they moved around the house, Cat could not help but look up into the windows as they passed. The rooms looked empty for the most part, only a chair here or there. While she did not know for certain, everything she had seen told her this lord was in financial difficulties. It seemed more than just his wardrobe was threadbare. Had he not charged everything at the shop to his brother? What would he want with a place like Dunbarton? Gus tugged on her hand. "Come more, I'm very hungry." Cat started walking again. As they neared the corner of the house, she looked into the last window.
This room had furniture. She saw an old table with a chair positioned behind it. Several worn chairs sat across the table, and an old faded settee sat against the wall. It seemed she had found the room Lord Ian spent most of his time in. As she looked in, the door opened and Lord Ian strode inside. Instinctively, Cat stepped back, pulling Gus up against the side of the house with her. "Mother?" Cat shushed her son and peered into the window. Lord Ian stood before a small table tucked into the corner. He poured a deep golden liquid into a glass, then lifted it to his mouth with a shaky hand and drained the glass in one gulp. Cat frowned. So this was why he was unable to walk them home. He was in need of a drink. A huff sounded from her lips as she watched him turn back to refill his glass. Cat took the opportunity and grabbed Gus by the hand, pulling him quickly behind her as she scurried past the rest of the windows and onto the trail leading back to Paxton Lodge. As they crossed over the stone wall onto their own estate, Gus let out a whine. "Why are we walking so fast? My legs hurt." Cat slowed her pace. "I thought you said you were fair gut-founded. But if I am moving too quickly, we can slow down." Gus dropped his hand out of hers. "I am hungry, but now I am tired as well." "Then perhaps you should lie down after we take tea." Cat chuckled at the scowl which turned down Gus's mouth. "I think I will be recovered once I have had a tea cake." Cat took up his hand once again. "We shall see. It has been a day full of adventure, has it not? Finding Lord Ian trapped in the dungeon was quite exciting." Gus's eyes shone. "It was better than anything we could have pretended." Then, as if he was afraid he might hurt his mother's feelings, he amended his statement. "I always have fun on our adventures more, but a real-life one is different." Cat caressed his cheek with her hand. "I would agree wholeheartedly, Barra." When they arrived at Paxton, Cook had their tea still hot. Gus could barely be considered company. He spoke not a word, as his mouth was never empty long enough for one to escape. As he placed the last bite of a sandwich into his mouth, his eyelids drooped. Cat grinned as he leant back against the pillows, letting them flutter shut. Before she had finished her tea, Gus was soundly asleep. Cat looked at her son, his features softened and smoothed. He looked so much like her father, the only trait she hoped he inherited. Cat sighed. Perhaps she had been too hasty in giving Gus leave to go to Dunbarton. Had she allowed one honourable decision on Lord Ian's part to sway her? What if she continued to allow Gus to spend time with Lord Ian, and he learnt those traits she had despised so much in her father and then her husband? There were many similarities, dipping rather deep and gambling. While she did not know Lord Ian to be a rake, she would not be surprised by it. She knew his kind all too well. The thought of her sweet bairn being exposed to such things, her stomach churned, and the tea sloshed about like an angry sea. And what of her? She would admit she had felt herself softening toward him while they were talking in the dungeon. He seemed vulnerable, different. But a moment of vulnerability was not a reason to overlook all the other glaring deficiencies in the man's character. Had she ever seen him without bloodshot eyes? "He is a rake," she scolded herself, but then softened slightly. "Or a scoundrel at the very least. And a scoundrel is precisely what you do not need in your life, Catriona Melton." Cat refused to utter her married name, even in her mind, still preferring to use the name of her childhood. If she could go back in time, she would never have married James. Cat scooted herself back into the corner of the chair. Not that she'd had a choice. Her eyes drifted over to Gus, and she instantly regretted her thoughts. She would do it all over again, because her marriage had given her Gus, and she would not wish him away for anything. Fortunately, she had only suffered through 3 years of marriage before her husband had died, though the year following his death had most certainly been worse. Thankfully, when she learnt her grandfather had named her heir of Paxton Lodge and the Crannach title, she was able to flee and finally find a peace that had lasted the last 4 years. Gus shifted, and Cat stood up and snatched a rug from the end of the settee. She unfolded it and draped it over his little body. He snuggled in and sighed deeply. She settled back into her chair and picked up a book from the side table. She had read only a few sentences when her own eyes grew heavy, and she too slept. Chapter 9. Ian groaned and squinted at the light coming from the lantern on the table. He swallowed, but it stuck in his throat. His mouth felt thick and dry. Sitting up, another groan pushed out. He put a hand to his throbbing head. What time was it? The last thing he remembered, he was calming his nerves with a bit of whiskey. His tongue ran over the roof of his mouth, the stale taste of spirit still present. He leant forward, slowing his movement as his stomach lurched. Why had he drunk so heavily? The question ran through his mind more oft these days. One glass didn't seem to satisfy him any more. Apparently, 3 or 4 didn't either. The memory of the darkened cell came into his mind. He needed to stop drinking the stronger spirits. When he was younger, it seemed he could recover from an evening with his friends. But in the last year, things had been different. He would undoubtedly feel the effects of his indulgence for a day or 2. Perhaps things would be clearer in the morning. He was exhausted and afraid the contents of his stomach would be coming back up if he did not get to bed. A lantern, lit low, burnt on the table beside him, left by Mrs. Docherty, no doubt. Stumbling as quickly as he could, Ian grasped the lantern and made his way to his chambers. Placing the lantern on the side table, he pulled off his coat. He fumbled with the cravat and lamented the absence of Keaton, his former valet, as his fingers shook untying the knot. Finally getting it loose, he lunged for the chamber pot and heaved. When he was sure even his toenails had come up, he pushed the pot under the bed and leant against the mattress. Sweat dotted his forehead and his breathing was jerky. Why did he do this to himself? The problem was that when the whiskey was going down his throat, it was warm and pleasant. He never stopped to consider the consequences. Clambering onto the mattress, he collapsed, forgetting about his cravat and his breeches. Sleep was more important. Ian's stomach grumbled and he cracked an eye open. Sunlight streamed in through the window, little bits of dust dancing in the light. Sitting up, he grabbed his head. He waited for the rolling of his stomach, but it only grumbled again. Moving slowly, he got out of bed. Looking down at his rumpled clothing, he decided he was glad Keaton wasn't here to lecture him about sleeping in his clothes. He moved to his wardrobe and took out a new shirt. He sighed as he saw the hole in the shoulder seam, but slid the shirt on anyway. He made his way down to the kitchens, his stomach letting out a loud growl as he entered and smelt the breakfast laid out on the table. Mrs. Docherty looked up when he entered. Her eyes held a mixture of censure and pity. Ian clenched his teeth, only adding to the ache in his head. "Did you sleep well, my lord? What do you think?" Ian snapped. Mrs. Docherty's mouth pinched into a firm line. Ian slid onto a stool and put his head in his hands. "My apologies, Mrs. Docherty. I should not have snapped at you." When she did not reply, Ian looked up through his fingers. She was looking at him, her hands on her hips. "If there is something in your life you are not happy about, my lord, change it. You are the only one who can." Ian plopped his chin in his cupped hands. "I have also come to that realization." He paused. "But just wanting something does not make it happen. Sometimes a person needs help." Mrs. Docherty sat down across from him. She grasped his hands in her own. "What can I do, lad?" Her mouth twitched. "I already emptied your chamber pot." Ian winced. "Oh, I'm very sorry about that." His neck heated, but he met her gaze. "I was hoping perhaps you could take possession of the stronger spirits." Her mouth dropped open slightly. "You are serious, my lord. Shall I get rid of it altogether?" Ian shook his head, and she frowned. "No, I will be having friends." Ian paused. The word felt wrong. He shook it off. "Guests coming to visit in a few months. I do not have the money to purchase more before they come, and they will expect it to be available. Perhaps you can just put it in a safe place." She squeezed his hands before releasing them. "I would be happy to help, lad." Was that pride he saw in her eyes? Ian doubted it. He had done little in his life of late to merit pride. His chest tightened as he realised he wanted to make this woman proud of him. Maybe if she could be proud, his mother would be proud of him also. Getting food into his stomach helped him feel normal again. As he pushed away from the table, he smiled at the older lady. "Thank you for the breakfast, Mrs. Docherty." He stood up. "Do you know where your husband is? I should like to speak with him." She shook her head. "He is about the estate somewhere. I shall send him to your study when he returns." Ian nodded and patted the woman on the arm. Making his way to his study, he sat down behind his desk and turned the chair so he could stare out the window. Decisions needed to be made, and sitting there in his study was accomplishing nothing.
He felt an urgency to begin, to do something that would move him forward. It was only a matter of weeks before his friends arrived. He thought again of the scorn his friends would show if they learnt of his involvement in the work, but then he didn't need to tell them who had done the work. A knock sounded, and Docherty stuck his head in the door.
"You wish to see me, my lord?"
Ian nodded to one of the chairs across from him.
"Yes, come, have a seat."
The bailiff sat down, turning his hat over in his hands, waiting.
"I have thought about our conversation the other day."
The man frowned.
"About what Dunbarton means to me."
Ian fingered the handle of a penknife laying on the table.
"If you are still willing to help, I think we should begin making the repairs to the castle."
He looked up at Docherty, unsure why he was nervous. It was almost as if he cared what this man thought of him. A smile curved the man's lips. Ian's shoulders and neck relaxed, even as he sat up a little taller in his chair.
"I do not believe I will be of much help, but I will do what you ask of me."
Docherty pushed himself out of his seat.
"I am glad to hear it, lad. It will be difficult work, especially with only the two of us, but I am confident we can make the needed repairs."
He placed his hat back on his head.
"I will inform the missus that we will be departing on the morrow. Pack light. We will not have room for trunks and all the things gentlemen believe they need to travel."
He raised a brow at Ian. Ian practically jumped from his seat and moved around the table, coming to a stop directly in front of the old man.
"For what purpose am I packing? I believe we decided to begin repairs."
The old man nodded.
"Mending the roof is the first priority. If it is not fixed, any work we do inside the house will be ruined with the first rain. I think you will find that winter is not as far off as you believe it to be, especially here on the Isle of Mull."
Ian's forehead still crinkled. What did winter and the roof have to do with their immediate departure?
"Where do you think we will get the timbers for the roof beams? Have you seen many trees tall enough here on the isle? We will be able to harvest some timber for other repairs from our own groves, but in order to get the beams big enough to support the roof, we will need to go to the mainland and harvest them there. Then we will bring them back with us."
Images of felling trees entered Ian's mind, and for a moment he doubted his decision.
"How will we possibly get them back here?"
Docherty gave Ian a fatherly pat on the shoulder.
"Not to worry, lad. I know what I am about. Just be ready to depart at dawn tomorrow."
Ian nodded his head and returned to his chair. He suddenly felt thirsty. What had he got himself into? In truth, he had not really known what the repairs would entail, but bringing down great trees and hauling them back to Mull had never entered his thoughts. Why was it every time he thought himself on the right path, something always came up to make him question his resolve? Ian leant forward, placing his elbows on his thighs and his chin in his hands. He stared out the window at Dunbarton Castle. Could he really do this? Could he really repair this place? Could he bring it back to its former grandeur? A knock sounded at the door, and Mrs. Docherty entered. Her fingers twisted the corner of her apron. "My lord, Mr. Wilson is here to see you." Ian shook his head.
"I don't know a Mr. Wilson. Please tell him I'm not at home."
She licked her lips. "He is the proprietor of the Snowton Barley Inn." She took a step closer. "I tried to tell him you were not at home, but he insisted he would wait for your return." Ian's stomach knotted. This did not sound like a social visit, but what could the man want? Ian sighed.
"Very well. Where is he?"
"I left him in the front parlour. It is the only room with a settee."
"Will you please send in some tea, Mrs. Docherty? Perhaps your delicious biscuits will help to smooth things over with Mr. Wilson."
She nodded her head and turned to leave, but Ian could tell she was not convinced. He followed her out of the study and made his way to the parlour. When he entered, the sun shone brightly through the window, making the room feel cheerful and warm. Upon seeing Mr. Wilson's face, all the cheer left, and the knot in Ian's stomach tightened. He balled his hands at his side, his fingers feeling cold against his palms.
"Ah, Mr. Wilson, this is an unexpected surprise. How may I be of service to you?"
The man's face remained a stony mask.
"You can pay me the blunt you owe me."
Ian shook his head.
"I am afraid you have caught me at a disadvantage. What money do I owe you?"
"For the lodging, food and spirits."
Ian smirked. "I thought I made it clear you could apply to Lord Kendall for those funds."
The man nodded. "I did. I received this missive yesterday." He thrust a sheet of expensive paper at Ian.
Ian looked first at the signature. It was from Conrad's solicitor. Then he scanned the letter, his stomach souring. "I am writing to inform you the funds you have requested were not incurred by Lord Kendall. No payment shall be made at this time. Please seek out Lord Ian Pinkerton for your remittance." Ian could see the paper shaking slightly, and realised it was his hand which was the cause. Was Conrad refusing to pay this bill? It was not even a gambling debt, but for food and lodging. Ian tossed the paper on the settee. Clenching his fists, he tried to get control of his emotions. How many others had Conrad refused since Ian departed from London? "There appears to be some mistake. I fear Mr. Hastings has misunderstood the situation. Let me write to him, and my brother and I shall see it is all straightened out." He shifted his weight to his other foot. "You will get your money, sir. You need not worry on that account." Mr. Wilson looked at Ian with narrowed eyes. "Very well, my lord, but I am afraid you will not be welcome in my establishment until the bill is paid in full." Ian ran a hand through his hair and nodded. "Yes, I understand. I apologise for the inconvenience, for making you travel all this way to discuss—" Ian picked up the letter from the couch and held it up. "This." The man gave nothing away. He scowled one last time before turning and quitting the house. Ian collapsed on the settee, picking up the letter once more. Reading it a second time did nothing to alleviate his tension. A soft knock sounded, and Mrs. Docherty entered with a tea service. Ian gazed at the tray filled with sandwiches and pasties. He looked from the tray to the older woman. "Mrs. Docherty, where do you purchase the food which you prepare for me?" Her gaze dropped from his. "From the village, lad. Where else should I obtain it?" "You have had no problem getting what you need, using the credit I established when I arrived." She licked her lips, looking more nervous now than she had when announcing Mr. Wilson. When she did not answer immediately, Ian stood up. "Mrs. Docherty, have you been unable to purchase because payment was denied?" Ian's head pulsed. He looked at the tray, knowing the food would surely be delicious, but he no longer had an appetite for it. She did not speak, only nodded her head. Motioning to the tray sitting on a nearby chair, Ian looked at her. "How long ago did this happen?" She shrugged. "It's only been a few days, my lord." Why had she not told him? What money had she been using to buy food? "How are you able to make such things, such delicacies?" "I have been living on little for many years, my lord. I know how to make things stretch." Ian tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes at her. "Mrs. Docherty." She straightened her shoulders and stood her full height, which brought her nearly to his chest. "I did what I needed to do, lad." "And what exactly did you need to do?" He was not letting this go. She would stay in this room until she told him everything he wanted to know. She glared at him, even as she swallowed hard. "I took in the laundry of a few more families. I learnt Miss Crabtree was ill and needed the help. I took over the laundry for her. I give half the pay to her and keep the rest." Ian dropped onto the couch, his face in his hands. Why do such a thing for me? You hardly know me." His voice dropped to a whisper as he picked at a small hole in his pants. "And what you do know hardly qualifies me for such kindness." She sat next to him on the settee, lightly placing a hand on his arm. "You are a good man, my lord. I know in time you will make things right." Ian reared up. No, I am not a good man. You should not put your trust in someone so blindly. I will only disappoint you in the end. I always do." He could not stand it any more. Shaking his head, he walked quickly from the room. Once he arrived at his study, he slammed the door closed. His cook was taking in washing to provide food for him, the master of the estate. He laughed mirthlessly, the tightness in his stomach rising into his chest and then his throat. Conrad was right. Father would be immensely disappointed. Ian was disappointed in himself. Chapter 10. A knock sounded on the blue sitting-room door. Cat looked up as Gormal sketched a brief bow. "Lord Ian is here to see you, my lady. I should have sent him away, but he indicated the matter was rather urgent." Cat frowned. What urgent matter could Lord Ian have to speak with her about? "Then I suppose I should see him. Where is he now?" "In the pink drawing-room, my lady." Cat dipped her head. "Thank you, Gormal." The butler bowed again and left. Cat put aside her embroidery and stood. She smoothed the wrinkles from her dress before making her way to the drawing room. She felt in no hurry to get there. After all, the man was an uninvited guest whom she did not wish to see. The door to the drawing room was cracked open. Cat stopped just short of entering. Lord Ian paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, his face drawn down into a frown. She placed her hand on the doorknob, but paused again. His mouth moved as he talked to himself, shaking his head and at times even his fist. The man was handsome, there was no disputing that fact. Moisture formed on her palms, as if validating her assessment. She pursed her lips. James had also been a handsome man, and what good had it done her? Her marriage had done little but cause her pain. It wasn't until after James's death that she had found out about the other women. Cat remembered well how foolish she had felt when she realised how he'd deceived her. Lord Ian had flirted with every lady in Mr. Staybridge's shop. It was obvious this man was no different than James. She straightened her shoulders and raised her chin. Lord Ian snorted and shook his head. Something was surely bothering him. Cat wondered where Gus was. Had he wandered over to Dunbarton and Lord Ian was unhappy about it? "I am learning nothing standing here in the hallway," Cat whispered, before she pushed open the door and entered the room. Lord Ian immediately ceased his pacing and bowed slightly to her. She curtsied, as she had been taught since she was in leading strings. "I am sorry if I have kept you waiting, Lord Ian." She noted his dishevelled hair and worn expression. This was one area Lord Ian was not like her late husband. James would never have been caught looking as if he had slept in his clothes, and he would certainly never visit anyone looking as such. Perhaps Lord Ian had been drinking again, or maybe this was the result of his drinking the day before. Lord Ian came closer, and Cat moved a few steps forward, meeting him in the middle. She could smell no spirits, only a soft scent of soap and tooth powder. Why did she feel relieved? He looked at her, and her heart stuttered. She scowled and took a deep breath. She was not some doe-eyed debutante in her first season. "How may I be of service?" Taking a step back, he fiddled with the beaver in his hands. His eyes stayed focused on the hat. "While going over the ledgers, I discovered that a parcel of Paxton Lodge was sold to the owners of Dunbarton some 30 years ago." Cat's eyes widened. "You've looked over 30 years of ledgers?" His eyes flicked up to hers briefly, and he nodded. 50, actually. That is as far back as I could find. I am sure there are others, but perhaps they are with the Wesleys. I have written to Mr. Wesley asking if he knows of their whereabouts." He shut his mouth and pursed his lips together, but that is not why I have come. Cat looked at him. She would not have guessed he would even know what a ledger looked like, let alone be able to decipher what was in it. She looked down at the carpet, the toe of her slipper twisting into the soft fibres. That was unkind, Catriona. "Then what have you come to discuss with me?" He cleared his throat. "I wondered if—" He pinched his earlobe between his thumb and forefinger, pulling on it until it sprang from his grasp. "If you would be amiable to buying the parcel back." "You wish to sell off a portion of Dunbarton?" When Lord Ian nodded, Cat realised she had voiced her thoughts. "As I said, it was originally part of Paxton," he explained. His eyes held hers for the first time since she entered the room, and she stepped back. Why did he look at her as he did? And why would he volunteer to sell her back the parcel? But why? The tips of his ears pinked. Why was she so fascinated with his ears? "I find I am in need of some money," Lord Ian said, with more honesty than she expected. "My brother, it seems, has cut me off in totality." Several emotions flitted across his eyes, but Cat could not decipher them. "Where is the parcel? I had no idea a sale had ever taken place, although it would have happened years before I was born." "It is the parcel that would give you ocean access. Did you never find it odd that Dunbarton almost encircles Paxton?" She had wondered, but it happened frequently enough that she had never investigated. Why would she? "If you would speak with Mr. McGrath, my bailiff, about the particulars, I will consult with him on your offer." Lord Ian nodded. "Thank you. The sooner we can complete the transaction, the better." He turned to leave, but stopped short of the door. "I will be away for a week or so, but if the arrangements could be settled by the time I return, I would appreciate it." Cat nodded to his back as he left the room. She did not know what to think. Part of her was surprised Lord Ian would admit to having any financial difficulties, even though one could speculate as much. She wondered if he even had a valet. If he did, the man should be sacked. From the way Lord Ian's cravat hung limply around his neck, the man was not doing his job well. Cat watched as he made his way back down the path that connected their estates. His steps were long and sure. Taking a step forward, she ran a finger across the glass, outlining his silhouette. She was unable to stop herself from admiring his lean form. His shoulders were broad, but his body tapered as it moved down to a slim waist and thighs, although gangly would never be a word to describe this man. His legs were muscular and defined in his snug-fitting breeches. A few curls curved around his ear from beneath the brim of his hat. Cat bit her lip. Taking a step back, she shook herself out of her observation. What was wrong with her? She had made a decision about this man. There would be no attachments formed on her part. She knew what a man of his character brought: heartache and betrayal. Besides, Lord Ian was already in financial difficulties. She could see nothing to recommend him, except, perhaps, his handsome face, and that she had already discounted. Handsome or not, men like Lord Ian Pinkerton brought nothing but trouble. But then she tilted her head to the side and frowned. Though she claimed to know Lord Ian, he continued to do things which went against what she believed him to be. James would never have admitted to financial problems, had never admitted to them. And then there was the way Lord Ian interacted with Gus. James had done nothing more than acknowledge his birth. Would he have played with Gus as Lord Ian did, now that Gus was older? Cat could not picture it. Lord Ian entered the grove of trees just across the wall on his estate. He stopped and glanced back at Paxton. Cat stepped away from the window, afraid he could see her watching him. She turned and ran her hands down the front of her dress. It did not matter what kind of man he turned out to be. She could not afford to let her guard down. It would be too easy for her accidentally to say too much, and she could not risk that happening. She could not risk losing Gus. Chapter 11. Ian threw a clean, albeit threadbare, shirt into his small bag. He fingered the linen, his face heating. There had been a time when he was known throughout London for his fashion sense. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. He had been known for many things. He tossed a tin of tooth powder and a small chunk of soap into the bag and fastened it shut. He just needed to get the estate in order, and then he would be able to sell it and get back to his previous life. He tugged at his collar, thinking he must have tied his cravat too tight. Glancing around the sparsely furnished room, Ian shrugged into his coat and grabbed his bag with one hand, while the other fastened up his buttons. Doherty was already in the stables, hitching his 2 large horses to the longest wagon Ian had ever seen. It had no sides, only holes spaced evenly down the length of the bed. There were several thin logs, not much longer than Ian's legs, stacked and fastened to the wagon bed. How are we to bring logs back if the wagon has no sides? The old man smiled. Don't you worry, lad. Ian's brow crinkled. Lad? He had noticed both the Dohertys use the term. Ian knew he should correct the indiscretion, but he found he liked the intimacy it inferred, so he said nothing of it. How long will it take us to get to the timber groves? Doherty scratched at his bearded chin. The wagon will slow us down slightly, but I suspect we'll be able to make camp before nightfall tomorrow. Make camp? We are not to be sleeping in an inn or structure of some sort. Every new detail Ian learnt about this adventure tested his resolve. The idea of not only making the repairs but also felling the trees himself still seemed a bag of moonshine. Taking a deep breath, Ian mounted his horse, while Doherty lumbered into the wagon and took up the reins. They moved out, Ian falling in behind the wagon, his horse walking so slowly Ian could likely have walked faster on foot. Once they made it onto the main road toward town, the wagon picked up speed. Still, his horse was not even at a full canter. They got to the docks as the sun began to climb over the horizon, shining brightly and burning off the morning fog. A ship sat at the dock. Ian stared, his brow furrowed. How had his bailiff managed to secure a ship for crossing the Sound, and with such short notice? He moved his horse toward the front of the wagon. How do we get the wagon on board? The old man laughed. I know what I'm about, lad. Ian shook his head, breathing in through his nose, heat climbing up his neck and face. The tone of the old man's voice sounded as if Doherty thought Ian an imbecile, not smart enough to understand, even if things were explained to him. Doherty talked briefly to the captain before he slowly guided the horses onto the dock. Several ropes dropped over the side of the ship. Ian watched as Doherty unloaded the small timbers, setting them to the side.
Then he secured the ropes to several holes in the frame of the wagon. He hollered up to the men on deck, and slowly the wagon began to climb up the side of the ship. Ian sat back in his saddle, his arms crossed over his chest. This was what it took to get the wagon on board. What would it entail when they returned loaded down with logs? Soon, the wheels of the wagon touched down on the deck of the ship. Mr. Docherty took the horses, including Ethelred, to the stable yard just off the docks, where they would remain until Ian and Docherty returned. Perched on their shoulders, the men then carried the timbers they had previously unloaded from the wagon onto the ship. The whole process was quite an ordeal. Once Ian and Mr. Docherty were secure on board, the ship finally pulled away from the dock. Ian's stomach grumbled. Mr. Docherty grinned and moved to his saddlebags. He returned with a serviette and a small tin bottle. "Mrs. Docherty insisted I bring this along. She was afraid you might starve." He opened it up and took out 2 wedges of hard cheese and some crunchy bread. Docherty held up the tin bottle. "And some milk if you're in need of a drink." Ian smirked. "Not the kind of drink I was contemplating, but it will do." Docherty laughed. "It is better for you than that fire you usually drink." Ian shrugged. "Perhaps." The two ate in silence. Ian looked around him. He knew he had seen so much of this when he first came to the Isle, but he couldn't say any of it looked familiar. The view was breathtaking. How had he not noticed it before? What had been so important to keep him from appreciating his surroundings? He grimaced. The prospect of his newly won estate and the money he would be getting from its sale is what he had been focused on. The trip took longer than it had when Ian had come from the mainland, but before the sun set, they were beginning the process of unloading the wagon. Ian fetched the horses Docherty had arranged for, while the crew lowered the wagon onto the dock. By the time they were hitched up and underway, the day was nearly over. Ian looked around, but did not see any trees of substantial size. It was obvious they were still far from their destination. He rode over to where Docherty was just pulling himself onto the seat of the wagon. "Shall we stay in the village for the night and continue on in the morning?" Ian did not know how he would pay for it, but he did not relish the idea of sleeping in the wagon. The man looked over at him, as if sizing Ian up. "No, we should go as far as we can today." Ian's shoulders dropped, but he was determined to not let his bailiff see his uncertainty. "Let's be on our way, then." The sky had darkened considerably, and only the last hints of purple still lingered on the horizon when they finally pulled to a stop at the edge of a rocky clearing. "We can stay here for the night," Docherty said. Ian looked about. It did not seem particularly safe to sleep outside of a village. "Are you certain this is safe? What if a highwayman should come upon us?" Mr. Docherty chuckled as he withdrew a set of pistols from under the wagon seat. "Do you know how to use one?" Ian nodded. "Then we should be perfectly safe." Ian nodded again, but he did not share the old man's optimism. "Then let's make camp." Ian groaned inwardly. Never in his life had he thought he would utter those words. After setting out their bedrolls under the protection of the wagon, Mr. Docherty pulled out another serviette and handed Ian a strip of dried meat, a handful of dried fruit and nuts, and another chunk of cheese. "Your wife is very thoughtful." Docherty laughed. "I believe she was thinking more of you than of me, lad." Ian smiled. "Why would you say such a thing? Even I can see she loves you." "Oh, I have no doubt of that, but she knows I can take care of myself. It is you she was worried would starve on this trip." Ian's nostrils flared, even as his chest warmed. "She does not think me capable of taking care of myself. I can assure you I would be just fine." Docherty's head tilted to the side, and a crease formed above the bridge of his nose. He had noticed the edge in Ian's voice. Ian's face heated, and he toed at a rock in the ground. "She has seen nothing which would indicate the truth of that statement. That is what you were thinking." It was not a question. Ian knew they thought him incapable of anything but drinking and gambling. He could not even manage to pay for his own food. Why would Mrs. Docherty think him capable of surviving out in the open, with no inn or taproom to sustain him? He ran a hand down his face. Docherty shook his head, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. "'Tis not as bad as all that, lad. She likes to mother and has no one to watch over." He looked over at Ian, his mouth set into a line, his head nodded slightly. "I'm sure you would get on without a problem." Ian saw the old man's lips twitch slightly, leading Ian to believe Docherty was telling a bouncer. But even still, a warmth blossomed in his chest. It had been a long time since someone cared about him, had faith in him. Ian did not know what to say, so he bobbed his head and looked at the cheese in his hand. He sat up a little taller. Could Mrs. Docherty see something in him that he himself did not know was there? As the silence stretched on, Ian thought about what she could possibly see and how he could show her she was not misguided in her belief. Chapter 12. Cat had discussed the offer from Lord Ian at great length with Mr. McGrath. There was no doubt it was in her best interest to have the sea access and make Paxton whole again. But at what cost? If Mr. McGrath's inquiries were correct, Lord Ian needed more money than he would ever garner from selling a small parcel of land. She had tried to think of it from every angle, but still, she could not understand what he hoped to gain by the sale, for she was certain he was trying to finagle something by this act. She cringed. Why was her natural instinct to think the worst of him? He'd been nothing but kind at every encounter. Even their first meeting he had been polite, a nodcock, but polite. Why could she not give him a chance? Because she knew his type. James had always had a motive behind everything he did. Nothing was ever as it appeared on the surface. She would never know what price Lord Ian was going to try and exact from her until she asked. Perhaps it would be best if she let Mr. McGrath discuss the particulars with Lord Ian, yet even as she thought it, she felt herself moving toward the entryway. Retrieving her bonnet and gloves, she left the house and made her way around to the path that ran between the two estates. It wouldn't hurt for her to ask him his price. She could then turn the negotiations over to Mr. McGrath and her solicitor. Cat bypassed the castle and went straight to the dower house. Her mouth opened slightly when Lord Ian himself opened the door. He smiled at her, but there seemed to be a question in his eyes. "Yes?" She gave a slight curtsy. "My lord, I have come to discuss the details of your offer." He continued to look at her, but opened the door wider and motioned her inside. Cat's heart sped up slightly. She had never been inside the dower house, and if he was opening his own front door, it must mean Mrs. Docherty was not at home. Perhaps this was not the best idea she had ever had. Lord Ian motioned her down a corridor and into the room she had seen him in before, the one with the table. He positioned himself behind the desk, inviting Cat to sit in one of the worn chairs across from him. He motioned with his hand in a circular motion. "Please, continue. What did you wish to discuss about my offer?" Why did he make the word offer sound as if it was a scandalous word? "Yes." Cat licked her lips and sat up straighter. This was not a good idea. She could hear the uncertainty in her voice. If she had learnt one thing from her late husband, it was to never let your opponent think they had the advantage. She needed to appear confident and knowledgeable in this discussion. "I have discussed it at length with Mr. McGrath, and we think we can come to an agreement." She paused and raised a single brow. It was a look James always used when he was trying to make someone feel as though they were in a lesser position. He used the tactic often enough on her. "That is to say, if the price is right." Lord Ian nodded. "And do you have a price in mind?" Cat pursed her lips. She would not have taken Lord Ian for a shrewd negotiator. A charmer, yes, but not a negotiator. "I know what I am willing to accept and what I will not. I was hoping you would tell me what you expect first." Lord Ian narrowed his eyes at her. With his elbows on the arms of his chair, he clasped his hands and steepled his index fingers together. Resting his chin on his thumbs, he rubbed his fingers up and down his pinched lips. He said nothing, just stared at her. Cat fidgeted under his scrutiny. Finally he opened his mouth. "Miss—" He paused. "Miss?" She glared at him. If he thought he would gain the advantage by dismissing her title, he was mistaken. She stood and straightened the front of her dress. "When you are willing to give me the respect I deserve, we can resume this discussion. Until then, I will see myself out." Lord Ian shot to his feet. "Wait. Don't go." He shouted at her and reached a hand out, stopping just short of grasping her arm. She stopped and turned around. Glaring at him, she folded her arms across her chest and waited. A dark-haired lady walked into the room from behind Cat. She moved quickly to Lord Ian's side, concern evident on her face. "What is wrong, my dear?" Cat's eyes bulged. So it was as she suspected. Lord Ian flirted his way through the village, even though he had a wife. Lord Ian's shoulders dropped and he shrugged. The woman tilted her head. "Conrad, why do you look as though you are guilty of something untoward?" Cat frowned. "Conrad!" She cast her eyes at Lord Ian. "You have told everyone your name was Lord Ian. What, my lord, are you about?" The lady turned her eyes on the gentleman, her brow raised. "Not again, my dear. Did you not learn your lesson the last time?" He placed his hand around her waist.
"I was only trying to get information. Mrs. Docherty is very tight-lipped and will tell me nothing of Ian or where he is."
Kat's mouth fell open. "Where Lord Ian is? But I thought—" The woman walked over to Kat and placed a hand on her arm, understanding evident in her eyes. "Yes, I thought the same thing at one time." She turned and motioned to the man standing behind the desk. "This is my husband, Lord Kendall. If you have not figured it out, he and Ian are twins." Twins? Kat had heard of twins looking alike, but she had never actually seen any. She squinted at Lord Kendall. He looked exactly like Lord Ian. Lady Kendall continued. "They have been known to pretend to be the other on occasion." She cast an irritated glance at her husband. "But I thought they had learnt their lesson after the last time." Lord Kendall moved out from behind the desk. He grimaced and looked at Kat's shoulder.
"I apologise for leading you to believe I was Ian. It was wrong of me. But we have only just arrived this morning, and I can get no information about my brother. I can't even ascertain when he will be returning. I was hoping I would get some notion of what is going on from you."
Lord Kendall inclined his head and looked pointedly at Kat. She shook her head. "I have no idea of your brother's location. When last he spoke to me, he indicated he would only be gone a week. I expected him back by now." Lord Kendall ran a hand through his hair, something she had seen Lord Ian do several times.
"And what is this offer you were referring to?"
He leant toward her. Kat could tell he was used to getting what he requested from people. She took several steps back. "I believe that matter is between Lord Ian and myself." She looked up into his scowling face and added, "My lord."
"I demand you tell me."
He folded his arms across his chest. When he stood to his full height, he towered several hands taller than Kat. Old feelings surfaced, and Kat straightened her back and jutted her chin out, trying to appear braver than she felt. A hand appeared on Lord Kendall's shoulder, and he relaxed a fraction. "My dear, she is not one of your political opponents. You can put your fierce face away for now." Lady Kendall stepped in between them. "Please excuse my husband, Miss—" Kat glared at Lord Kendall. "Lady Crannach." Lord Kendall groaned, and Lady Kendall grinned. "Please excuse my husband, Lady Crannach. He tends toward the serious at times, but he means you no disrespect." Lady Kendall slid her hand around his waist, and he pulled her into his side. Kat stared at them. She had never known any proper member of the ton to act like this, although James had not allowed her much time among society. Lord Kendall looked down at his wife, and any trace of sternness disappeared. Kat's face felt warm, and she raised a hand to her cheek. How would it feel to be loved like that? She ducked her head. "Lady Crannach, we would be honoured if you would stay for tea." Lady Kendall patted her husband on the arm and pulled away from him. Kat started to shake her head, but then she noticed the hopeful look in both of their expressions. Unsure why she did it, Kat shook her head. "Mrs. Docherty is not here. Perhaps it would be best if you came to Paxton Lodge for tea." She looked to Lord Kendall. "I'm sure there are other subjects we could discuss." Lady Kendall looked at her husband before stepping forward and grasping Kat's hand. "We would love to join you. Would we not, Conrad?" Lord Kendall nodded, still watching Kat closely. It was unnerving, but not for the reason it usually was. She was used to being looked upon as an object of beauty and desire, but there was none of that sort in Lord Kendall's gaze. He seemed to reserve those for his wife, something Kat had not seen often. No, Lord Kendall's gaze held scrutiny and assessment. It was almost as if he had known her long ago and was trying to place the connection in his mind. Kat shifted uncomfortably. What if he knew who she was? Would he tell others of their mutual acquaintance of her whereabouts, perhaps even notify her brother-in-law? The invitation for tea suddenly seemed ill-planned and fraught with trouble. When silence stretched on longer than was comfortable, Lady Kendall looked between the two of them. "I shall fetch my bonnet and we can be on our way." She placed a hand on her husband's arm, bringing him out of his study of Kat.
"Shall I call for the carriage?"
he asked, looking to Kat for direction. She shook her head. "It is not far. We could walk to Paxton and be halfway through a biscuit before the carriage is readied." Lady Kendall smiled. "Then I shall hurry, so we might be on our way." Unable to bear Lord Kendall's probing looks, Kat turned toward the doorway and followed Lady Kendall out to the entry. Her gloves and bonnet were sitting next to a beaver on a chair to the side of the door. She was putting on her gloves when Cat moved up beside her. Turning slightly to the side, Lady Kendall tilted her head, giving Cat an assessment similar to the one she'd just received from Lord Kendall. As the lady tied the ribbons of her bonnet under her chin, Cat gave a nervous laugh. "Your bonnet is lovely. Is it from London?" Lady Kendall shook her head. "No, I have found a wonderful milliner in Westmoreland. I needed only add a few bits here and there." She looked down at her dress. "We also have a wonderful modiste. I have seen nothing its superior in London." Lady Kendall looked up just as her husband stepped up beside her. "Ah, you timed your arrival perfectly as usual." She squinted up at him. "You always manage to miss the conversations concerning bonnets and gowns. Why is that, my lord?" Lady Kendall looked innocently at her husband, but a smile played at her lips. He grinned back. Cat would have to have been blind not to notice the adoration in his eyes. This man was deeply in love with his wife. Cat swallowed hard. What must it be like to love the man you married? Lord Kendall took a step closer to his wife.
"Years of practice, my lady."
She gave a slight huff, and his eyes dropped to her lips. "Perhaps I would appreciate your input from time to time, my lord." Cat felt the heat spread up her neck and into her face again. She took a step back, feeling like an intruder on this obviously private moment. As if realising they were not alone, Lord Kendall cleared his throat and wiggled his fingers into his gloves.
"If my opinion is what you desire, Jess, you need only ask. But I am certain you know that already."
Lady Kendall shrugged her shoulders. "Yes, I do. But a lady should not have to beg for an opinion." She turned to Cat. "Shall we go?" Cat turned her head, embarrassed she had been caught staring at them, open-mouthed even. They surely thought her of low breeding indeed. Placing an overly cheery smile on her face, she led them out the door, and they set out for Paxton Lodge. Chapter 13. Ian mounted his horse, his exhaustion causing him to sag in the saddle. They had been gone several days longer than he had anticipated, but now, after unloading all the timbers and the wagon from the ship, they were headed for Dunbarton at last. Ian was certain the work they had ahead of them could not come close to being as taxing as what they had just been through. He pulled his horse alongside Docherty.
"Everything is ready. Shall we be on our way?"
The old man nodded. While he looked tired, he did not seem to exhibit the same level of exhaustion as Ian. It was another thing which made him feel as if he was somehow a lesser man. Docherty looked around him, seemingly drinking in a new energy. Ian followed the man's gaze, trying to get the same effect. While he felt a sense of relief that they had made it this far, he did not seem to get the rejuvenation his bailiff did. Curious. The normally hour-long trip from the ferry to Dunbarton seemed to take forever, but at last they pulled onto the drive leading up to the castle. Docherty pulled the wagon to a halt and unhitched the horses, turning them out into the paddock near the stable. Ian followed him with his own horse, giving the horse a quick rub-down before going in search of food. Once he was fed, he would figure out what to do next. The two men walked down the drive together. Neither seemed anxious to break the silence. When they entered the house, Docherty hollered out, "We are back, Mrs. Docherty!" The house was quiet.
"She doesn't seem to be here,"
Docherty said. He turned back toward the entryway.
"Most likely she's at our cottage. I will return shortly."
Ian only nodded. Walking into the house had drained him of all his energy. He continued on to the kitchens, hoping to find something edible. He exhaled and silently thanked Mrs. Docherty when he found a small loaf of bread and some cheese sitting on the table. Ian pulled over a small stool and sat down, ripping the bread open and breaking it into smaller, more manageable bites. After sustaining himself with whatever bird or animal they were able to catch for the last week, the simple meal of bread and cheese was heavenly. His first few bites were voracious and hurried, but once the initial hunger abated, Ian slowed down, savouring every bite. Once he finished eating, he went back outside, slowly rotating his shoulders and his neck. It felt good to be home. Ian ran his hand through his hair, stilling it halfway through. Home? When had he begun to think of Dunbarton as home? He scowled. He needed to put a stop to that kind of thinking immediately. He was going to make enough repairs to sell the estate, then he would be leaving. He walked outside, looking around at the surrounding grove and the fields in the distance. A loud crashing drew his attention up the drive to the castle. Docherty stood beside a pile of logs, a side post from the wagon in his hands. Letting out a tired sigh, Ian walked toward the castle. If Doherty was not too tired to work, neither was Ian. He would not let a man twice his age work harder than him. As Ian strode up to the wagon, Doherty looked up. Ian nodded in the direction of the Doherty's cottage. "Did you locate your wife?" Doherty shook his head. "No, she must have gone to the village." He kicked at a log with his foot to dislodge it from the one underneath. "Or perhaps she was out visiting. Hard to say where Mrs. Doherty could be." Ian kicked at a timber, unsure why he was doing it. He looked over to Doherty. "What do we do next?" Ian's stomach twisted and all his muscles tightened as he waited for the answer. "We will need to strip the bark off all these logs before we can mark them and put them in place." Ian stared at more than a dozen logs, each one 5 or 6 rods in length. He moaned quietly. "And how do we go about such a thing?" Doherty grasped a tool Ian had never before seen, leaning against the front wagon wheel. It was a flat piece of metal with wooden handles on each side. One side of the metal was sharpened into an edge. The old man then sat down on one of the logs. Stretching out in front of him, he put the tool on the log and pulled it toward him, shearing off the bark. He scooted down the log and did it a second time. Ian watched the ease with which the bark sheared off, and he relaxed. This did not look as bad as he had imagined. Doherty stood up. "Would you care to give it a try?" Ian nodded. He grabbed hold of the draw knife and sat a ways down the log. Leaning forward, he placed it on the log and pulled toward him as he had seen Doherty do. The draw knife did a jerky dance down the log, managing to only make a few jagged notches in the bark. Ian straightened. Most of the bark still remained. Doherty let out a hearty laugh next to him. "It isn't as easy as it looks, is it, lad?" Ian bit down on his teeth so hard his jaw ached. Why must everything be so difficult? Why must he do this? He was a gentleman, the son of a marquis. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. If his friends saw him now, he would never hear the end of it, if they ever spoke to him at all. Breathing in deeply, he turned his gaze to Doherty. "There must be a secret. What is it?" Doherty came over and stood next to Ian. He rotated the draw knife, placing it at a precise angle against the bark. "No, it is just a matter of the right amount of pressure and speed." Ian placed the knife on the bark again and pulled it toward him. The bark peeled back with ease. A smile spread across his face as he straightened back up. Doherty patted him on the shoulder. "There you have it, lad. I knew you could do it." Ian's chest puffed out. He allowed himself a moment before moving down the log and beginning again. It took him 2 tries to get the blade at the right angle so it did not stutter down the log. But by the time he got to the end of his first pass, he was moving at a faster pace and was able to peel the bark off on the first attempt. The two rotated the log, and Ian positioned himself toward the top to begin stripping a new side. He was halfway through his motion when a noise caught his attention. With a firm jerk, he finished his pass and sat up. His eyes first landed on his sister-in-law, Jess. Then they moved to his brother. Conrad stood off to the side, his mouth hanging slightly open. Ian leant the blade against the log and pushed himself to standing. His muscles tightened as he spread his feet out slightly, planting himself firmly in front of his brother. "Conrad." Ian's jaw clenched. "What are you doing here?" Conrad opened his mouth, but it snapped shut quickly and his brow furrowed. Ian shook his head and moved back to the log. Sitting down, he stretched out to begin his task of stripping the bark. He cast a last look at his brother before he pulled the blade smoothly toward him. "I don't need your disapproving looks. I don't need anything from you. You and your lectures may return to Pennymore." From the corner of his eyes, Ian saw Conrad shake his head. "I will do no such thing. There are matters we need to discuss." Conrad took a step forward and ran a hand through his hair. "It seems we have been estranged for too long, Ian. For disapproval was not what you saw on my face." Ian let out a long, slow breath. Leaning forward, he focused on the blade, pulling it smoothly toward him. Conrad turned and walked down the lane toward the dower house. Mr. Doherty cleared his throat, and Ian looked up. He had forgotten the man was still there. "There are 2 of you." Ian smiled mirthlessly. "Only in appearance, Doherty. I can assure you our characters are very different. And mine the least desirable." Why had Conrad come here? The Dohertys and the people of the village already knew Ian was a worthless sort, but did Conrad need to come and confirm it? Show everyone it was not a family trait, only a deficiency in Ian? Putting his head down, Ian returned to his work, ignoring the questioning stare he felt from his bailiff. Just as Ian started to get into a rhythm with the blade, a shuffling broke his concentration. He stopped and looked up to find his brother, standing only in breeches and shirt sleeves. Even his cravat was missing. Ian squinted at his brother. "What are you doing?" Conrad levelled a gaze at Ian. "Whatever you are doing." Ian balled his hands at his side. "If you had not noticed, my estate is in need of repair. Because of you, I have no money to hire the work out, so the task has fallen to Mr. Docherty and myself." Even as he said the words, Ian knew the falseness of them. He knew it was his own fault he was pockets to let, but he did not need Conrad to gloat over Ian's fallen status. Conrad let out a guffaw. "Yes, this is all my fault." He folded his arms, shifting onto his back leg. "It is good, I suppose, that your character has not completely changed, or I might not have even recognised you." He turned to Mr. Docherty and motioned to Ian with his head. "Is there another of those tools?" Docherty shuffled off to a nearby shed and disappeared. "What do you think you are doing?" Ian did not even raise his eyes to look at his brother. "I have come to help. From the looks of it, you have a mighty job ahead of you. I believe you can use all the help you can get." It was Ian's turn to guffaw. His greatness, the Marquis of Kendal getting his hands dirty. What would people say? Conrad shrugged. "Less than they will when they learn Lord Ian is repairing his own roof. I am not the one known for my idleness." Ian's lips flattened into a tight line. It was true, but must Conrad speak so plainly? Docherty shut the shed door with a loud thump and returned carrying 2 draw knives, one in each hand. He lifted one forward and Conrad took it. He looked at the old man, wrinkling his nose. "I am sure there is a secret to using this. Would you mind showing me?" Docherty grinned and Ian frowned. It had already started. Conrad was beginning to win over the bailiff. Ian's hands tightened on the handles of the tool. He yanked it forward, causing it to jerk erratically down the log and to the side, narrowly missing his thigh. Placing the blade on the ground against the log, Ian rubbed at his eyes with his thumb and fingers. He got up and walked away from the stack of timbers, rolling his shoulders and rotating his head from side to side. It seemed his brother was staying on, for the time being, which meant Ian was going to have to figure out a way to keep his feelings in check. Perhaps if he could get the matters which had brought Conrad to Dunbarton discussed, then he and Jess could be on their way, by breakfast tomorrow, if Ian had his way. Feeling more in control, he strolled back to the timber pile and picked up the peavey, using it to roll his log onto its last side. Ian looked over to Conrad and took satisfaction in seeing Conrad's blade bounce lightly down the log, leaving a wavy trail behind it. Ian ran a hand over his smooth log and grinned. It seemed Conrad was not perfect after all. They worked until the sun began to droop behind the horizon. Ian stood up and groaned at the tightness of his muscles. He brushed the wood chips from his pants and laid the draw knife to the side. "I think I have had enough for one day. Docherty, you look as if you could use some sleep." The old man grimaced as he gingerly stood up, his hand going to his back. "I am not a young lad any more." Ian took a few steps and stopped at Docherty's side. Placing a hand around his shoulders, he took the blade from his hands and leant it against the log. "I would wager your wife has something delicious ready for dinner. Come, I believe I have just enough chairs for us all to dine together." Ian cast a look over his shoulder at his brother, who was slowly following behind. The walk back to the dower house took longer than usual, all of the men moving more gingerly. Ian opened the door to the kitchens, and his brows rose. Jess stood with Mrs. Docherty, an apron around her waist and her fingers caked with dough. She smiled when they entered, but her eyes did not light up until Conrad entered the room. Ian swallowed hard. How would his life be different if Jess had chosen him instead of Conrad? Ian looked to the floor. There was no way to answer that question. She had not chosen him because of who, or rather, what he was. It was one of the many regrets he had come to realise recently. Ian looked up to see Conrad wrap his arms around his wife's waist and pull her back against him. He rested his chin on her shoulder and whispered something in her ear. Ian could not hear what it was, but he could guess by the way she coloured up. She wiggled out of Conrad's arms. "Go get washed up. Dinner is almost ready." Conrad placed a quick kiss on her cheek and headed out of the kitchens. Ian followed behind, but at a slower pace. Later, he sat down across the kitchen table from Conrad. The Dochertys had insisted upon returning to their cottage, leaving Ian alone with his brother and Jess. The meal started in silence while they ate. Ian pretended to keep his gaze on his plate, but on several occasions he glanced up and saw Jess looking pointedly at Conrad. As Jess stood to retrieve the pie Mrs. Docherty had left for dessert, Conrad cleared his throat.
"How have you been doing, Ian?"
Ian wiped at the corners of his mouth with his serviette.
"Come now, Conrad. Why is it you are really here? We both know it is not to see if I am well."
Conrad ran a hand through his hair.
"That is not true. I was worried about your welfare."
Ian looked at him with narrowed eyes, and Conrad shrugged.
"Very well. Jess was worried about you. I am still angry with you."
Ian turned and looked at Jess. He should have known. Even though they were not on friendly terms, she was a kind-hearted person. Conrad put his serviette on the table and pushed his plate back. He placed his elbows on the arms of the chair and clasped his hands together.
"You said you did not need me and I could return to Pennymore. If that is truly the case, why has my solicitor been receiving letters from proprietors from London to here requesting payment? Everything from taprooms, which are the largest amounts, to confectioners' shops. Is it just me you do not need? Because it seems you are still in need of my money."
Hurt warred with anger in Conrad's eyes. Ian looked down at his hands.
"I understand you have declined payment on all of them. So it would seem my statement is still true. I don't need either of you."
Ian's chest tightened. Why must this be the extent of their relationship these days? Conrad sighed and ran a hand through his hair again, making it stick up on end.
"You are so vexing."
He stood up quickly, and his chair slid back against the stove with a bang.
"Why? Why can you not admit you're in trouble? Why can you not admit you need help and that your life is in shambles?"
Ian pushed to standing and placed his hands on the table. He leant over, glaring at Conrad.
"As you just witnessed, I am doing what I need to do to get my estate in order."
Conrad assumed the same position, and the two men came nose to nose.
"If I refused payment, how do you even have food to eat?"
Ian jerked back. His face heated as he thought of Mrs. Docherty taking in extra washing.
"I have always been able to get what I need."
The words were like sawdust in his mouth. His shoulders slumped and he stepped back. He couldn't have this argument again. He looked at Jess.
"I apologise for my manners, but I find I am exhausted from my travels. If you will excuse me."
He made his way around the table but paused at the doorway.
"Please, make yourself at home."
His voice dropped.
"Or as much as you can in a place such as this."
Ian walked to his room, both relieved and resentful that Conrad did not stop him. If luck was on his side, he would not see them again before they left. Chapter 14. "Are you ready for tea, my lady?" Mary dipped a curtsy just inside the doorway. Cat set aside her stitchery and stood up. "Is it that time already?" The maid nodded. "Yes, but I would like Gus to join me. Have you seen him?" Mary shook her head. "He's not in the nursery either. I was just there to take Katie her tea." Cat's brow furrowed. "He must be about the grounds somewhere. I will go and find him. Will you please fetch me my bonnet, Mary?" The girl nodded and curtsied again before leaving the room. Cat looked out the window at the side gardens, but Gus was nowhere to be seen. She turned at the sound of the door as Mary entered with her bonnet and gloves. "Thank you. If you see Gus, please make sure he stays here until I return. I do not wish to chase him about the estate all afternoon." "Yes, my lady." Cat walked out through the library doors. She looked around, trying to decide where to look first. There were so many places Gus liked to play, the options were exhausting. He had not been to Dunbarton since Lord Ian had returned. Perhaps that was where he had gone. Cat frowned. She had told Gus he was to tell her before he went to see Lord Ian. Making her way to the trail, Cat scanned the area, making sure she did not pass him by mistake. Her tea with Lord Kendall had been interesting. He seemed to be nothing like his brother. Lord Kendall, while polite and kind, seemed very intense and serious, something she had only glimpsed in Lord Ian on a few occasions. The conversation at tea had mostly been between Cat and Lady Kendall. It was too bad they were only to be on the Isle for a short time, for Cat had liked Lady Kendall immediately. She was not typical of the ton, and more notably, the nobility. Cat had wanted to invite her over again, but was worried she would appear too anxious and needy. Lord Kendall had spent most of his time watching Cat. It had left her feeling unsettled. It was almost as if he could sense her secret. Cat stepped up onto the low stone wall separating their estates. Hopping down to the other side, the sound of hammers echoed across the fields. She picked up her pace. It was about time someone set to work on making repairs. Cat rounded the corner of the castle just as another hammer strike echoed. She looked up, shielding her eyes from the sun. All she could see was the rock face. "Lady Crannach!" Lady Kendall waved to her from beneath the shade of a large tree. Cat waved back and moved toward the tree. "Lady Kendall, it is good to see you again." A hammer sounded again, and Cat looked back toward the roof. From her spot under the tree, she could just make out a small head sitting above the stone wall. Lady Kendall sighed dreamily as she stared up at the roofline. Cat laughed softly behind her hand, but not softly enough. Lady Kendall turned her gaze on Cat. "What do you find so humorous, Lady Crannach?" The smile dropped away and she shook her head. She had not intended to offend Lady Kendall. "Oh, nothing at all." Lady Kendall's brow rose. "I do believe you are cutting shams." She cast her gaze up to the top of the wall. "You are right to laugh. I'm sure I look positively ridiculous, but I can't help myself." Her gaze turned back to Cat. "My husband is by far the most handsome man I have ever laid eyes upon." Cat smiled. "Would that not mean Lord Ian is also?" Lady Kendall's eyes went wide and she leant in closer to Cat. "If you only knew the whole of it." Just then, a man lowered himself down on a rope, bouncing his feet off the stone walls at irregular intervals. When he was planted firmly on the ground, he turned and smiled at them. Cat was at a loss to know which of the brothers it was until he strode over. Lady Kendall stood up, and the man kissed her on the cheek. She smiled and placed a hand on his cheek. Cat looked away. Lord Kendall moved away from his wife and dipped his head toward her. "Lady Crannach." He then made his way over to a pile of logs. Cat turned back to Lady Kendall. "How can you tell them apart?" She sat back down and patted the blanket next to her. Cat joined her on the ground. Leaning in closer, Lady Kendall whispered, "I couldn't, at first." She sat back, resting her head against the trunk of the tree. "I nearly lost him because of it." Cat furrowed her brow. "How could that be? Anyone can see yours is a love match." "Yes, it is. But it wasn't always this way." Another sigh drifted from Lady Kendall's lips. "We met at a house party summer last." Lady Kendall shook her head. "Let me go back further. I first encountered Lord Ian in London. It was my first season and my aunt was sponsoring me." Why did her parents not sponsor her? Cat wanted to interrupt, but Lady Kendall seemed to sense the unasked question. "My mother stayed at home in Durham. That is another story for another time." Cat grinned. Lady Kendall implied they would see each other again. Did this mean she thought of them as friends? Cat did not realise how lonely it felt at times, living here on the island. She had spent years protecting Gus, isolating themselves from everyone else on the island. When she had lived in Kent with her husband, they had occasionally attended parties, but here on the Isle of Mull, it was too dangerous. She missed the company of other ladies. "Have you been before?" The question brought Cat out of her thoughts. "I'm sorry, what did you ask?" Lady Kendall chuckled. "I asked if you have been to London for a season." Cat shook her head. She had never been to London. Her father had arranged her marriage before her first season, and James had never taken her after they were married. She would have interfered with him fully enjoying all London had to offer. Her stomach soured. "At the very first ball I attended, I saw Lord Ian dancing," Lady Kendall continued. "I thought he was the most handsome and refined gentleman I had ever seen. At every dance I wished he would single me out, but he did not. That is, until the last ball of the season." Lady Kendall clasped her hands together tightly. "He asked me to dance the last dance, and I knew right then no man would ever be as wonderful as he." Cat's mouth dropped open. "But, Lady Kendall, how did you end up with his brother?" Lady Kendall placed a hand on Cat's arm. "Please, call me Jess." Cat smiled at what the intimacy implied. Lady Kendall did think them friends. "Then you must call me Cat." Jess nodded. "As I said, I went to a house party, and who should I see upon my arrival but Lord Ian? It was, in actuality, Conrad, but he was pretending to be Ian. He had everyone fooled except our hostess. I do believe she knew who he was all along. Jess twitched her lips to the side, as if only now puzzling it out. I should have realised something was amiss when we spoke the first time, but I had no idea he was a twin. After our first conversation, he seemed to seek me out, and before long I was quite in love with him, although I thought him to be Ian. Cat felt like her brain was twisting in a knot, trying to follow the story. So you still did not know he was not Lord Ian? Jess shook her head. No. It was not until Conrad left the party and Ian came that I began to see a difference. But I still did not know they were two different people. I believed Ian to have two different sides to his character. One I loved and one... She stopped herself and looked at Cat. One I did not. Cat frowned. What did that mean? What did she not love about his character? Her first encounter with Lord Ian in the village came to her mind. She nodded slowly. Jess sat forward slightly. Oh, I hope I have not misled you. Ian is very... She did it again, paused as if trying to think of a more flattering word than what she originally intended to say. Perhaps Cat had not been wrong in her initial judgments of Lord Ian. If his sister-in-law found it difficult to speak approvingly of him, could Cat have been so far off the mark? Cat put her hands behind her and leant back, watching as the men pulled a log with ropes up the side of the castle. How did you discover the truth? Jess tusked. I caught the two of them together after Conrad returned to the party. The thin set of her lips turned into a grin. Conrad had returned so he could tell me the truth and tell me he loved me. Jess sighed again. It was a sound she made often when watching or speaking of her husband. This time, Cat did not laugh. A burning in her stomach blossomed out into her chest. Never had James produced such a sound from her. Cat shook the thought from her head. You never answered my question. How do you tell them apart? Apart from the look I see in Conrad's eye whenever he sees me, Ian's nose is slightly crooked, and his hair falls to the left, whereas Conrad's goes to the right. Cat tried to picture it in her mind. Yes, that did seem to fit. She bit her lip. She wanted to ask, but was afraid of offending her new friend. You seem to have discovered... Now she was the one doing the pausing. Why did speaking of Lord Ian make for difficult phrasing? It seems you realised you were wrong about Lord Ian from the beginning. Jess looked down at her hands, twisting at the button on her gloves. Ian... This time she paused for a long time. This must be very bad indeed. Ian was not the man I thought him to be. But to be fair, I had not said more than a handful of words to him at the ball. I had imagined him to be something he was not. Conrad did not fit all I had imagined either. It was unfair of me, and even more unfair when I was angry with him for being something different than I had imagined. Cat stared at Jess for a moment, still unsure how the lady felt about her brother-in-law. Are you friends now? Jess sighed slowly, even as she smiled. We become better friends every day. Cat laughed. I am not to get a full accounting from you, am I? Jess tilted her head to one side. I believe you should discover who Ian is on your own. I think he may surprise all of us, perhaps himself the most. Mother! Cat turned her head and saw Gus running toward them. Oh, how could I forget I was searching for Gus? What kind of a mother was she? Forgetting about her own son because she was caught up in a conversation about a gentleman. Cat swallowed hard. Gus, I came in search of you. Where have you been? I was playing explorer in the orchard. Why did she not check the orchard first? Cat stood up, holding out her hand. Gus reached out and grabbed hold. I am sure Cook is wondering where we are and why we have not returned for tea. Gus. Lord Ian's head leant out over the stone wall. How long have you been down there? Would you like to come up and see? I saw a whale just yesterday. Gus let go of her hand and ran toward the wall. Yes, can I please? Lord Ian's gaze moved to Cat, and she saw him grimace. You will need to ask your mother. I'm sorry I should have started with that. Gus turned hopeful eyes to her. Please, more. Cat shook her head. Absolutely not. Do you realise how high that wall is? It is no place for a child. Gus stomped his foot. I am not a child. I am almost 6 years old. The end of a rope landed just to the side of her, followed closely behind by Lord Ian. He landed on the ground with a soft thud. His brow was dotted with moisture, and he smelt of wood and wind.
Squatting down on his haunches, he looked Gus in the eye.
I'm sorry, Gus. I should have asked your mother before I mentioned it to you. She is correct. It is very high and not safe for anyone under the age of...
He looked heavenward.
At least 10. But maybe we can see the whales from the bluff.
Cat let out a deep breath. Every time she questioned her opinion of him, it seemed he did something to make her doubt her mistrust. Without realising what she was doing, she moved forward. Perhaps we can take Lord Ian to the lighthouse. I would wager we can see plenty of whales and even dolphins from there. Gus looked at her, his eyes wide. Oh, Ma, can we? He looked at Lord Ian. Will you come? You will love the lighthouse. I know you will.
Ian stood up and rumpled Gus's hair. Of course I will come. Name the day and I will bring a hamper. We can make an afternoon of it.
He turned to Cat.
Although I don't think I can condone any wagers being made.
Cat's mouth dropped open and she sucked in a breath. You cannot condone wagers. Her voice was at least an octave higher than normal, but a smile ticked up the side of her mouth. Lord Ian threw his head back and laughed.
Good day, Lady Crannach.
Her face heated. Good day, my lord. Picking up Gus's hand, she turned toward her own estate. Before clearing the castle, she turned back. Good day, Jess. Please, do come by and visit soon. She then looked at Lord Ian, her knees weakening slightly as she found him watching her. Once they were out of the view of the castle, Cat slowed her pace. The heat from her face had gone, but she still muttered to herself. What an insufferable man, implying she was the one of low moral character. Did he really think her a gambler? The notion was absurd. The image of him throwing his head back and laughing brought another grudging smile to her lips. And then a breathy sigh slipped out. Chapter 15. Standing in the great hall, Ian looked up at the ceiling over his head. The hewn beams blended with the stone walls and iron torch holders mounted to the wall. He could hardly believe that just over a fortnight ago this room had been open to the sky above, but now almost half of the room was covered with timbers. The beams were in and secure. Ian hoped before the week's end the entire roof would be on. His chest puffed out slightly. He had done this. He and Docherty and Conrad. As much as Ian had hoped Conrad would leave immediately, he grudgingly admitted he was glad his brother had stayed. The extra person helping had shortened the time it took to finish. While they had only spoken of trivial things, it was the most pleasant time the two of them had spent together in years. Things were actually going along as planned, for the moment. Lady Crannach had even bought back the parcel of land, which allowed Ian to pay Mr. Wilson and give Mrs. Docherty leave to purchase his food without having to take in laundry. Ian wasn't swimming in lard, he wasn't even close to being flush, but he would be able to purchase the slate for the roof and maybe even the glass they needed for the windows. A small smile slid across his face. Yes, things were going as planned. A door somewhere in the house closed. Ian turned, but could not seem to pull his attention from the beautiful beams above him. Lord Ian! Ian smiled at the small voice.
I'm in the great hall, Sir Gus.
Small footsteps sounded, but it was not until he felt the warmth of a small hand in his that his gaze dropped downward. Gus looked up at the ceiling, just as Ian had.
What do you think of our roof, Gus?
It looks just like I imagined the great hall would look, except it is missing the candle beams. Gus squeezed Ian's hand and whispered, I knew you could do it, my lord. Ian swallowed thickly. Why did his eyes feel wet? He ran the back of his hand across his eyes.
Thank you, brave knight. Now, I think a challenge for the lady's hand is in order.
Ian looked down and was rewarded with a large grin on Gus's face. As you wish, my lord. They walked out of the room together. Ian guided Gus toward the hallway. Where are we going? Gus asked.
Why, to the armoury, of course. You cannot have a sword fight without a sword.
Ian stopped in front of a door. He was almost shaking as he pushed it open. He had been working on this present for Gus for weeks. Mr. Docherty had shown him how to carve it while they had been felling the trees. Ian shook out his hands. What if Gus didn't like it? They stepped inside the room. It was not large, but it could have housed many weapons when it was an operational castle. However, now it only held 2 wooden swords. Ian picked them up and handed one to Gus.
Sir Angus, your sword.
Gus held his hands out as Ian set the sword in his upturned palms.
I expect you will take this home and practice.
I can keep it. His whisper echoed through the empty stone room.
Ian chuckled and his stomach tickled. Of course, I made it just for you.
Gus rubbed his fingers softly against the blade of the sword.
Ian patted him on the back. Our first lesson is not to run your fingers over the blade.
Gus brought his eyes up to meet Ian's. But it is only wood.
If it had been a real blade, you would now be missing some fingers.
Ian shook his head.
Perhaps your mother was right. Are you too young to learn the sword?
Gus shook his head fiercely. No, I promise I will never do it again. Please, can we continue?
As long as you have learnt your lesson.
Ian mussed Gus's hair.
Now, I think the only place to have a sword fight is in the Great Hall. What do you think, Sir Gus?
Gus held his sword by the hilt, still examining it, but he nodded his head. How will I have a sword fight if I have not had any lessons? With a hand on Gus's back, Ian led him out of the room.
We will learn as we play. It is the best way.
They entered the Great Hall again, the ceiling soaring above them, and Ian leapt in front of Gus.
I will have the princess.
With one hand behind his back, he held his sword pointed toward Gus.
On guard.
Gus looked Ian over and positioned himself in the same stance. Ian touched his blade to Gus's, moving from one position to another. Gus mimicked Ian's moves. You are mistaken. I promised my king I would save the princess.
Good, now you just move your feet.
Ian shuffled his feet backward and shuffled forward again.
Like this, back and forth.
Gus looked down at his feet as he stepped more than shuffled. His blade dropped to his side while his concentration centred on his steps. He looked up at Ian with a frown. Mine does not look like yours.
It will come, in time.
Gus tried and tangled his legs together, falling in a heap on the floor. I'll never be able to do it right. Gus folded his arms, a scowl firmly on his face.
Ian lifted Gus onto his feet. That is why we practice. Very few people are a natural with swords like I am.
He winked, and the little boy laughed, blinking both eyes in an attempt to copy. Ian dropped his voice and looked menacingly at Gus.
Ah, Sir Gus, we meet again. Only this time I do not intend to let you escape so easily.
Ian pointed his sword at the boy.
I kidnapped the princess, and I do not intend to let you take her back.
Gus puffed out his chest and straightened as tall as he could. To the death, you mangy pirate! They clumped about the room, yelling at the other, until Gus lunged forward. Ian dropped his sword and, clutching at his chest, fell to the floor.
This is not the end of me,
he gasped. Clapping from the doorway brought their play to an end. Ian looked over to see Conrad leaning against the frame.
It is about time someone put an end to his marauding. Very good, Sir Gus.
Conrad beamed and walked toward them. When he reached them, Conrad patted Gus on the shoulder, but his focus was on Ian. Conrad's brow furrowed, and he studied him hard. Ian stood and wiped at his pant legs. He bowed to Gus.
You are a worthy opponent, brave knight, but I have work I must attend to. Perhaps we can continue this on the morrow?
Gus gave a small jump and clapped his hands. Yes, I will ask my mother. He ran toward the door. Thank you, my lord. It was a very fun game today. Gus turned and raced out of sight. Conrad folded his arms across his chest.
You look as if you could use a more worthy opponent.
Gus is more worthy than you will ever be, Ian snapped. Besides, all I have are these, and we would surely break them on the first parry. Gus would be very disappointed if his sword were to break. As if he had been listening, Gus appeared in the light of the doorway. He walked toward Ian, his gaze flicking between the two men. Gus went to Ian and motioned for him to stoop down. He whispered in Ian's ear, I forgot my sword. May I take it home and practice? Ian stood. With the sword on his upturned palms, he presented it to Gus.
Sir, your sword.
Gus picked it up reverently, smiling so wide his eyes almost squeezed shut. Thank you again, my lord. Ian patted him on the back before Gus turned and skipped out of the room. When he was gone, Conrad spoke, but his eyes were still on the doorway.
I have never seen you like this with a child. With anyone, not even with our sister. Our sister never cared for the sword, Ian shrugged. There is not much to do here, and he is entertaining enough. Are you sure that is all? I believe you are rather fond of that little boy.
Ian glared at Conrad.
What would you know? You have not even tried to understand me for years. You need not try now.
Conrad put a hand on Ian's arm, which Ian quickly shrugged off.
Wait here.
Conrad gave Ian a look that said he meant it, and strode quickly from the room. He returned shortly with a long case in his hands. Ian scoffed.
You brought your foils with you?
Conrad nodded.
I was coming to see you, was I not? We have always communicated best with a sword in our hands.
He took out 2 long, thin metal swords and bounced them lightly in his hands.
Take your pick.
Ian walked over and grasped the closest one.
It does not matter which one I pick. I will still best you.
Conrad chuckled as he removed his tailcoat.
Maybe with a wooden sword, but you seem out of practice.
Ian tossed his coat to the side and got into position. He smirked at Conrad and lunged.
There is only one way to find out.
Conrad blocked him.
What are your plans here, Ian? Do you plan to stay and become a responsible estate owner?
Ian went low, but Conrad anticipated him and blocked it, striking Ian in the shoulder. Conrad stepped back, a smug grin on his face. He motioned for Ian to assume the position. Ian growled lowly. He was out of practice. It had been well over a year since he had seriously engaged in the sport. Beating Gus was one thing, but Conrad was another thing altogether. It was obvious Conrad had practiced recently.
Do you really care what my plans are, brother? You have your perfect life with your perfect wife and your perfect estates. Don't pretend you care what I do with my life anymore.
Ian lunged and pushed Conrad back, striking him in the chest. It felt good to get a blow in.
If you believe my life perfect, you are daft.
Conrad smiled.
Jess is, well, you know. Even as besotted with her as I am, we both know she is not perfect.
Conrad lunged.
You have heard her sing. There is nothing perfect about that. Although, oddly enough, she can hum quite a lovely tune.
Ian stopped and stared at his brother. He clutched the hilt in his hand. He did not know whether to laugh or to yell. While he liked to tell himself that Conrad had stolen Jess's affections away from him, Ian knew he had never felt for her the way Conrad did, and he doubted Jess had ever really held an affection for him either. Witnessing their affection for each other, especially since they had arrived at Dunbarton, Ian was angrier that Conrad had a love match at all. How had he achieved such a thing? Conrad was serious and grumpy. Ian was the fun and charming one. How had he not found love first? Ian stepped away from Conrad's thrust. Had he ever really been looking for love, or just the next lady to flirt with and the next game to wager on?
Well what?
Ian snapped.
What are your plans?
Conrad lifted his foil and blocked Ian.
I realise you think I do not care what happens to you, Ian, but you are wrong. I have missed our friendship these last few years.
Ian snorted.
Few years? I believe it has been closer to a decade. We have not been close since we started at Cambridge.
Conrad nodded.
True. It was when your association with your ridiculous friends became more important.
You think it was my fault? I found my ridiculous friends because you never wanted to do anything fun. All you did was study, and lecture. You've always been very good at lecturing. Conrad let out a deep breath.
What choice did I have? Father was gone and I was responsible for the family. Who do you think saw to all of your expenses? Do you remember the number of waistcoats you bought that first year? 37, Ian. Who needs 37 waistcoats?
Ian gawked at his brother.
You still remember the number?
Conrad nodded his head in quick, jerky movements.
Yes, because it was 37.
Ian sighed. 37? He had no idea.
It seems obvious that I needed 37 waistcoats. Otherwise, why would I have bought so many?
How had this conversation become about waistcoats?
Did you ever wonder why I bought so many?
Conrad nodded his head emphatically.
Every time I paid for another one.
Then why did you never ask? Ian shouted at him. My whole life I had been the spare, the afterthought to you. No one expected great things from me because I was merely the second son. Ian shook his head. 4 lousy minutes that relegated me to nothing more than the backup plan. Ian ran a hand through his hair at the same time Conrad did.
The least I could do was be the pinkest of pink. It was all anyone expected. But why did you not strive to prove them wrong? Why not make something of yourself and show those 4 minutes meant nothing? Conrad's voice rose in pitch and volume. Ian shrugged. That is you, Conrad, not me. Conrad shook his head fiercely. I may have believed you last year when we parted, but since being here I can't agree. I have seen a change in you, Ian. Conrad dropped the foil to his side. When was the last time you had a drink? Made a wager? Ian smirked. Have you seen a gambling hell around here? Conrad smiled. No, but that never stopped you from wagering in the past. Your 4 horses were not lost in a gambling hell. He put a finger to his lips. I believe the last one was lost at a pond in the country, over a fish. Ian walked over to the wall and placed his sword against it. He wiped the sweat off his neck with his handkerchief. I guess it has lost its appeal. He slid down the wall, sitting on the floor with his head leant back. He stared up at the ceiling at his freshly hewn timbers. My plan was to fix up Dunbarton enough that I could sell it, become flush. I thought I may even have enough left over to return to my former life. Conrad sat down next to him, running his finger along the filigree on the hilt of his sword. And now? Ian shook his head. I don't want to sell it. But I don't know what choice I have. I need the money. I do not even have money for furniture. Docherty and I had talked of purchasing sheep and seeds to plant. There are tenant cottages, but they are in worse shape than the castle. Ian sighed. Everything that could help get this estate back to being profitable takes money to get started, and money is the one thing I am lacking. He looked back up at the ceiling above his head. Gus was right. It looked better than he had imagined. When we were at Somerston, at the house party, you told me Father would be... Ian stopped. His throat felt tight, and it was hard to swallow. You were right. He would be most disappointed. Ian pushed himself to standing. He could not take any more self-evaluation. It only made it more apparent he was brought to point non-plus. I don't believe that to be the case any longer, Ian. Conrad's voice followed Ian to the terrace doors. Seeing you now would make Father very proud. Ian shook his head. Working like a common farmer would not make Father proud, as you are very aware. Perhaps not. Conrad paused. But you have made me proud. I hope that can be enough. Ian squeezed his eyes shut briefly before opening them and stepping out onto the terrace stones. Chapter 16. A warm breeze fluttered through the trees, and Cat lifted her face to the sunlight. The salty smell of the ocean brought back memories of climbing these trees as a child. Now, here she was with her own child. Gus was swinging from a nearby tree. We are supposed to be fetching some apples for cook to make a pie. You do not seem to be helping very much, Barra. Gus swung to another branch and plucked 2 apples before dropping to the ground. He held them up and smiled. Cat took the green apples and laughed. These are not even ripe. She put the apples in her basket with the rest. In the last week, the nights had begun to get colder, making the apples even sweeter than before. Gus ran to the other side of the orchard. Lord Ian! He shouted and waved his arms in the air. Cat looked over and saw Lord Ian walking about his own orchard, although he carried no basket, so she doubted he was there to pick much. Her chest tightened when he smiled and waved upon seeing Gus. Cat walked in their direction, only to ensure her son was not bothering Lord Ian. Her breathing picked up slightly, but she told herself it was the exercise. She stopped at the low stone wall that separated their estates. Dropping into a curtsy, she looked up at him through her lashes. Lord Ian! He dipped his head to her. Lady Crannach, it is a lovely day. I see you are enjoying the orchard. Gus scrambled up onto the wall. We are picking apples so cook can make them into a pie. Cat laughed. Some of us are playing more than we are picking. She gave a pointed look at Gus. Lord Ian nodded his head, his face sullen as he stepped over the wall. If pie were in my future, I would make sure I picked plenty of apples before I played. Gus frowned slightly. I'm sorry, Moore. I'll go and finish picking. He looked over to Lord Ian. Will you come and play Explorer with us once I'm done? Mother said we could once the chores were finished. Ian shifted his gaze to Lady Crannach. If your mother does not mind the intrusion, but she may wish to have you all to herself, Gus.
Cat's stomach fluttered. I don't mind, but I would hate to keep you from your other duties. Ian gave a dismissive wave and fell into step beside her.
They can wait. It is not often I get the chance to play explorer.
He stopped in front of Gus and sank down on his haunches.
Perhaps, if I helped you pick the apples, we could finish faster and have more time to play.
Gus did not answer, but instead ran through the trees, returning a moment later with 2 baskets in his hand. This one is for you! He thrust the basket at Ian and scrambled up the nearest tree. Ian stood, looking at the basket. If you just stand there, we will never get the apples picked. Hurry, my lord! Gus shouted from the tree. Cat covered her mouth with her hand, chuckling at the look on Lord Ian's face. He shrugged and moved to the next tree. He lifted his hand and plucked several apples at once as he looked over his shoulder at her.
I thought everyone was helping with the task.
Cat held up her basket. I have already picked my share, my lord. Lord Ian walked over and grabbed several apples out of her basket, placing them in his own.
Now you have some more space to fill.
He motioned to the tree he had been picking from earlier.
This one has some lower branches you can reach.
I think you are a cheat, my lord, she grinned, but I shall refill my basket anyhow. She reached for an apple, just as Lord Ian shifted, and her hand brushed against his chest. Even through their layers of clothing, she could feel a jolt move up her arm. She stepped to the side, even as she wished for the contact again.
Were you raised here on the Isle, Lady Crannach? At times you almost sound English.
Normally such an accusation would have earned him a glare, but he was not looking at her, and the breeze picked up just then. Taking in a deep breath, she took the comment for what it was, idle conversation. No, before Gus and I moved here, I had only been to Paxton Lodge once, when I was a girl. She plucked an apple and put it in her basket. My grandfather had several estates, the primary residence being in Perthshire, where I visited most as a child.
You only answered half of my question.
Cat bristled. I only heard you ask if I was raised here. I answered the question. Lord Ian's mouth twisted and twitched.
Your aversion makes me think there is a story to be had. Where were you raised, Lady Crannach?
Cat moved to a different branch, yanking an apple from the tree. There is no story. I just don't see the need to give information which was not asked for. Lord Ian grinned.
I see.
Did he? Did he understand why she was hesitant to speak freely of her life before she came to the Isle of Mull? To answer your question, I was raised in Hertfordshire. My father was English and my mother from Scotland.
Ah.
That was all he said. As if her response had told him everything he needed to know. What does that mean? Ah, she shot back at him. He lifted a shoulder.
It means I understand why you sound so English at times. You were raised in England.
He reached high into the tree, grunting as he stretched.
Although...
He paused as he went up on his tiptoes and finally grasped an apple. Dropping down on flat feet, the apple pulled loose from the branch.
I am surprised you don't sound more English and less Scottish.
Her back stiffened. This man was beginning to sound like her father. I am very proud to be Scottish, sir. When my father was alive, he tried to suppress anything Scottish in my mother and me. My husband did the same. Now that they are both gone, Gus and I can be as Scottish as we wish. Why had she shared so much? Why had she not stopped after admitting she was proud to be Scottish? It was these types of mistakes which would expose her. Desperate to change the subject, Cat nearly shouted at him, "Where were you raised, my lord?" Lord Ian looked up at her, but then returned to his picking.
"Westmoreland."
There was a tone in his voice Cat couldn't interpret.
"It is where Conrad and his wife live now when they are not imposing themselves on me."
His voice sounded bored, even mildly annoyed. Cat moved to a closer branch. "I have heard of twins, but I have never met any before now." She bit her lip. "What is it like, having someone look exactly like you?"
Ian snorted. "I have never known any different. What if I asked you what it was like to not look like anyone? 'Tis what you know."
Cat shrugged. It was not really the answer she was looking for. The whole idea seemed so foreign to her. She wanted to know what it felt like. Did they know each other's thoughts? Were their likes the same? "Do you like being a twin?" Ian stopped picking and stared at her.
"At times."
He started reaching into the branches again, moving to the side a step so he could reach a clump of 3 apples.
"When we were kids, we had a great time." At Eton we were terrible, constantly changing places and pretending to be the other. Even our friends could not tell us apart. But as we grew older, it seemed juvenile to continue the trickery. Conrad became the Marquis, which to him meant becoming more serious and less fun. I became the irresponsible second son.
Cat heard resentment in his voice, but there was also remorse. It was obvious he had regrets. I understand you played the game again, not so long ago, perhaps with less favourable outcomes. She had heard the story from Jess's point of view, but she was curious what Lord Ian would say. He chuckled.
You've been talking to Lady Kendall. I'm sure that was an amusing story.
Cat smiled. Indeed. Would you care to correct any of the details? Lord Ian shook his head.
No, I would guess she was very truthful.
He looked at her for the first time since beginning his story.
She can be painfully honest at times.
They picked in silence for a moment.
My basket is full to overflowing, as is yours.
Lord Ian looked up into the next tree.
Gus, is your basket full?
A basket with a hand attached dropped below the leaves. It was more than half full. Cat grabbed hold of it. You can come down now, Bara. I believe we have more than enough apples for a pie. Gus swung down and landed on the ground next to her. Can we play now? Let's take these to Cook, and then we can return and play. Gus's shoulders sagged. Lord Ian put a hand on his head.
If we take the apples back first, Cook can be making the pie while we play. We will not have to wait to have a piece when we are done.
Gus perked up. That is a very good idea, my lord. He ran ahead of them. Cat carried her basket, while Lord Ian carried his and Gus's.
I am surprised you would even speak to me after talking with Lady Kendall. I believe she could have a great many things to say about me, and none of them flattering.
Cat looked up at him. Sir Jess had been choosing her words carefully. She said only that she did not love you, but one look at Lord and Lady Kendall together makes that fact very obvious. Lord Ian laughed.
It's almost unbearable, is it not?
Cat smiled. At times, but it is also very sweet. Lord Ian looked around them but said nothing. Perhaps she had said something wrong. She looked at him. Had he held affections for Lady Kendall as well? Cat's stomach burnt, and she wrapped her arms around her middle.
Was yours a love match?
She almost did not hear his question. His voice was quiet, and the breeze nearly carried it away before it reached her ears. Did she wish to offer this information? It was not as if hers was such an unusual arrangement. No, my father arranged it. Lord Ian nodded, but breathed in deeply. His shoulders seemed to drop a fraction. Was he relieved? They reached the house, and he carried the baskets into the kitchen. Cook praised Gus, giving him a shortbread biscuit as a reward. Mother and Lord Ian did well. I think they should get a reward also. Cook smiled and held out a large crock to them both. Cat reached in and pulled out 2 biscuits. She handed one over to Lord Ian. He bowed and kissed Cook's hand. She tittered and giggled like a little girl. Cat smiled, but stepped between the two. We promised Gus we would play explorer once the apples were delivered. We should not keep him waiting. Why did he not flirt and fawn over her? He had that first time they met in the village, when he had been in his cups, but he had not done it again since. It seemed she was the only woman on Mull he did not care to flirt with. What was wrong with her? Was it because she had treated him poorly when he first came to Paxton Lodge? Or perhaps he did not find her fetching.
Thank you again for the biscuit.
Lord Ian winked at Cook, and then followed Gus to the door. Cat trailed behind. As they stepped out onto the terrace, Cat chided herself. Had she just been jealous of a woman old enough to be Lord Ian's mother? She was being silly. Besides, she knew what would come of a relationship with a man like Lord Ian. So why was she resentful she did not have one with him? They started back toward the orchard. Lord Ian's hands were clasped behind his back.
I find I am a little jealous of Conrad.
Lord Ian looked at the ground in front of them. What? Had he sensed what she was feeling?
When I see him with Lady Kendall, I find I am jealous of what they have, what they feel for each other. I have never had that kind of connection with a lady.
He cleared his throat and glanced over at her. Cat licked her lips. I can understand how you feel. My marriage was so different. Until meeting Lord and Lady Kendall, I had never realised such a marriage was possible. He unclasped his hands, leaving them hanging loosely at his side. Cat glanced over at the one only inches from her side. She stumbled, and that hand reached out, steadying her. He extended his arm to her. "Please, allow me to escort you the rest of the way." "You need not worry about me." Cat clasped her hands in front of her to keep from reaching out to him. He tilted his head toward her. "Please, I would feel terrible if you were harmed." She placed her hand atop his arm, but he moved it so it wrapped around his forearm. Heat travelled from her hand, up her arm and into her chest and neck. Why did her dress feel so confining? She could scarcely draw a breath. "What took you so long?" Gus's wail was like a cold wave splashing over her. Cat snatched her hand back, instead folding her arms across her stomach. Lord Ian looked down at her and dipped his head, before he jogged the rest of the way to the orchard yelling, "Captain, I believe I see land." He then swung himself up into the tree with more grace than Cat had ever seen. That is when she realised just how much trouble she was in. Chapter 17. With more strength than was necessary, Ian pounded the last nail into the board. The roof was completely covered, and now they could move on to installing the slate tiles. Ian ran his hand over the last board. He looked out over the estate. Mr. Docherty had just ploughed the first parcel to be planted. In several months, the field would be covered in wheat. Ian closed his eyes, imagining what it would look like when all the fields were sown. While it hurt Ian's newly found pride to do it, he had accepted Conrad's offer to lend him the money for the first batch of seeds and the first flock of sheep. Conrad had been very clear it was only a loan, but Ian knew his brother must have seen a change in Ian for him to even offer that much. As much as Ian wanted to deny it, he was proud Conrad had noticed. But even with the loan from Conrad, Ian was not sure he could afford to keep Dunbarton. Frampton, the butler at Pennymore, had been told to forward any of Ian's correspondence on to Dunbarton, but was not to tell anyone where Ian was. Just yesterday, 2 letters came from gambling houses in London. Both demanded payments which were more than Ian could imagine. How had he not realised how bad things had gotten? Or rather, how had he not understood the consequences? He cringed. When one was in his cups more than not, it was easy to miss what was right in front of you. It would be years before he was able to show his face in London. He grabbed hold of the rope and shimmied his way down to the ground. As his feet planted on the grass, Gus moved up beside him. "Are you done working yet? Mother has not allowed me to come over these last few days because she said you were too busy." "Your ma is very intelligent, Gus, but I am done until the slate arrives tomorrow." Gus ran around the corner of the castle. "Mother, he's done. Does this mean we can go to the lighthouse?" Just then, Cat came around the corner. When had she become Cat instead of Lady Crannach? She held Gus's hand in hers. Ian's breath stuttered. Her red hair was mostly hidden beneath her bonnet, but a few tendrils hung down the side of her face. "If you are not otherwise engaged, Gus and I were thinking of walking out to the lighthouse. Would you care to join us?" She looked toward the dower house. "Lord and Lady Kendall are welcome as well." Ian wiped the dirt off his hands with his handkerchief. "Lord and Lady Kendall have gone into the village for the day, but if the invitation is still open for me, I would be honoured to join you." Gus grabbed onto his hand. "Of course you are invited. Ma was just being polite to invite Lord Kendall." Cat's eyes widened slightly. "Gus, we do not speak of such things. It's not polite." Then she smiled. "Gus is correct, though. You are just as welcome on your own." "I believe I promised to bring a picnic. Let me go inquire of Mrs. Docherty." Cat put out a hand to stop him. "Do not trouble Mrs. Docherty. We have brought a hamper with us." She looked worried as she motioned with her head to a basket on the ground by the castle wall. "I hope you do not mind." "I am just sorry to have put you to so much work." She laughed wryly. "You need not worry. You have cook smitten. I believe she would do about anything for you. I have always had a way with the ladies. Even as a boy, I always got an extra tea cake." Why was she scowling? Ian held out his arm. "Allow me." She placed her hand on top of his arm, which he promptly moved. He told himself he did it for her protection. It was not as if her hand on top of his arm would be of any benefit if she fell. He placed his other hand atop hers, for extra support, of course. She looked up at him, her brow crinkled in an adorable way. Gus had already set off, leaving them to catch up, or at least stay close enough to keep him in their sights.
Cat bent and picked up the hamper as they walked past.
So, your father was English?
Ian scowled at the ground in front of him. Was that the best he could do? Yes, she replied, but offered nothing further. Not the conversation starter Ian was hoping for.
Your parents' marriage was arranged. How was your father connected to your mother's father?
They met in Parliament. Ian nodded. Why did he feel so nervous talking to her? He had never had trouble speaking to ladies before. His cravat pinched and felt as if it was slowly strangling him.
They must have had much in common, although I have never been to Parliament, so I do not really know the intricacies of it.
He sounded like a complete nodcock. My father knew of my grandfather and arranged for a meeting. My father appealed to Shenna's Scottish pride. There was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Ian glanced over at her. Her hand gripped his arm like a vice. Perhaps this was not the best topic of conversation. My mother had a great dowry. My father wanted it. Once they were married, he dropped all pretense of Scottish sympathies. She stopped talking, watching the ground instead. I believe it was Shenna's greatest regret and embarrassment.
Why was he embarrassed? He believed the man to be honest.
Cat shrugged. I believe my grandfather felt he was chosen because my father thought he was merely a daft Scotsman, and as it turned out, he was.
Ian's mouth dropped open. How can you say such things? Trusting a man to have character and integrity is not a sign of ignorance.
When had Ian become an authority on good character? Whenever you place trust in an Englishman, it is stupidity. Ian flinched. Is that what she thought of him? From what little he knew of her, she had not seen any Englishman worth his salt. But could she truly believe all Englishmen were the same? That is what my grandfather thought. I used to believe what he said, but... She bit her lower lip. Recently, I have discovered he may have been wrong in some cases. His stomach jumped into his throat. Was she meaning him? I can see your brother is a good man. Ian tightened his hand that sat atop hers, his jaw clenching. Conrad. He was the one to show her the error in her thinking. And when I see the way you treat my son, I know you are a good man also. The air pushed from his lungs, and he tripped. Cat reached her other hand up to steady him, the hamper sliding down her arm and bumping against her side. I can see now why you are intent on me holding onto your arm. You need someone to catch you. She put her hand over her mouth, but a snort sounded from her nose. Her eyes widened, but her laughter only increased. He joined her with a hearty laugh. They both stopped walking as they got their laughter under control. Gus turned around, his face the picture of impatience. Cat pulled Ian forward and they all began moving again.
We have established what kind of man your father was. What about your mother?
I can only guess how beautiful she was, based on her daughter.
Do you get your red hair from her?
She coloured up, and Ian's chest warmed. My mother was wonderful. She was beautiful, although my father never appreciated it, but she did not have red hair. Her hair was blonde. Cat fingered a curl at her cheek. My grandmother had red hair. I have been told I look remarkably similar to her. Mother, look, there it is! Gus ran toward the lighthouse. Gus, stay away from the edge until we are with you, Cat yelled, but her voice carried away on the wind. Ian could feel her tense as Gus got closer to the bluff.
Pick up your skirts. I think we should quicken our pace.
She looked over at Ian and nodded, then lifted her skirt, and they both began to run. Gus walked along the bluff, looking up at the lighthouse. His head tilted as he gazed up at the top. Then he took a step, and his foot landed on nothing but air. Gus and Cat both cried out as he fell. Ian lunged forward and caught hold of Gus's arm, just before his head disappeared below the cliff.
Hang on to me, Barra. I'm going to pull you up, but I need you to quit kicking your feet.
Ian heard a whimper, but he wasn't sure if it was from Gus or Cat. Cat stood to the side, pacing along the cliff.
Cat, move away from the cliff. I do not want you to go over too.
She shook her head and stayed where she was. Ian glanced over at her.
Please, I will get him up safely, but I can't focus on both of you. Trust me.
She hesitated a moment before she nodded and moved behind him. Ian could feel Gus's hand slip inside his. Reaching his other hand over the edge, he used it to hold further down Gus's arm. For a 5-year-old, he felt very heavy.
Slowly, Ian moved his hand down Gus's arm until he could reach Gus's breeches. Grasping his shirt and pants, Ian balled his fist tightly and pulled Gus even with the ground. Pulling his other hand from Gus's, Ian wrapped it around Gus's body and rolled away from the cliff. After several rolls, he loosened his grip on the boy. Looking down at Gus's shaking body wrapped in his arms, Ian clamped his eyes shut and held him tightly again. Cat was at their side, trying to get her hands on Gus. Ian pushed himself up to sitting, but was nearly pushed back down when Cat threw her arms around them both, sobbing and shaking. Ian released Gus and put his arms around Cat, squeezing Gus between them. They sat on the ground until Cat stopped crying and her breathing became controlled. She lifted her gaze to Ian. "Thank you." Her voice was so quiet it was almost drowned out by the crashing of the waves below.
"Can we get up now? Lord Ian, you're squishing me."
Ian untangled his fingers, and Cat sat back with a shaky laugh. The cold air blowing in from the ocean hit Ian full, nearly taking his breath away.
"Can we go up and see the lighthouse now?"
Gus stood up, looking as if nothing had happened. Cat grasped his hands. "Not until we discuss what just happened." Gus looked down at his feet, and his bottom lip quivered.
"I didn't mean to fall, Mother."
Cat pulled him to her. "I know it was an accident, Barra, but you know the rules. You are never to go next to the cliffs without me." She looked up at Ian. "Or Lord Ian. Do you understand? If Ian had not been here just now—" She swallowed hard and clutched Gus even tighter to her. Ian's chest warmed. She had called him Ian. No Lord, just Ian. Gus nodded into her shoulder and Cat stood up. Taking Gus's hand firmly in hers, she wrapped her free hand around Ian's bicep. When she leant her head against him, any doubts he had about his feelings for her and Gus disappeared like the ocean mist in the wind. Chapter 18. Cat did not think her heartbeat would ever return to normal. Not only had Gus nearly walked off of a cliff, but seeing the tenderness and care Ian had for him was nearly her undoing. The whole event had left her shaken. She had not been able to fully enjoy his arms around her, but as she had leant into him as they walked to the lighthouse, a feeling of completeness settled around her. This is where she wanted to be, with Gus on one side of her and Ian on the other. Together, they climbed the rocks leading up to the lighthouse door. Ian kept a firm hold on Cat's hand, helping her navigate the uneven terrain. Cat knocked on the door, and an old man answered. He smiled at her. "Lady Crannach, it is good to see you." He looked down at Gus and then over to Ian. "Mr. Melton, I see you have brought a guest with you today." Gus nodded.
"This is Lord Ian. He's my friend."
Cat spoke up. "Lord Ian, this is Mr. Daly, the lighthouse keeper." Ian nodded his head. "A pleasure."
"Can we go to the top, Mr. Daly? Lord Ian said he has seen whales from the top of his castle."
Mr. Daly gave a chuckle and nodded.
"Indeed you can. I have also seen whales these last few weeks. Dolphins as well."
He opened the door widely and motioned them inside. The room was sparsely furnished, but clean and tidy. Mr. Daly led them up a staircase which wound along the inside of the lighthouse walls. Ian stopped about 3 rods from the top, leaning back against the wall. Cat came up behind him. "I would have thought all those trips up and down the rope would have prepared you for this." Ian rubbed his thighs and nodded. "Yes, I thought the same. You may go ahead if you wish." Cat stayed where she was. "I can wait with you. Mr. Daly will make sure Gus is safe." She stepped up onto the stair above, making her only slightly shorter than he was. "I can't thank you enough for what you did out there." She looked in his eyes, and her breath hitched. The normally tranquil green was touched with grey, making his eyes look like a stormy sea. "Thank you for trusting me. It would kill me if something happened to Gus, but if you had gone over too—" He shook his head. Cat licked her lips, and she saw his eyes drop. If she found it hard to breathe before, she now felt as if she could not get air fast enough. Ian lifted a hand, pushing a lock of hair behind her ear. She leant her head into his palm, her eyes closed as she felt the heat of his hands. "Your hands are still cold," she mumbled. Ian's soft chuckle brought her eyes open a crack, but that was all she needed to see him leaning toward her. The door to the balcony squeaked open, and a cold wind blew down the stairs. Cat jerked back. What had she been about to do, or rather, let Lord Ian do? Picking up her skirts, she hurried up the remaining stairs. She called out, "Gus, did you see any whales?" Lord Ian joined them outside moments later. Gus pointed out different birds and ships on the horizon. Cat followed his finger, but her gaze kept flicking to Lord Ian. Every time she glanced his direction, he stared at her. He did not even avert his gaze or act embarrassed when she caught him. She, however, blushed uncontrollably every time their gazes met. No one would ever guess she was a respectable widow if they saw this display, which only served to make her blush more. "There they are!" Gus shouted over the wind. "The whales! I see them!" He pointed at the ocean directly in front of Dunbarton. 4 grey forms surfaced, water spraying outward before they dipped back under, their tails slapping the surface of the water. Cat sucked in a breath. "Oh, look! That one is giving us a show!" One of the whales burst out of the water, landing on its side and creating a large splash. She glanced over at Lord Ian. His gaze drifted out to the ocean, but quickly returned to her. She tilted her head to the side and flicked her eyes to the ocean and then back to him. He needed to quit staring at her. What would Mr. Daly think? Lord Ian wiggled a brow at her, a hint of a smile on his face, and then shifted his body toward the whales. Her face turned a dozen shades of crimson, she was sure. He squatted down next to Gus and picked him up in his arms, allowing her son to see without looking through the railing. Gus squealed in delight as they pointed out all the things they could see. Cat looked over the edge at the crashing waves below, and her stomach sank. Leaning back against the lighthouse, she watched her son with Lord Ian and let her mind imagine what could happen instead. Lord Ian put Gus down and they both turned toward her. Gus yelled into the wind, "I'm hungry! Can we eat now?" She looked around and realised she must have dropped the hamper outside when all the excitement happened. She nodded her head and opened the door to go inside. They walked down the stairs silently, except Gus, who named off everything they had seen. At the bottom, Cat thanked Mr. Daly and ushered Gus out the door. Standing on the higher ground of the lighthouse, she looked around for the hamper. In the distance she saw it, laying on its side, one flap partially open. She moved toward the rocks, but stopped when a hand grabbed hold of hers. "Careful now." Lord Ian gently held her hand and guided her back over the rocks. Once they were on even ground, he did not let go immediately. She looked down at their hands and then back up at him. He shrugged and let go. "I guess you are safe enough here." Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She stood, staring up into his face. It was a very handsome face. Gus pulled on her hand. "The hamper is over there, Ma." Reluctantly, she followed after her son. They reached the basket and found the freshly squeezed apple juice had tipped and now created a puddle on the ground. Several of the serviettes were open and one had several bugs crawling on it. Gus wrinkled his nose. "We don't have any food." Cat picked up the one serviette which was still securely closed and opened it. 2 small sandwiches sat nestled in the cloth. She took one out and handed it to Gus. "Is this all?" he whined. Cat could tell he was getting tired and grumpy. "This will hold you over until we get home. I'm sure Cook will make you another sandwich." She handed the other sandwich to Lord Ian. He shook his head and tried to give it back. She took it and broke it in half, giving him one. His head tilted to one side, but he took the sandwich and put the whole thing into his mouth. Cat's mouth dropped open, causing him to laugh. She stared at him, watching the joy spread across his face. Had she ever seen James laugh? They both fell into step behind Gus. Once she had finished her sandwich, Lord Ian had picked up her hand and wrapped it around his arm, placing his other hand atop. "Afraid you might stumble again, my lord." Cat smiled up at him and walked a little closer. "Will you save me?" His gaze held hers for a moment before she finally dropped her eyes. Her voice stuck in her throat, so she only nodded. "We have discussed your parents and grandparents. Will you tell me about your husband?" Ian asked. He looked at the path ahead. Cat stiffened. How much should she tell him? She found herself wanting to tell him everything she had kept hidden for all this time, but something held her back. She watched him from the corner of her eye. Did she look as if he were trying to discover her secret? He looked down at her, a kind smile lighting his face. What would you like to know? Why did she sound nervous and unsure of herself? He slowed his steps. "You have told me it was not a love match." Did he sound relieved?
But that is all I know.
Cat was silent while she sorted through the information, discarding the pieces she did not wish to share, yet. My father arranged my marriage when I was 16. There was a sharp intake of breath next to her.
So young.
She shrugged. He found a man with a title and fortune enough to suit him. I believe he was ready to be rid of me. My mother was against the match, but my father would not be swayed. It was very advantageous to him. He no longer needed to give me a London season, and I would no longer be under his roof. Lord Ian huffed several times, and he pulled her slightly closer to him. A feeling of safety enveloped her. My parents died only months after I gave birth to Gus. My Shenna came to visit me after their burial. He stayed on with us for a fortnight. My husband acted the part of the doting husband, but Shenna was not to be fooled. She rubbed her thumb over the arm of his tailcoat. He had learnt his lesson. Before he left, he gave me some papers and told me to hide them and never tell anyone, especially my husband, about them. The papers named me as heir to the Crannach title, Paxton Lodge and the living that went with it. Shenna made me promise if things ever got bad, I would take Gus and come to Mull to live. Ian shifted, moving her hand slightly.
Am I to assume things got bad because you are here?
Cat chose her words carefully. My husband was a rake and a scoundrel, but he left us alone to live our lives. When he died, his brother came to the estate. He gave me 2 choices. She felt the heat spread from her cheeks down her neck. I refused the first option. Leaving the estate was the only option I had left. I requested my jointure, which he denied. Cat paused when Lord Ian swore under his breath. When I told him I was leaving with Gus, he informed me he was Gus's guardian and I wouldn't be allowed to take him with me. I couldn't abide it, so I packed up Gus and we left that night.
I can scarce believe a gentleman would do such a thing.
Cat laughed bitterly. He is no gentleman. Lord Ian squeezed her hand. What had she done? Cat stopped in her tracks. Her situation was common enough, but what if he discovered who she really was? How had she allowed herself to share so much information? She swallowed hard, only now bringing herself to look at him. When her gaze met his, her body relaxed. She didn't wholly know why, but she trusted him.
Not to worry. I will keep your secret, Cat.
Thank you. She had never told anyone so much of her story. Even Hannah, her lady's maid, did not know the particulars. Cat clutched onto his arm, feeling safer than she had since her Shenna gave her the papers for Paxton. Ian sighed and tightened his hand over hers. If this was even partially what Lady Kendall felt when she was with Lord Kendall, Cat could understand why no other relationship could compare. They reached the short wall dividing their estates much faster than Cat would have liked. Would you join us for tea? Lord Ian stared at her as he had in the lighthouse. His eyes dropped to her lips again and she felt herself bite them. A dimple she had never noticed formed to the right of his eye when he smiled.
I think it best if I decline this time.
While his words disappointed her, the tone in his voice made her knees weak. She swallowed the sigh that threatened to come out. Perhaps next time. Did her voice sound as breathy to his ears as it did to hers? He kissed her hand before turning toward Dunbarton. Why did he not wink at her, like he did every other female on Mull? Cat went in search of Gus, finding him in the first place she looked, the kitchens. He was perched on a stool, telling Cook every detail of their excursion. Cat's neck and face heated when he spoke of Lord Ian fixing Moore's hair in the stairway. Cook turned curious eyes to Cat. She shrugged. It was very windy. He was only... She could not think of anything to make the moment sound less than it was. No doubt Cook knew exactly what it was from the colour of Cat's face. It was a very vexing excursion. My nerves were on edge after Gus nearly fell off the cliff. Cook's eyes widened, and Cat looked at Gus, shaking her head. That is the part you left out. Gus put his sandwich down. I nearly forgot about Lord Ian rescuing me. Gus jabbered on about the rescue and Lord Ian rolling away from the cliff, and then he hugged Moore and me very tightly. Cat threw her hands up. When you are done eating, would you like to play pirate? She needed to do something. Her nerves were bouncing all over the place. Gus shook his head and yawned. No, I am tired. I'm going to have Katie read me a story. Cat's shoulders drooped. I can read you a story. Gus shook his head. oblivious to Kat's need to do something, anything, to get her mind off of their excursion, and more importantly, Lord Ian. Then I guess I will see to some estate business. She would seek out Mr. McGrath and see what he had planned for the next season. She tried to let him manage the estate without her interference, but today she would be interfering, and that was that. Chapter 19. A wagon rolled to a stop in front of the dower house. Ian finished nailing the slate tile into place before he moved to the edge and worked his way down the rope. A wagon was a strange occurrence at Dunbarton. In the months since Ian arrived, the only visitors to the estate, except for Conrad and Jess, usually walked or came on horseback. As Ian's feet hit the ground, a man jumped down from the driver's seat and walked around the wagon, disappearing at the back. Frowning, Ian picked up his pace. He approached the wagon as the man appeared, throwing off the cover. Chairs and side tables, bureaus and a buffet were pushed together, hardly any space between each piece. The door to the dower house opened, and Jess and Conrad walked out. Jess clapped her hands. "It has arrived!" She smiled at the driver. "Is this everything?" She looked concerned. The driver shook his head. "There are 2 more, milady. They are just behind me." The smile returned to her face. "Could you please bring everything inside? I will let you know where each piece should be placed." The wagon driver nodded as he hoisted a chair on each shoulder. Ian walked over to his brother. "What is this about?" Conrad shrugged. "Jess is tired of standing about your home. She insisted we arrange for some furniture." Conrad folded his arms across his chest. "But it is only—" Ian cut him off. "Alone. I know, Conrad." Ian sighed. He was now responsible to pay back money he had not even asked for. Jess returned with the driver for another load. She smiled at Ian. "You cannot have guests without any furniture." Ian dropped his chin to his chest. His body slumped. "Why are you kind to me, Jess?" She stared at him. "Why should I not be?" Ian let out a mirthless chuckle. "Perhaps because I was very unkind to you. You did not even speak truthfully of me to Lady Crannach." He shook his head. "I'm not sure how you could relate that story without sharing the more distasteful parts of my character." Conrad came up behind him. "You were shockingly churlish." Jess glared at her husband. "Ian has changed. You mentioned it yourself." She looked back to Ian. "I may not approve of what you did with your money, your spirits, or the women, but I can still be kind." Ian nodded. "Conrad is lucky to have—" He stopped. "What do you mean you do not approve of what I do with the women?" Jess pinked slightly. "It is not something a lady discusses, Ian." His brow wrinkled in confusion. "I have no notion of what you are speaking." Jess glanced at Conrad. He shrugged. "He asked to know." She looked at the toes of her slippers peeking out from under her gown. "I saw you, Ian. When we went to Somerston Village, I saw you with those women in the gambling hell." That was a long time ago. Ian tried to recall what she was talking about. "I remember playing cards and drinking." And then he remembered the lady sitting to his side. What did she think? Ian sucked in a breath. "You thought I— with them?" He balled his hands at his side. "That is what you have thought of me for all these months. I have never, not with a lady like that, not with any lady. I may be an elbow crooker and a gambler." Conrad stepped forward. "What of Miss Meadows, Ian?" Ian shook his head. "What of her? I paid £1,000 to keep your indiscretion with her from getting out." He folded his arms across his chest. "What is your explanation? There were 3 others with similar outcomes." Ian stared at his brother. "You paid how much? Why did you never ask me about this?" His brother looked at the ground. "I assumed the accusation to be true. Why would they name you if you were not the cause?" Ian sputtered. "I have no idea, but if you had only spoken of it to me—" Ian ran his hands through his hair and growled. Conrad and Jess's mouths were both set in matching thin lines. Conrad cursed, but Jess was the first to take up the conversation. "Oh, Ian, I am sorry. I misinterpreted what I saw. I was so angry with you, and I guess I assumed if you were gambling and drinking too much—" She twisted at the fringe on her shawl. "And then, when you tried to kiss me in the hallway after breakfast, I just assumed—" Ian groaned. Why should she have thought any differently of him? He could not listen to any more. Jerking out of Conrad's grip, he walked away from the house. Never before had it been so evident what his lifestyle had portrayed. He knew he was handsome, but he had never questioned why ladies always seemed to hang about him. How had he not known the extent of his reputation? Ian shook his head. Because he was busy living for the next game or drink. Did his friends think he was this kind of man? If his own brother believed it, why wouldn't everyone else? His friends. Ian ran a hand through his hair again. They would be arriving within the week. Ian kicked at a rock in the path. He clasped his hands behind his back, trying to expand his tight chest. It had seemed like such a fun idea when he invited them to come, but now he could honestly say he did not wish them there. It was not only because the castle was not finished, although that did weigh heavily. Ian didn't wish to see them. Thinking back on them, they were all shallow and dissolute. He could not imagine introducing Cat to any of the lot. Tierney would be critical of her in some way, although Ian could not even guess what Tierney could find wrong with her. Belmont would undoubtedly try to seduce her. That thought caused Ian's nostrils to flare. Lord Nathaniel and Talbot were the least concerning, but even they were jackanapes. Ian shook his head. Had he changed so much in the last few months that even his long-time friends were unappealing? He reached the low rock wall and looked over to Paxton. He could see Gus and Cat climbing in the trees of the orchard. A light sigh escaped his lips, but then a realization hit him. Gus. Ian leapt over the wall and jogged into the orchard. Gus saw him first and dropped out of the tree, running toward him, nearly toppling them both over when Gus launched into Ian's arms. "Lord Ian, have you come to play?" Ian held the boy while he looked among the trees for Cat. A slender ankle dropped below the tree line. Ian's heartbeat pounded loudly in his ears. "Oh, there is no way I can get down from this tree with any amount of grace. Would you please turn around until I am on the ground?" Ian grinned. "I don't know. I am enjoying the entertainments." Her ankle disappeared, and a shoe came hurtling out of the tree, hitting Ian in the arm. "Oof!" He picked up the shoe. "You almost hit Gus." He heard her laugh. "Almost, but I did hit you, did I not?" Ian set Gus on the ground and turned around, placing his back to the tree. He heard the thump on the ground when she landed and moved to turn back. "Stop! I did not give you leave to turn." He heard the swishing of fabric, and the desire to see her made him fidget like a child. "You may turn around now." Her voice was breathless. He turned slowly, rubbing his sweaty palms on his pants. He saw her from the corner of his eye first. Her hair was dishevelled, having obviously been snagged by several branches. Yet he did not know if he had ever seen anyone so lovely. He stood rooted in his place until something pulled him toward her. His eyes never left her face, and the longer he stared, the more she smiled and wiggled. When she was only inches from him, he reached up. "You have a leaf in your hair, Cat," he whispered. As he pulled it out, a pin came with it, and her knot came loose. A long, fiery red braid fell over her shoulder. He tugged at his confining cravat. A soft sigh sounded from her lips. He reached up a hand, running the silky braid through his cupped fingers. His gaze returned to her face, but her eyes were closed, so she did not see him. Ian took in a slow, deep breath before taking a step back. Now was not the time to become what everyone already thought him to be. He focused his attention on everything but her. Then his gaze fell on Gus. This was why he was here. He took one more step away from Cat before he spoke. "I need to speak with you about something, Cat." He still had not looked at her. Closing his eyes briefly, he opened them and met her gaze. Her head tilted to the side and her brow was creased. She looked confused. "It's about Gus. I have guests arriving this week, and I think it best if Gus not come over while they are here." The pull between them dropped, and she straightened. "I understand," Cat said. "Most people would be embarrassed to have a 5-year-old playing about their estate." Ian shook his head. "No, it is not that at all. It is for Gus I worry. The men I have coming, were my friends. But they are not the kind of men Gus should be exposed to. I am afraid their influence would be harmful." Gus walked up behind him. "You don't want me to come any more?" Ian dropped onto his knees. "No, it is only for a fortnight until the gentlemen leave and go home." Gus's face fell and his lip trembled. Ian looked to Cat for help. She lifted Gus up into her arms. "Do not cry, Barra. We will have fun here, you and I. You need not be sad." "Perhaps I could come and visit you here at Paxton."
Ian patted Gus's back.
I realise it is only a boring old house, but I believe we could still have some fun.
Gus lifted his head off of Kat's shoulder. You could come here and we could play. We could find a room to practice fencing, right, Mother? Kat lowered him to the ground. Yes, Gus, I am sure there is a room. Ian looked at her.
I do not think you should come over either. These men are...
She stared up into his face, the confusion returning to her gaze. Then why do you call them friends, Ian? He closed his eyes when she said his name. Never had he enjoyed hearing it as much as he did when Kat said it. When he opened his eyes again, she was still staring at him. He shrugged.
They were my friends before I came here. Perhaps they still are, I don't know. It has been months since I have seen them. Perhaps they have also changed.
Kat put her hands over Gus's shoulders, resting them on his chest and pulling him against her. Then I shall stay away. She took several steps back, bringing Gus with her. Giving Ian one last look, she turned, and taking Gus by the hand, they walked back toward Paxton Lodge. Ian followed a few paces behind them, unwilling to let them go. Gus turned his head and shouted over his shoulder, Don't forget to come and play! Ian waved. He could hardly wait for his friends to take their leave, and they had not even arrived yet. When Kat and Gus entered the house, Ian finally turned and walked back to Dunbarton. He entered the dower house through the kitchen door. Mrs. Docherty looked up from her baking. Hello, love. Ian grinned. She had begun calling him love after he returned from their journey. He kissed her on the cheek, as he had done his mother. Are you hungry? Ian nodded. I was just about to serve tea to Lord and Lady Kendall in the green parlour, if you would care to join them. His brows raised. I have a green parlour. Mrs. Docherty laughed. It is the front parlour on the left. He nodded, and his stomach grumbled. Let me take the tray. You need not be the maid today. Ian walked down the hall and pushed the door open with his foot. A young girl rushed over. Let me, my lord. He stared at the girl as she took the tray from his hands and set it on a low table near the fireplace. Jess sat with Conrad on a light green settee. Across from them were two chairs in the same brocade fabric but a deeper shade of green. Ian looked around the newly furnished room. He would have questioned if he had entered the wrong house had he not seen Mrs. Docherty in the kitchen. Ian, you returned just in time to join us for tea. Jess motioned to the chair across from them. She poured out 3 cups and handed one to Conrad before taking up one for herself.
I understand this is now the green room.
He picked up his cup and sipped at his tea. Jess had spared no expense in decorating. Ian was sure he owed Conrad plenty of blunt for this. Yes, the painters will be here tomorrow. Jess looked about the room with a soft smile on her lips.
Conrad looked at his wife. You are calling this the green room? Come, my dear, you can do better.
She chuckled. Yes, you are the one with no imagination. The yellow room. She shook her head in disgust. Ian looked at them both. It was one of the things they did which he found most annoying. Apparently, they shared a joke about room names or some such thing, but they cared not that no one else in the room knew of what they were speaking. Ian ignored them as they continued the conversation about the name and some ridiculous historical fact which was not even accurate. What did the other rooms look like? He would have to tour his own house. The girl knelt across the room, removing small curiosities from carefully wrapped paper. Ian looked back to his sister-in-law before pushing himself to standing.
You seem to be involved in a discussion. If you will excuse me, I will return shortly.
He wandered about, peeking into each and every room. As he toured the house, he wondered which room would be Kat's favourite. Ian knew Gus would prefer to spend his time at the castle, but Ian could see Kat sitting on the blue settee in the west sitting room, stitching. She seemed to enjoy sewing. As he emerged from the corridor into the entryway, a butler stood nearby. He bowed when he saw Ian.
Are you wanting your beaver, my lord?
Ian shook his head.
No.
He turned and pushed open the green parlour door. Who are all these people in my house? Jess looked over at the maid now scrubbing at the fireplace. They are your new servants. This is Jane, the main floor maid. The girl stood and curtsied, returning to her work when Ian nodded at her. The butler's name is Stokes, and the upstairs maid is named Lydia. Ian sighed. He had no money to pay a staff.
Furniture is not all you went shopping for.
Jess nodded. You are about to have a house full of guests, Ian.
It was not right to expect Mrs. Docherty to attend them all.
Did you hire a cook?
Ian still felt guilty at how much work Mrs. Docherty had been doing, but hoped Jess had not replaced the woman. Jess shook her head. I tried, but Mrs. Docherty wouldn't hear of it. She said she knows how to take care of you best. Ian smiled. Yes, she did indeed. I believe she looks on you as one of her children, Ian. Jess turned her head slightly, raising one shoulder. Ian looked at her and her husband.
I believe you are correct, and I think on her quite as I did our own mother. Then she is a lucky woman. You doted on Mother.
Conrad smirked at Ian.
It is no wonder she loved you best.
Ian smiled, but it faded quickly from his lips,
and in the end I only disappointed her.
Jess stood and came over to him. I am sure she is proud of you now, Ian. Ian shrugged off her hand.
Proud that I am in debt more than I can ever repay, and had to ask Mrs. Docherty to hide the strong spirits from me.
He laughed, but it sounded more like a growl.
Yes, she has much to be proud of.
Jess pulled him back to his chair, then took the seat opposite him. I have seen the way you are with Lady Crannach's son, and what you have done to this estate. Yes, I believe you have done many things to make her proud, just as you have Mrs. Docherty. Jess stood and returned to her seat by Conrad. Come, Ian, finish your tea. Ian picked up his cup, but did not put it to his lips. Could Jess be right? Was he finally becoming a man that would make his mother proud? He hoped it was not just words to make him feel better. Chapter 20.
Until the glass arrives, there is not much we can do about the windows.
Conrad looked around the room.
We will not want to fix the floors until we are sure no water can get in.
Mr. Docherty crouched down and ran his hand over the warped floor. Ian looked through the glassless window. As much as they had already done, there was still months of work left to do. He hoped the glass would arrive before the cold weather did. The interior work could continue on through the winter, if they had windows. A movement at the periphery of the window caught his eye. Turning slightly, he saw a horse and rider coming up the drive. Ian let out a slow breath. It appeared his house party was about to begin. Conrad noticed Ian shift and came up next to him.
Which jackanapes is it?
Annoyance dripped from his voice. Ian had never understood Conrad's dislike of Ian's friends in the past, but as Mr. Tierney became recognisable, Ian had an inkling of what his brother was about.
It's Tierney. I guess we should go out and meet him.
Ian's voice sounded dull and disinterested. He shifted his shoulders. If he was to survive this party, he needed to muster some glee before he greeted his friends. Could he still call them such? That seemed to be the question.
Conrad growled. Tierney. I've never liked him.
Really?
Ian said sarcastically. I had no idea.
Conrad shrugged.
Is there one among them you do like?
Ian smirked at his brother.
No, every last one of them is a nodcock.
Conrad folded his arms.
Perhaps Jess and I shall take our leave. I do believe you have been desiring our departure for weeks.
Conrad turned and moved toward the door. Ian followed behind, noticing Docherty had already left.
What? You can't leave me to them by myself.
Ian hurried to catch up.
They are your friends, Ian. It is no secret what my feelings are for them. If we stay, it will only make things uncomfortable.
Ian snorted.
As if that has mattered to you in the past.
Conrad smiled.
It is true. I usually enjoy their unease.
His face clouded.
But that was before I heard them speak of my wife. I do not like exposing her to such knavish conversation.
Ian cringed. All of them, including Ian, had been quite scurrilous toward Jess.
Yes, but they will be less inclined to speak ill of her if you are about.
Surely he could convince Conrad to stay.
Perhaps, but she is also more likely to hear them if we stay, and such things will only end in bloodshed.
Conrad looked fierce.
Theirs. If we stay, I am sure I will have to call at least one of them out before the fortnight is over.
Ian thought of Cat, and for the first time in his life he understood the desire, the need, to protect someone from the unkind words of others. The brothers pushed through the front doors just as Mr. Tierney pulled his horse to a stop.
Perhaps we should send Jess to stay with Cat,
Ian whispered, then forced a smile to his face. He glanced at Conrad from the corner of his eyes. His arms were folded tightly across his chest, and a deep scowl turned down his lips. Mr. Tierney jogged up the front steps.
He stopped in front of Ian, taking a moment to smirk at Conrad, before clapping Ian on the back. He looked at the missing window to the side of the door and grimaced. "Wesley said the place needed minor repairs." Ian shook his head. "As I discovered, he told quite the bouncer." Ian motioned to the roof. "Half the roof was missing also. It has only just been repaired." Tierney whistled. "It is no wonder he made his excuses for not coming." Ian nodded down the lane. "We will be staying in the Dower House." Suddenly he was extremely grateful for Jess and her decorating. The Dower House, while not overly large, was beautiful now. "It is not large, but we will make do." As they began to walk, Tierney looked at Conrad. "Kendall, I did not realize you would be joining the party." Conrad shrugged. "We did not intend to stay on this long. I was just telling Ian we should be taking our leave. Don't let me change your mind." There was a bite in Tierney's voice. Conrad's mouth formed a tight line. "Tell me, did your lovely wife join you?" Tierney's voice dripped with disdain. Ian was glad he stood between the two men. Conrad's hand fisted at his side. "Lady Kendall did accompany me, not that you will be allowed in her company." "For shame, Kendall. I was hoping we could hear her sing." Tierney threw his head back and laughed. Ian put his hand on Conrad's arm. "I will see Tierney to the house. Perhaps you could see to the matter we were discussing earlier." Conrad nodded his understanding and moved off in a different direction. Ian continued on with Tierney. "Why did you invite His Greatness to join us anyway?" He stopped in the middle of the lane and stared at Ian. "Something is off with you. It's as if Conrad is pretending to be you again." Shrugging, Ian motioned Tierney to the front door. "I didn't invite him. He just showed up one day. He must have missed lecturing me on my rakish life." Ian cringed inwardly. A phrase which would have flowed from his lips so easily months ago now felt like a betrayal. Tierney chuckled. "I don't envy you your relations." As Ian raised his hand to the handle, the door swung open and Stokes bowed low. "My lord." Ian nodded. "Stokes, would you please see that Mr. Tierney is shown to his room?" He then turned to Tierney. "We will be eating at 8. "Ah, good. Belmont should be here shortly. He stopped in the village to inquire about some business matter, but he should be along any time now." Ian forced a smile. "Both of you arriving today. How fortunate. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to check with my bailiff about our order of glass." Tierney looked at him oddly, but turned and followed the maid up the stairs. Ian went in search of Conrad and Jess. He found them in the west drawing-room, or was it the Pink Daisy Room or some other ridiculous name? Conrad was pacing in front of the fireplace, while Jess sat on the settee, her back ramrod straight. "We are not leaving because a few blackguards are sharing the same house. I will spend more time with Lady Crannach. Perhaps we should invite her for dinner." "No." Ian did not mean to shout so loudly. "I don't want Cat subjected to any of the gentlemen coming." "Gentlemen?" Jess snorted, bringing a smile to Conrad's face. "I don't believe any man of your acquaintance should be called such. Until recently, even you could not hold the title." She smiled sweetly at Ian. "You see," Conrad said. "They are his friends, and he still won't subject Lady Crannach to them. You know how they are, Jess." Jess nodded slowly, examining Ian. "I don't believe they are his friends. Not any more." "Well, they think they are his friends for the next fortnight. They will believe they are able to speak freely and drink freely and whatever else they do." Ian rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. "Can you not try to avoid them? I believe we will be forced to dine together, but the rest of the day you should be able to manage." Ian had not felt this much stress since arriving. "I'm going for a walk, if you would care to join me." Conrad looked to Jess, who shook her head. Ian made his way to the door. "Give Cat our best." Ian looked over his shoulder at Jess's smiling face. He shrugged and walked out the door. He did not know if it was his sister-in-law's suggestion or if something else pushed him in the direction of Cat's estate. He'd meant only to clear his head and calm his nerves, but Paxton Lodge is where he headed. As he hopped over the short wall, his pace picked up until he was jogging the last few rods. He walked around to the front and knocked. Gormel opened the door and ushered him into the same parlour he had waited in when he had asked about selling the land. Much had changed since then. Cat walked into the room. A sigh deflated his chest and his shoulders relaxed. When she smiled at him, he thought there was no place in the world he would rather be. Why had he not written his friends and told them not to come? Then he could spend as much time as he wished with her. She walked over to him, and her smile faded. "What is the matter?"
You look different.
My first guest has arrived. Conrad is already pacing the room and clenching his fists. Jess insists she will not be forced to leave by ill-mannered men, and my friends, they expect me to act as I did before.
Ian dropped onto the couch next to him.
I'm exhausted, and the first arrived not even an hour ago.
Cat sat next to him on the settee, dropping her hands to her sides. Lady Kendall is welcome to visit any time. She may even stay at Paxton as long as your guests are here. Ian dropped his hand to his side, their hands brushing before his settled by his thigh.
Thank you. You are very kind. I will make Jess aware of your invitation.
Her hand was so close he could almost feel the heat from it. Was it as soft as it looked? He would wager it was. What would she do if he reached over and touched her? Would she pull away? There was a time he believed she may have landed him a facer for even thinking such thoughts, but in recent weeks he had sensed her warming to him. Shifting slightly to the side, he moved his hand on top of hers. She flinched, but then turned her palm upward. He intertwined his fingers with hers and held his breath, waiting to see what she would do. She let out a quiet sigh. Ian looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Her eyes were closed, and her chest rose and fell erratically. He rubbed his thumb over the side and back of her hand. It was just as warm and soft as he had imagined. Their pulses raced in unison where their wrists rested upon each other. "I am sorry," her voice cracked. What could she possibly need to apologise about?
I am quite sure you have nothing to apologise for.
Would she ever look at him? His heart pounded so fast he worried he might actually faint. What kind of gentleman fainted? The clock on the mantel ticked in time to the pulse throbbing in his ears. He took a deep breath, trying to rein in his emotions, and her scent filled his nose. He would never again smell lavender and vanilla without thinking of her. "I am sorry you are so miserable, and there is nothing I can do to help." Ian leant back into the cushion behind him.
You are helping, more than you can imagine.
Cat scooted closer, their arms touching. The door swung open, and Cat jumped next to him. A maid came in and dipped a curtsy. "Pardon me, my lady." Cat arranged her gown, pulling it over their tightly clasped hands. "Did you need something?" Her voice choked out. The girl shook her head. "I didn't know you were in here. I was going to clean the grate, but I will come back." The girl whirled around, walking quickly toward the door. "Sarah?" The girl halted and turned back slowly. "Will you please inform cook that Lord and Lady Kendall will be joining us for dinner? Also, please ready some rooms for them should they decide to stay on." "Yes, ma'am." The maid hurried from the room. Cat sighed and dropped her head back. "We will undoubtedly be the topic of conversation below stairs today." Ian expected her to withdraw her hand from his, but she did not. He smiled.
I'm sorry. Does that bother you?
His shoulders tensed as he waited for her answer. But wouldn't she release his hand if she was feeling any regret? Cat shrugged. "I prefer not to be the topic of gossip." She looked at him for the first time since he had taken hold of her hand. "But I find, at the moment, I don't care."
I can't say I care either.
Ian squeezed her hand.
Thank you again for your offer. I shall relay the invitation to my brother.
Reluctantly, he released her hand. Running his hand down his thighs, he stood up. Cat stood at the same time. He turned toward her, bringing them only inches apart. He wanted to kiss her, to take her in his arms and never let her go. The slope of her neck beckoned to him. He took a step back, knowing he had pushed her as far as he should. For now. The last thing he wanted was to scare her. He lifted a hand and brushed his thumb across her cheekbone. She leant into it, and he almost forgot his resolve.
I must take my leave.
She nodded. "I shall endeavour to entertain Lord and Lady Kendall." She grinned. "Perhaps I will be fortunate enough to learn something about you, my lord." Ian grimaced.
Let us hope not, my lady.
Chapter 21. Lord Kendall sat next to his wife on the settee across from Cat. He stared at her, his brow creased in study. Why did he stare at her so often? What did he know that he was not sharing with her? While Cat was growing increasingly fond of Lady Kendall and found her company pleasing, Lord Kendall was another story. Cat questioned her decision to ask them to stay on while Ian entertained his friends at Dunbarton. Could she endure this constant scrutiny for a fortnight? Cat took up her stitchery, trying to appear unaffected. But in truth, She needed something to keep her hands busy, so she did not continually smooth the non-existent wrinkles in her dress. A low fire burnt in the grate, providing only a minimal amount of heat, but still bringing a cosy feel to the room. Jess sighed heavily, fingering the cording along the edge of the cushion. Cat looked at her from beneath her lashes. Lord Kendall pulled his gaze from Cat long enough to look adoringly at his wife. The lady had something she wished to say, it seemed, but did not know how to broach the subject. Jess sighed again. "Really, my love, what is it you wish to say? I can't endure the sighing a moment longer." Cat looked between the two. Their interactions never ceased to interest her. Their easy way was so very different from what she had shared with James. "I must know what Cat has done to Ian." The words rushed out of Lady Kendall's mouth. Dropping her stitchery into her lap, Cat looked up with widened eyes. "I have no notion of what you are speaking. I have done nothing to Ian. Lord Ian." Cat pulled her sewing up closer to her face, using it as a shield against further conversation. A small huff pushed out her lips. What had she done to Lord Ian? As if the man could not find all the trouble he needed on his own. A chuckle sounded from across the small table between them. "Yes, I am sure you do not," Jess said. Lord Kendall patted his wife's hand. "Perhaps this is not the time, Jess." Lady Kendall waved a dismissive hand at her husband. "Very well, then," he said, blowing out his own breath. "I see you are determined to discover the answer to your questions. Please, carry on." He glanced at Cat. "My apologies, Lady Crannach. Once my wife gets something in her head, it is very difficult to deter her." Lady Kendall leant forward slightly, and her husband's hand moved to her back, rubbing it lightly. "I don't think you know Ian well enough to notice the rather monumental changes in him." Lord Kendall's hand stilled, and he turned his gaze to Cat, the heavy scrutiny returning. It appeared he was as interested, if not more so, in Cat's answer than his wife was. Cat kept her sampler up, in case she needed it again to shield her from Lady Kendall and her pointed questions. "And just what changes are you speaking of?" she asked, though she felt she likely already knew the answer. She might not have known Ian before he arrived in Mull, but his character had improved immensely even in the short time she had known him. When was the last time she had seen him in his cups? It had been many weeks since she had observed him drunk. Her face heated. They believed she was the reason for the change. Jess reached across the low table, placing a hand on Cat's knee. "Oh, please don't take offence. The changes are quite acceptable. I just don't understand how you accomplished them." A pause brought Cat's eyes up to meet Lady Kendall's. "Conrad has been trying, since long before I met them, to get his brother to change his ways, become more serious about life, quit living so recklessly." Jess sat back in her seat, her gaze dropping to the hand her husband held. Her voice dropped. "Conrad was ready to sever all ties. When the last notice of payment arrived at Pennymore, it was the last straw. Nothing Conrad ever said seemed to make a difference to Ian. He was clearly unwilling to change, and Conrad could not allow Ian to gamble away the Pinkerton coffers." Lord Kendall cleared his throat, his neck and ears colouring. Was he embarrassed to have such family matters laid out before a relative stranger? Her hands and the sampler dropped into Cat's lap. She had suspected Ian did not have 2p to rub together, but she had not guessed things were so dire. Jess swallowed hard. "But when we arrived at Dunbarton, we barely recognised the man we found." Guilt flitted across Jess's face. "Indeed, it was the first time I have ever seen Ian sober. His eyes were clear and his gait straight." Clearing his throat, Lord Kendall sat forward, pulling his hand from his wife's. "I don't wish for you to get the wrong impression of my brother. He was not always a spendthrift. When we were children, and even young men, he was responsible." He ran a hand through his hair, which made Cat grin. It made him look just like his brother. Since Lord Kendall's arrival, Cat had noticed the subtle differences between the brothers, but this habit was something they shared. "It isn't about the money." He looked at her with pleading eyes. "You understand that, do you not? I would give Ian all the money he needed if he wouldn't gamble or drink it all away. Family is more important than money. However, he has been unwilling to change his ways, but I have seen a change in him." Cat stared. "Surely you do not believe I had anything to do with this change in him? Why should he care what I think of him?" Jess snorted, and her husband looked at her with exasperation before he grinned and shook his head. Jess clapped her hands together and practically bounced on her seat. "Have you not seen the way he looks at you? Oh, I believe he cares very much for your good opinion."
Cat could not help the smile that appeared on her face. She had believed his feelings similar to hers when he held her hand earlier in the day, but a voice in her head still told her he paid every woman the same attention. He was a flirt, and therefore his attentions meant nothing. But if Lady Kendall believed Ian cared for her, perhaps it could be true. Remembering the feel of his hand in hers, she hoped it was true. Her smile dropped as she looked to Lord Kendall. Fully expecting him to express his disapproval of the connection, she instead found him smiling also. Could his scrutiny have found her acceptable? Or perhaps he had simply figured out who she was and was waiting to expose her. Her stomach churned. Lord Kendall kissed his wife on the cheek.
"I have a letter to write. I will leave you ladies to talk."
He leant a little closer to his wife and whispered in her ear. Standing, he bowed to both of them and left the room, a knowing smile on his face. Why did his smile make her so uneasy? Why does Lord Kendall grin as if he knows some great secret? Cat knew the question was terribly improper, but she did not think she could sleep tonight unless she knew what kind of danger he posed to Gus and herself. Jess stood up and walked over to sit next to Cat. She chuckled as she patted Cat on the arm. "He has just discovered what I have suspected for weeks." Cat thought she might be sick. "And what is that? His brother is in love, and the lady loves him back." Cat leant back against the back of the couch, the air pushing from her lungs. "I'm sorry. Have I spoken out of turn? You appear displeased." Jess placed a hand on Cat's. Cat shook her head. "No, I am just relieved. I thought Lord Kendall knew—" She bit her lip. Lady Kendall tilted her head. Thought he knew what? What was she to say? Cat fidgeted with the sampler in her hands. Could she trust Jess? Cat looked Lady Kendall in the eyes. If she could trust Ian with her secret, surely she could trust his sister-in-law. But what of Lord Kendall? Didn't Ian say he was serious and unyielding? Perhaps he would side with her brother-in-law and take Gus away from her. But had he not said family was more important? Would he think her brother-in-law better family for Gus than herself? "Truly, Cat, what is it? You are making me concerned." Jess lowered her voice. "What were you so afraid my husband might know?" Cat closed her eyes. "I thought he might know who I was, who I am." Lady Kendall's face scrunched up in confusion. "Are you not Lady Crannach?" Cat nodded absently. "Yes, that is true enough. But I was not always so. I took on the title after my husband's death." Jess continued to look at her, but said nothing. "My brother-in-law came to our estate after the death of his brother. He wished to have the title, but since my husband had an heir, his brother could not inherit." Cat pulled a throw pillow onto her lap, twisting at the button in the middle. "While Gus is young, my brother-in-law can control him, make the decisions for the estate." Cat bit her lip. She had never told anyone her greatest fear. "But if Gus should not live long enough to take over the estate—" She couldn't say the words out loud. Jess's mouth dropped open. "Would your brother-in-law do such a thing? Take such measures?" Cat shrugged. "I don't know for sure. He was very rough when he handled Gus as a baby, but I could not risk waiting to discover if my fears were correct." Jess's eyes widened and her head nodded. "You left, and took Gus with you." The button from the pillow came off in Cat's hand. "He does not know our location. We have been able to live in relative peace here, but if he should find us, I am certain he would take Gus away from me. And what he would do with him after that, it is the nightmare I live with constantly." Jess sat back against the settee. "Then we must never let him find you. Is it likely he should ever come here?" Cat shook her head. "It is why my Shenna left this estate to me. It was a lesser, more obscure title, one which people would not take notice of if it went to someone besides my uncle." She shrugged. "I do not believe my uncle was even made aware of it." Cat felt Jess relax next to her. "Then we should not have need to worry." Cat looked at Lady Kendall from the corner of her eye. "That is what I was afraid Lord Kendall knew. Lord Ian says his brother is serious and unyielding." Jess cut her off. "You need not worry about Conrad. He will keep your secret. He has no use for the likes of men like your brother-in-law." Cat took in a long, slow breath, giving her lungs the air she had been keeping from them. "Thank you, Jess." Lady Kendall squeezed Cat's hand lightly, but she remained quiet. When she finally spoke, it was barely above a whisper.
I am glad we are friends, Cat.
Cat squeezed Jess's hand back. As am I. Was it too much to hope that in time they might become more than friends? Cat shook her head. Holding hands with a gentleman did not guarantee an agreement. Cat had come to Paxton Lodge with a specific intent to form no attachment to any man. Lord Ian should not be an exception. But she wanted him to be. Desperately. Chapter 22. Ian slammed the door behind him. He had hoped the fresh air would help relax him, and perhaps it would have, had the company been better. How he wished Conrad and Jess would return from Cat's estate. From the moment his friends arrived over a week ago, he had heard nothing but criticism of Dunbarton. Even worse, with Jess and Conrad absent, his guests felt free to disparage his relations in every way imaginable. Ian wished them all gone. The only thing keeping him from Bedlam was his daily visit to Paxton Lodge. Stokes opened the door and his friends came in, laughing uproariously. Stokes looked heavenward briefly, but in all other aspects maintained a proper decorum. Belmont came from the rear. He grasped Ian by the arm and pulled him away from the group. "I need to speak with you immediately." Ian pulled his arm from the man's grip. "You need not handle me as you would an errant child." He straightened his waistcoat. "We may speak in my study." Ian shut the door behind them and moved to sit behind his new desk. He rubbed his hand over the highly polished top, missing the scars and ruts from his previous table. "What is so urgent you must pull me away from my other guests?" "I found her!" Belmont's eyes blazed. "You found who?" Why hadn't Ian ever noticed the look of madness in Belmont's eyes? "Do you not remember? My sister-in-law. She fled with the heir to the Belmont title, and I have been searching for her ever since." Bits of the story floated into Ian's mind. It had been years since he'd heard it in its entirety. Ian's stomach gnarled. How had he not made this connection before? Likely because he had been in his cups when Belmont spouted the tale in the first place. "She is your neighbour," Belmont said. "Is this not fortuitous?" Ian pushed out of his chair. "How can you be sure? Perhaps your informant is mistaken." Belmont laughed. "I am the informant, Pinkerton. No one told me. I saw her with my own eyes. She was picking apples in her orchard with Lady Kendall." Moving around the desk, Ian tried to think. He needed to convince Belmont he was mistaken. "But you must have seen her from a great distance. I don't believe you can know for certain." "Oh, I am certain. She has very unique features." He stared at Ian, scrutinising him. "You have a tendre for her, don't you?" Ian shook his head. "Don't be daft. When have I ever had a tendre for any lady?" "You are right, you rogue." The man laughed and thumped Ian on the shoulder. Ian balled his fists at his side. "I know Lady Crannach, and she is nothing like your description of Lady Belmont. I fear you saw what you wanted to see, rather than what was actually before you." Belmont shook his head. "I always knew the woman was a bit of muslin, but not to worry. I only want the boy. You can have her for whatever you desire." Without thinking, Ian's fist connected with the man's nose. Belmont stepped backward, falling into the chair behind him. Looking at Ian with wide eyes, he held his bleeding nose. Realising too late to take it back, Ian stepped forward and offered a hand. "Belmont, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. This solitary lifestyle has dulled my manners more than I imagined." Over the years, all of them had struck one another at some point in time, but it was always when they were bosky. By the time they were sober, the incident had passed and they were back to being friends. Never had they carried on like this when sober. Ian frowned. But then, they were not sober often when together. Belmont narrowed his eyes at Ian. "I can guess what you were thinking. Funny what a light skirt can do to a man." Ian rotated his shoulders, taking a long, concentrated breath and releasing it slowly. How was he going to mend this situation he had created? "Let me get you something to help you feel better. Whiskey?" Belmont nodded slowly. "Of course, but I need to see to this." He lifted his blood-spotted cravat. "If it sets, Bryant will have a devil of a time getting the stain out." Ian smiled. Yes, I'm sure Bryant can set you up. I shall have your whiskey waiting when you return. I've made sure I have the best money can buy." If expensive spirits didn't appease Belmont, Ian was not sure what would. Belmont gave Ian one last look, analysing every detail of him.
Then, muttering, Belmont stood and quit the room. Ian called for Stokes and asked him to fetch the spirits. When the older man left the room, Ian sank into the nearby chair, rubbing his hands over his face. What had he been thinking by striking Belmont? Ian breathed heavily through his nose as he recalled the man calling Cat a bit of muslin. Never before had Ian understood his brother as he did in those moments. But to what end? Had he done Cat any service by landing Belmont a facer? Ian's stomach lurched. He had not felt like this since he quit drinking. Mrs. Docherty gave a brief knock before pushing into the room. She eyed him, keeping the bottle close to her side. "I see no friends in need of a drink, love." Ian rubbed a hand at the back of his neck. "It is not for me, Mrs. Docherty. Mr. Belmont is in need of a drink. He has gone to clean up after I—" Ian looked down at his hands, feeling like a child confessing to his mother. "I struck him and made his nose bleed." Mrs. Docherty sucked in a breath. "Why would you do such a thing?" He brought his head up, his chin jutted out. "Had you heard him speaking of Lady Crannach, you would have punched him yourself." She nodded her head, a knowing look in her eye. "However, I'm afraid my rash decision may have caused Lady Crannach more problems than I solved." He reached for the bottle, which he handed over slowly. "I am hoping this will fix things, or at the very least postpone the trouble until he is sober again." Mrs. Docherty narrowed her eyes at him. "I'll be able to smell it on your breath if you happen to change your mind." Ian frowned at her and sighed. "There is too much at stake for me to risk a drink today, but I appreciate your concern." Her face took on a worried look. "Is it as bad as all that?" Ian nodded. "I'm afraid it might be." Mrs. Docherty patted him on the arm. "I will see to the other guests, love." As she moved to the door, Ian stopped her. "Thank you, Mrs. Docherty. I am very grateful to you and your husband." He hoped she understood how inadequately the words described his feelings. She smiled and nodded. "You will make things right. I am certain of it." When the door closed, Ian sat back down behind his desk. He played with a stack of papers, splaying the corners with his thumb. The waiting was undoing him. Standing up suddenly, he went to the table where his spirits had once been and picked up 2 glasses. He dusted out the insides with a serviette, then laid it back on the table. Carrying the glasses, he moved back to his seat and sat back down. Belmont was taking his time coming down, obviously showing Ian who had the advantage in this situation. Ian rolled a glass around on its bottom before letting it drop back down. His legs bounced restlessly under his desk. Thunder and turf! Hang the man! He can wait for me! Ian could not wait any longer to see Cat and make sure Gus was safe. He got up and left the house. Taking the back path, he walked toward Cat's estate. As he walked past the stable, he glanced in and noticed Belmont's mount was not in its stall. Frowning, Ian looked to the paddock, hoping his flopping stomach was mistaken. The horse was nowhere in sight. Belmont hadn't said he intended to leave immediately, but the tightness in Ian's chest made him jog the last bit of the trail and around the house. The butler at Paxton Lodge opened the door after a few short knocks. "Gormal, I need to see Lady Crannach immediately. It's urgent." He knew his voice came out sharp and demanding, but he didn't have the time or patience for formalities. The butler walked him to the parlour and asked him to wait. Ian paced in front of the fireplace, pausing when his eyes were drawn to the settee where he often sat with Cat. They had not held hands since that day last week, because Conrad and Jess were always visiting with them. His fears pushed those memories to the back of his mind, and he resumed his pacing. What was he to do? Was there anything he could do? He still held out hope that Belmont was mistaken, and Cat was not the lady he thought she was. But in his heart, he knew. The stories were too similar, even from the different points of view. He ran a hand through his hair. He should take them away before Belmont had a chance to get Gus. Ian scoffed, but then stopped pacing. Wait. Why couldn't he take them away? But where would they go? It was not as if he had vast estates to hide the woman he loved. He had already realised his feelings for Cat were strong, but the threat of losing them both made him realise he loved her. Loved them. He could not imagine having Cat without Gus. When Cat walked in with Conrad and Jess behind her, suddenly Ian knew exactly where they would go. And for once, he knew his brother would agree. Chapter 23. Cat rushed into the room, her smile large and welcoming. The thought of seeing Ian again made her body twitch. But when she saw him pacing like a caged animal, her legs began to shake for a different reason. The smile fell from her face. Something was wrong. She could feel it. She walked quickly toward him, meeting him in the centre of the room. He grasped her lightly by the arms.
What was your married name, Cat?
Her brow crinkled. What has it to do with anything? Ian shook her lightly, his voice low and frantic.
Please, Cat. Can you trust me enough to tell me?
She tried to swallow, but it ended up as a knot in her throat. Belmont. It was Belmont, but why does it matter? She felt the air whoosh out of Ian, and he sagged against her. Why was he acting so oddly? His reaction seemed to be caused by more than jealousy over her former husband. Ian dropped her arms and began to pace again, talking to himself quietly. Conrad stepped in front of him, bringing Ian to a stop.
Belmont, as in Robert Belmont.
Ian nodded his head, pain evident in his eyes. How did they know Mr. Belmont? Why did they both look concerned? Cat's hands shook. Had her fears about Lord Kendall been correct? You know Robert Belmont? She clutched at the neckline of her dress, Ian's voice sounding like an echo in her ears.
He is at Dunbarton, Cat. He knows you are here. Why did I not press you for names before now? This is all my fault.
Ian didn't know what to do with his hands. He ran them through his hair and along the back of his neck. I didn't think it mattered. I cannot imagine you associating with the likes of that man. Cat looked around the room, searching for a hidden phantom. Truly, Belmont is at Dunbarton. I must find Gus. We must leave immediately. Jess stepped forward and put a hand on her arm. You cannot leave without a plan. Let us think. We will come up with something. Cat saw Jess glance at her husband, an entire conversation in a single look. Ian stepped closer to Cat. He lifted her chin with his forefinger.
Look at me, Cat.
She raised her eyes to his face swimming through her tears. You will take him, Ian. I will never see my Barra again.
I have a plan.
The determination she saw in his eyes almost made her believe him. She looked down at the floor, afraid he would see her hesitation. He placed a hand on each side of her face and lifted her gaze back to his as he spoke to his brother.
Conrad.
She looked at his cravat, hearing him speak, but his words were lost on her. All she could think of was Gus. Ian ran his thumb along her cheek, as he had done on his last visit. She looked up, and he held her gaze.
Go, pack a bag for each of you. We need to hurry.
She blinked several times, her head shaking. Where are we going? He smiled, and she realised he must have already told her, but she had not listened.
Greycliff. It is in Aberdeenshire. Hurry, we must go as soon as possible.
Cat nodded. I need to find Gus. Then I will pack. I need to know he is safe. Ian grabbed hold of her hand and pulled her toward the doorway.
Come, I will help you search.
Conrad grabbed Jess's hand.
We will all help. We will start outside.
Cat and Ian went to the nursery. Katie, is Gus here with you? Cat asked. The governess shook her head. He finished his sums early, so I let him go play. Cat clasped shaking hands in front of her, twisting them until they were white. Did he say where he was going? Katie shook her head. Cat smiled, even as she felt her lip tremble. If he returns, will you please keep him with you and have a maid locate me? Katie nodded. Is something wrong, my lady? Cat shook her head as her mind screamed. Can you not tell? Everything is wrong. Please, just keep him here if he should come back. They turned from the room and Ian pulled her to a stop. She glared up at him. I must find Gus. He took her hands in his and gently pulled them apart. Then he turned his palm up and placed her hand in his, wrapping his fingers around hers.
We will find him. You need not do this alone.
She looked down at their clasped hands and squeezed. Ian returned the gesture. Together they turned and hurried down the corridor, checking every room they passed. After an hour of searching, Cat and Ian returned to the parlour. Lord and Lady Kendall were already there, both looking tense. Lord Kendall and Ian passed a look. Cat did not need to examine it. She knew what it meant. They had not been any more successful than she and Ian. He isn't here, is he? Cat sat down hard on a chair, rubbing her eyes with her fingers. I am too late. He's already taken him. Ian moved behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder. He squeezed gently.
We'll find them.
Lord Kendall nodded.
Yes, we will depart immediately.
Cat shook her head. You cannot leave. You have guests in need of your attention. She twisted at her fingers again, bleaching the blood from them. I will go after them.
My guests can hang. I'm not leaving you.
Ian moved to stand in front of her. Dropping down to his knee, he took her hands in his, lightly rubbing the blood back into them. He looked into her eyes, holding her gaze.
I told you. You're not alone anymore.
Lady Kendall stood and moved next to Kat's chair. We are all here to help. She took Kat by the arm and helped her stand. Come, I will help you pack while the men dismiss the party and gather their things. Kat nodded absently, allowing Jess to lead her from the room. They walked up the stairs, only turning as Jess asked her which direction they should go. Kat could not get the image of Gus being carried away by Robert Belmont out of her mind. Gus had only been an infant, not much more than a year old when she had fled with him to Mull. But even at that young age, Belmont had been harsh and rough. He hollered and snapped if Gus so much as whimpered. Kat had even caught him shaking Gus when he would not stop crying. It was that anger which Kat feared most. Gus could not possibly remember Belmont. How frightened Gus must be feeling right now, alone with a stranger, leaving everything he had ever known behind. A door closed behind her, and Kat realised they had arrived in her chambers. Can you get your clothes, or shall I select your gowns for you? Jess looked at her with worried eyes. Your thoughts seem to be elsewhere, not that I blame you. I would be in pieces were I you. You may choose, or call Hannah. Her voice sounded distant and hollow to her own ears. What would she do if they did not find them? Or if they did find them, but Mr. Belmont would not allow her to be with her son? His previous offer to be his mistress turned her stomach, and she staggered to the window seat. Could she do it, if it meant she could be with Gus? Tears filled her eyes as she realised she would do anything for her child. Jess came in and knelt on the floor in front of her. Oh, there now, Kat. Don't cry. Conrad and Ian will make this right. You have to trust them. Kat shook her head. There is nothing they can do. The law is on Mr. Belmont's side. He is Gus's legal guardian. I had no right to take him. Belmont will make sure I never see him again, not without a punishment. Jess clucked her tongue. You forget who my husband is, Lady Crannach. The Marquis of Kendall is not without influence. Shaking her head, Kat let out a sob. Even he cannot change the law. Jess sat down next to Kat. They will think of something. They are more than just a pair of handsome faces. She stood back up. Where is your valise? I don't think we have the space for a trunk. The bottom of the wardrobe. Kat turned and stared out the window at the grounds of Paxton. Would she ever see this place again? Her chest ached at the thought of them never playing explorer in the orchard. Kat felt arms encircle her and lead her from the room. Perhaps we should pack a bag for Gus, for when we find him. Kat nodded as they moved toward the staircase. She must have spoken to Katie, but Kat had no memory of the conversation. Or perhaps Jess had taken care of everything. Soon, they were in the entryway, and Jess was helping her with her spencer and bonnet. Jess's voice echoed through her brain, but she did not recognise the words.
Kat?
They were in a carriage, travelling away from the place she had thought safe. She turned toward the voice, jumping slightly when she saw Ian next to her. When had he and Lord Kendall joined them? Yes? He smiled, but his face was lined with tension.
Ah, you are listening. I was beginning to doubt if you would ever come back to us.
His voice was gentle and soft.
We will find them. If not before, we know they are travelling to Kent.
And then what? What do you think you can do? He is my son's guardian, Ian. She glanced to Lord Kendall. Even you cannot change that fact. Ian pulled her closer to him.
Trust me, Kat. Gus will be travelling back to Paxton Lodge with us. I give you my word.
She did not miss the worried look Lord Kendall cast across the carriage at his brother. Ian put his arm around her back, tucking her in tightly next to him. Without thinking through the implications, she rested her head against him and closed her eyes. The heat from his skin bled through the fabric of his coat and shirt sleeves, warming every part of her that touched him. Could she trust him? If he failed, this might be the last time she was in his company. That thought hurt almost as much as losing Gus. But did she trust him? Something inside of her knew he would do everything he could to bring Gus back to her. With a deep, slow sigh, she drifted to sleep. She felt Ian move beneath her, but her lids felt too heavy to open.
Cat, come, love, it is time to wake up. We are here. Gus is inside.
Her eyes flew open as she scrambled to leave the carriage.
Ian chuckled. Take heed, my love. Please do not break your neck just as we have arrived at our destination.
Her heart raced as she descended, Ian's hand supporting her every step. Where is he? What did Belmont say? Placing his hands on her shoulders, Ian held her in place.
Belmont does not know we are here. He only just arrived, but he has arranged for lodging. He will not be leaving until morning, unless he is given reason to flee earlier.
Ian spoke the last part of the sentence slowly, emphasising each word. Cat nodded her head slowly, relaxing her shoulders even as her heart continued to pound in her chest. Ian was cautioning her against any rash decisions. "What is your plan?" she whispered.
"I am going to talk to him."
Her mouth dropped open. "Talk to him? That is your plan? You told me to trust you, and all you are going to do is have a conversation." She wrenched out of his hands. "I can talk, sir. I do not need you for that." He grabbed her before she could stomp away.
"Belmont is a man of opportunity. I am prepared to give him the opportunity he desires, and in the process release his control over Gus, and therefore you."
Cat relaxed slightly in his grip. What opportunity could Ian possibly have which would make Belmont give up Gus? Her son was his only way to have control over the estate. Cat swallowed hard. She wanted to trust him, but her brain told her it was too risky. Ian pulled her a step closer to him, making her look up into his face. He held her gaze.
"I know him, Cat."
He scowled.
"I used to be just like him. I know what needs to be done."
She stiffened. "You are not going to wager my son, are you?" Ian's eyes widened and his mouth opened. He dropped his hands from her shoulders and looked at the ground.
"Do you really believe?"
He shook his head and turned away from her, walking toward the door of the inn. Cat closed her eyes briefly, then ran to catch up, placing her hand on his arm. "Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you," she stammered. He stopped and looked down at her. She reached out and touched his cheek, her hand dropping when he stared at her with obvious hurt in his eyes. Her heart hammered for a different reason this time. How could she be so thoughtless and uncaring? Didn't she know his character by now? She swallowed painfully past the lump in her throat. "I trust you will bring my son back to me." Her voice was faint, but she hoped he could hear the apology there. He reached for her hand and placed it back at his cheek, leaning into the palm of her hand.
"Conrad and Jess have arranged for a private parlour. Wait for me there."
Cat shook her head fiercely. "No, I am coming with you."
"But I believe I will be more successful speaking to him alone."
Cat shrugged. "I am not sitting in a parlour while you negotiate for my son. I must see he is well with my own eyes." Ian's shoulders dropped as he nodded.
"Very well. Let's go get Gus."
Chapter 24. Ian pushed aside the curtain covering the doorway of a private parlour. It was small and dark, most of the furniture old and worn. A fire smouldered in the grate, producing more smoke than heat. Belmont sat at a table with his back to the door. Gus sat opposite him. Ian saw the boy peer around his uncle when they entered, his eyes sparking, until Ian shook his head and placed his finger to his lips. Cat scooted in behind, nearly bumping into Ian when she spotted Gus. Ian held his hand out, stopping her from running to her son right then. "It is about time you brought that whiskey. I have been waiting patiently for it." Ian could hear the slight slur in Belmont's speech. He was already a trifle disguised. Ian's nose flared. Drinking to excess when the man had a child under his care. Ian would never have done something so careless, even at his worst. At least, he hoped he wouldn't have.
"I'm afraid you will be waiting a while longer."
Ian walked to the table holding Cat's hand, mostly to keep her from going to Gus, but it also gave him courage. Belmont swung his head around, catching Ian's gaze as he came even with the man's chair. "What are you doing here?" he sneered as he glanced at Cat. "And I see you brought the bird of paradise with you." Cat sucked in a breath, and Ian caught her hand before she slapped Belmont. He jeered at them. "You should control her better, Pinkerton.
I would advise you not to speak of her in such a base manner."
Ian's jaw ached from clenching it so tightly. "Or what, Pinkerton?" Belmont scoffed. A sense of calm flooded over him for the first time since the carriage stopped in front of this inn. He had been fencing regularly with Conrad for weeks and was performing better than he had in years,
or I will call you out."
As if sensing Ian's confidence, Belmont shifted in his chair, his gaze flicking from Ian to the doorway.
"I have not, however much I would delight in it, come here to run you through. We have come for the boy."
Gus hopped off his stool, but Belmont's bellow stopped him in his tracks. "You have not been excused, William. Sit back down." His voice was terse and angry. Gus's lower lip began to quiver. "You've turned the boy into a dandy." Belmont glared at Cat. Cat's mouth opened, but Ian shook his head. He did not want to muddy the waters by bantering insults back and forth. "I am his legal guardian, and there is nothing even his greatness can do about it." Belmont bit into a chicken leg, ripping the meat from the bone.
"That is why we are here. I wish to discuss your guardianship, perhaps come to an arrangement."
A maid finally came, filling Belmont's glass with a dark amber liquid. Ian looked at the drink, licking his lips. Pulling his gaze away, he pushed any desires down.
"I am certain Lady Crannach would be willing to sign papers, relinquishing any claim her son has to the title and the estate."
Belmont dropped his head back and laughed. "It would never hold up in the courts. What would stop her from coming back later and claiming she had been forced to sign?" He drained half the liquid from the glass. "No, there will be no arrangement." Cat pushed forward, but Ian kept his arm out and she stopped. For now, she was letting him dictate what she did, but he could feel her restraint waning.
"It is your guardianship which will not hold up in court."
Belmont glared at Ian. "I don't know what kind of hoax you are trying to play, but it will not work."
Ian shrugged. "It is not a hoax. It will not hold up in court because you are not the boy's guardian. If he were a Belmont, you would have a claim, but as he is not—"
Ian inwardly braced himself for the reactions he was about to witness. Cat's hand tightened on his arm. "What do you mean he is not a Belmont?" Belmont put his food down on his plate and wiped his hand on his serviette. "Then what is he?" Ian took in a deep breath. He did not think Belmont actually believed what Ian was claiming, but it did not matter if he believed it. Belmont only needed to agree to it.
"He is a Pinkerton. I am willing to sign papers stating that Gus is my child."
Belmont shot upwards, his chair clattering to the floor.
"Which would revert the Belmont title and estate to you."
Ian could see the greedy glint in Belmont's eyes, even as Cat's fingers dug into his arm. "What are you saying?" she whispered. Ian grabbed her hand and squeezed, hoping she would understand this was part of his plan. Belmont narrowed his eyes at Ian, stroking his upper lip with his thumb and forefinger. "I was not aware you and the lady were acquainted until recently." Ian shrugged again.
"That was the idea. One does not usually flaunt such indiscretions."
He sounded nonchalant, even as he felt nauseous at what he implied. Turning his head slightly, he caught Cat's pale face in his peripheral vision. Her distress nearly caused him to retract his statement, but doing so would ensure they never saw Gus again. It was a risk Ian could not take. Belmont sneered. "You would destroy her reputation for this. You will not come out with your reputation intact either. Does the boy mean so much to you?" Ian looked at Cat, this time catching her gaze. He stared at her, silently asking for her consent. She gave a very slight nod of her head.
"A father will do anything for his son."
Ian felt the truth of the statement warm his chest. As if confirming what he felt, Cat gave his hand a gentle squeeze.
"I will draw up the papers so we might both sign them. Conrad will be our witness."
He dipped his head to Belmont.
"I would like this matter settled before retiring for the night."
Belmont shrugged. "The boy will stay with me until the papers are signed." Ian nodded. Putting his hand on the small of Cat's back, he guided her past the curtain and through the doorway. He kept his hand there, feeling every breath she took, every beat of her racing heart. They walked directly to the parlour where Jess and Conrad waited. Their table was filled with food, all of it untouched. Conrad paced in front of the fireplace, while Jess sat at the table, twisting her serviette into a wrinkled mass. When Ian and Cat entered the room, Jess and Conrad both turned toward them. "Well, is he going to relinquish guardianship?" Jess pushed her chair out as she stood. Ian looked at Conrad.
"We will be in need of the papers you prepared."
Conrad nodded and looked between Ian and Cat.
"Are you both sure this is the action you wish to take? There will be no undoing this once you sign."
Ian turned to Cat.
Cat.
Are you sure you wish to do this? You will be permanently tied to us. I do not care for my reputation. I should rather it be destroyed this way than by being his mistress. Her mouth twisted in distaste as she nodded in the direction of Belmont's parlour. But then her face softened. But you? Are you sure?
I've never been surer of anything in my life.
Ian took a deep breath. There was one last part to his plan. His stomach fluttered and churned at the same time. What if she declined? He would still sign the papers, but would he be able to go on, pretending his life was happy and complete? He swallowed the tightness forming in his throat and closed his eyes briefly. He rehearsed the lines in his mind one last time, but when he opened his eyes and saw her face, all words fled his mind. Ian? Worry made her voice high and tight. Does it not concern you to have the scandal taint your name, especially when it is not true? Why attach your name to this? In any scenario, Gus will be a byblow. She looked at her hands. I am the one who should suffer the consequences, not you. Ian stepped closer to her, taking both her hands in his. His pulse pounded in his wrists and neck. He felt light-headed. It was time. He could not wait any longer.
Cat, if we were to marry, Scottish law states Gus would no longer be considered a side-slip. He would be mine, legitimately.
Cat lifted her eyes to his face, her brow creased. Ian pushed on, not wanting to hear her decline yet.
We could be a family, that is, if you desire to.
She reached up and placed her finger over his lips. What are you asking me, Ian? She pulled her finger away, but he could still feel the heat it left.
I am asking you to marry me, Cat.
The words came out as a whisper. He felt as vulnerable as she looked. She bit her lower lip. Are you asking me because you wish to save Gus? He looked at her. Could she not see how much he loved her? What could he do to make her understand?
In part.
He put a hand around her waist, tugging her closer to him. Their bodies were only inches apart now. He dropped his head, resting his forehead against hers.
Oh, Cat, I am asking because I love you. I have never felt this way about anyone. I understand why Conrad looks at Jess as he does.
Ian swallowed.
I never want us to be apart.
She dropped her gaze. It is not only me you will be marrying, Ian. Ian grinned.
I love Gus as if he were my own. I will happily take him. I cannot imagine my life without both of you in it.
A soft sigh escaped her lips. She pulled her head away from his and nodded. Yes, I will marry you. Ian smiled, but his stomach twisted. She had not said she loved him, only that she would marry him. Was she merely agreeing to save her son? His body sagged. How had he thought she could ever love someone like him? Had she not already married a man who gambled and drank to excess? Ian had allowed himself to get caught up in the plan and the moment, to believe she could love a man with his disreputable reputation. He could not even afford to keep his own estate. How did he expect to marry a lady like Cat? He took in a stuttering breath, nodding his head.
Then we are in agreement. We should sign the papers and get Gus.
Cat would be with him, and if that was all he had, he would consider himself fortunate. He looked up when soft, warm hands closed around his cheeks. Standing on her tiptoes, Cat pulled his head down to look in his eyes. Lest you misunderstand, my lord, she rubbed her finger over the creases at the corners of his eyes. I love you too. I fought against it with everything I had, but in the end I could not help myself. I am not only marrying you for Gus's sake, although I'm convinced you will be the best of fathers. Ian picked Cat up, hugging her tightly to him, releasing all the stress and tension of the day into the embrace. He laughed, and then kissed her on the head. Ian, put me down, I can't breathe, Cat wheezed. He placed her on the floor and loosened his hold slightly. His head shook as he looked down at her. How could this be possible? He had imagined it, hoped it could be, but never had he actually believed she would have him. Cat bit her lower lip and looked up at him through her lashes. He took in a shaky breath. Slowly, he lowered his head, his gaze never leaving hers. He waited for her to pull back, to show she didn't want him to kiss her. But she didn't. She closed the distance, allowing his lips to cover hers. They were soft and sweet. Ian tightened his hold on her and felt her relax into him. His body warmed as their hearts beat in unison. Never had a wager or drink intoxicated him as completely as kissing Cat. How had he lived this long without her? He sprinkled kisses along her jaw and down the slope of her neck. A contented sigh fluttered the hair along his neckline. Taking her earlobe between his lips, he tugged it gently before it pulled free. Ian leant his brow against hers again. How I wish I could afford a special licence. A throat cleared from across the room, and Ian reluctantly pulled back. Cat's face was a deep shade of crimson, but her smile was unmistakable. She interlocked her fingers with his, clutching onto his arm with her other hand. Conrad's lips twitched, while Jess laughed quietly behind her hand. Ian grinned. Now you realise what the rest of us have suffered when subjected to the two of you. Conrad laughed, but then sobered and motioned toward Belmont's parlour. I hate to interrupt you, but you do have papers to sign. Let's get on with it, so we can return to Dunbarton. Ian nodded, suddenly stoic and serious. He looked at Cat, placing his hand on her cheek. Will you wait here with Jess? Cat hesitated, but then nodded. Ian pulled a paper from his tailcoat pocket and held it out to her. Do you wish to read the particulars? Cat shook her head. I trust you. His heart skipped a beat before pounding back to life. Never had he believed he would hear those words from anyone, much less the woman he loved. That means more than you will ever know. He led her over to the settee Jess was occupying. When Cat sat down, Jess put a hand on her arm. Did I not tell you all would be well? Conrad clapped Ian on the shoulder. Let's go get Gus. I'm sure he is feeling great unease. Clasping his brother's hand in his, Ian choked up. Thank you, Conrad. They exchanged nods, an understanding passing between them. Things were going to be different between them. No more distance. Ian pressed his palms to his eyes, rubbing lightly. Then straightening, they strode from the room together. Ian walked through the curtain first, followed by Conrad. Belmont sat in a chair by the fire, while Gus was curled up on a window seat on the other side of the room. It seemed the boy wished to be as far away from Belmont as possible. Ian smirked. He couldn't blame Gus. Belmont narrowed his eyes when they entered, a lazy smile replacing his scowl. Was this what he had looked like when he grinned in that way? How had anyone found it charming? It was difficult to believe he had led a similar life only a few months before. Well, have you the papers? Belmont's eyes glittered. He leant forward, searching Ian's face. Ian nodded. Conrad has come to witness. Someone entered the room behind them, and Ian turned to see Bryant, Belmont's valet, move to stand behind his employer. And Bryant will witness on my behalf. Belmont shot a warning look at Conrad. He will ensure there is no trickery, Kendall. Conrad waved a disinterested hand in the air. If you feel it necessary. But I can assure you, we are quite content with this arrangement and have no intention of changing our minds. Ian walked over to where Belmont sat and placed one of the papers on the table. You sign one while I sign the other. Then we switch. Belmont read over the agreement before scribbling his name at the bottom. He thrust the paper at Ian, taking the one Ian offered. Once both had signed, Conrad and Bryant signed as well, witnessing the signatures were authentic. Ian folded his paper and put it in his pocket. I will be taking Gus now. If we are lucky, our paths won't cross again. He dipped his head. Lord Belmont. The man grasped the agreement in his hand, reading it over again, a rapacious smile on his face. Ian looked at the man he had once called a friend one last time, the depth of his own change suddenly very apparent. He walked over to the settee and gathered the sleeping boy into his arms. Gus wiggled, and his eyes opened slightly. Lord Ian! It's me, Barra, Ian whispered. His heart lurched at the thought that he was holding his son. Go back to sleep. We are going home. He couldn't put into words the emotions which flooded over him. It seemed impossible so much had changed in such a short time. He hugged Gus tighter to him, finally letting out the deep breath he had been holding since entering the room. Gus let out a small sigh and curled deeper into Ian's arms. Conrad fetched the ladies and everyone loaded into the Kendall carriage. We can stop for lodging in one of the next towns. I do not trust Belmont enough to stay in the same village. Ian agreed. He did not want to be in the same county as the new Lord Belmont. He still held Gus, only now Cat was sitting next to him, with one of her hands on Gus and the other wrapped around Ian's arm. Her head rested against his shoulder. Ian felt complete. We could travel on to Dunbarton for all I care. I have what I came for. Cat looked up at Ian and added, "And so much more." Her voice sounded tired but happy. All eyes turned to Jess. She shrugged. "Conrad is as comfortable as a bed in a rundown inn." He put his arm around her and she tucked into him. "Dunbarton it is," Conrad whispered into the darkening carriage, then thumped on the side of the door. Jerking, the carriage moved forward. Slowly at first, but then picking up speed, it carried them further away from Lord Belmont, and for Ian, from a former life he never wanted back. Ian shifted, moving into the corner. He pulled his arm out from under Gus's legs and put it around Kat's shoulders. She scooted closer into the crook of his arm. Keeping her hand on Gus, she moved her other behind Ian, resting it on the small of his back. Warmth spread from the contact, heating his entire body. Kat's head drooped, and soon she rested it on his chest. Ian dropped a kiss onto the top of Gus's head, and then onto Kat's. His own head fell back, and he closed his eyes to the darkness. Months ago, he had thought winning Dunbarton was the worst thing fate had done to him. But now, he could not imagine his life any other way. Epilogue.
"Oh, before we leave, I wanted you to have this."
Conrad handed Ian a paper. Cat saw the Marquis of Kendall's signet pressed into the wax. Ian looked at it, and then at Cat before he moved to open it. Conrad shook his head, placing a hand over the letter.
"Please, wait until we are gone."
Ian shrugged, and placed the letter in the small pocket on the inside of his tailcoat. Jess leant forward and hugged Cat. "I hope we will see you for Christmas." Cat nodded. "We are looking forward to it. Ian has been regaling us with stories of his childhood in Pennymore." Conrad handed Jess up and then stepped up into the carriage himself. Ian slid his arm around Kat's waist, his other hand held on to Gus. The feel of Ian so close still gave her goose flesh. Cat waved one last time as the Kendall carriage pulled away and made its way down the drive of Paxton Lodge. They were the last of the wedding guests to depart, and while Cat was glad to have the house to themselves, she would miss Jess's company, and Ian seemed reluctant to see his brother leave. Gus pouted. "Now what shall we do? Aunt and Uncle Kendall were very fun on adventures."
Ian tusked. "I thought I was your favourite person to duel with. Don't tell me Conrad has become your preference."
Gus laughed as Ian tickled him.
"It is too bad you no longer enjoy playing with your Ma and me. I was thinking we could explore the dungeons today, but if you are not interested—"
Ian's arm jerked up and down as Gus jumped. "Oh yes, can we?" He turned pleading eyes to Cat. "I have been feeling like an adventure of late." She grinned at the spark of excitement in his eyes. Ian's held a similar look. Her stomach tingled. Gus tugged on Ian's hand. "Come, there is not much time before tea." He grabbed hold of Kat's hand and pulled her along also. "Hurry!" "Let's stop by the house and retrieve a lantern or two. We don't want anyone to be scared by the dark." She looked sideways at Ian and grinned. His gaze jerked over to her, his mouth turned down, but he said nothing. Once they had their lanterns in hand, Gus ran ahead, while Cat was content to walk behind with Ian, holding his hand and enjoying the late morning sunshine. "What did your brother give to you?" Ian put a hand to his chest, feeling for the paper in his pocket.
"I don't know. I have not read it yet."
He dropped her hand, and she regretted her question. Cracking the seal, he scanned the paper, coming to a complete stop in the middle of the trail. His face blanched, and his eyes looked moist. Kat's shoulders tensed. "What is it? What does it say?" Ian cleared his throat, his voice coming out a little raspy.
"I am flush."
Cat stepped forward, peering at the paper.
"He has paid all my debts. I owe no one."
Ian bent over and put his elbows on his thighs. His breath came out as a sob.
"It is a wedding present."
Her chest tightened. How different this marriage was from her last, even after only a few days. She had never felt this way about Belmont. They had not known one another's joys or sorrows. They had been content to lead separate lives. She marvelled at each gooseflesh on her skin, each bump evidence of her love for Ian. He stood up, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand. She lifted her thumb, catching a tear he had missed. "And you will accept his generosity?" Shaking his head, Ian took her hand once more.
"I shall endeavour to pay him back over the years as I make Dunbarton profitable, but knowing it is not hanging over my head, that I may begin to provide for my family."
He choked up again. Why will you take his money but not mine?
He shrugged. It is pride, I suppose. I do not want you to ever think I married you out of greed, as a way of clearing my debts.
But I know you love me, Ian. I would never think such a thing. He grinned and lifted a shoulder.
Now we will never have to worry about it. I will pay Conrad back as Dunbarton grows.
Gus came jumping back over the low rock wall. Are you coming? Why are you moving so slowly? They laughed and picked up their pace. As they descended the stairs into the dungeon, Ian's grip tightened on her hand. Gus had again run up ahead, leaving only one lantern to light their way. When they reached the dungeon anteroom, Gus was already running through the rooms, hollering at the imaginary prisoners in the cells. Ian set his lantern on a table and looked around.
"Captain Gus," he shouted, "are the prisoners secured?"
Cat heard the slight tension in his voice. Gus emerged from one of the cells. Yes, my lord.
Ian grinned. Watch out, Captain Gus. One of the prisoners has escaped.
Gus whirled around and fell to the floor, rolling around with an invisible assailant. Ian pretended to parry with another, while Cat stood to the side and watched for a moment. She could not imagine Belmont playing such games with Gus. Every day, their decision to sign the papers felt providential. Ian was meant to be Gus's father. Suddenly, Ian grabbed her about the waist, dragging her into one of the cells. "You may have captured all of my men, but you'll never take me alive, Captain. I have a prisoner of my own now." He kicked the door closed, trapping them inside the cell. "Aha! Now you have trapped yourself. You will never escape." Gus laughed sinisterly. He pulled on the door, but it held firm. The door is stuck again." Ian peered through the window at Gus.
"Go find Mr. Docherty, Barra. He should be able to get the door open."
"Yes, Cat's chest squeezed when she heard Gus call Ian father. Gus ran up the stairs, his light bouncing with him. The lantern on the table provided only a small amount of light through the barred window. In the faint light, Cat saw Ian wiggle his eyebrows at her again. Ian moved behind Cat, wrapping his arms around her waist.
"Now you are mine,"
he whispered into her ear. She pulled away, craning her neck to look at him. "Why don't you wink at me?"
"What?"
Confusion laced his words. "When I met you in town that first time, you winked at every lady you met. But since then you have not winked at me even once." She felt her throat tighten. She knew Ian loved her, but still the thought he might not think of her as desirable as he did the other ladies hurt.
"Do you want me to wink at you?"
Cat bit her lip. "I just wondered why you don't." Ian pulled her back against him, holding her even tighter.
"I was a different man when you first met me. Winking and flirting was the only way I knew to get what I wanted."
Cat stiffened. What did that entail?
Extending me credit or dancing with me to avoid confrontation with an angry father. For reasons I can't explain. When I winked and smiled, I was able to get those things.
He paused and dropped his chin to her shoulder.
"When Gus first told me about you climbing trees, pretending to be a rigger, I knew I wanted to meet you. And then when I did, you were the most graceful, most beautiful lady I had met. But you had an immense dislike for me. I think I realized winking at you would never work. You could see through me, see me for what I was."
She was grateful for the darkness. "It is not because you don't desire me." What was she saying? When she said it out loud, she sounded like a complete dolt. Ian placed a kiss just below her earlobe.
"I can assure you, my dear, I find you very desirable."
He kissed down the slope of her neck. "James never." Cat sighed. She did not wish to think of James right now. She leant her head to the side, dropping it back onto Ian's chest. "I thought you were afraid of the dark." Her voice was low and husky. Ian chuckled in her ear, his breath tickling the hair on the back of her neck.
"That was before I discovered what could happen in the dark."
He turned her around to face him. She could only see half his face, but she could feel the warmth of his body as he pulled her closer into him.
"Hopefully, Mr. Docherty is in town for the day."
Cat felt his breath on her cheek, only moments before his lips found hers. Suddenly, being rescued didn't seem so important. This has been Reforming the Gambler by Mindy Burbage-Strunk, read by Victoria Brazier. Copyright and production copyright, Mindy Burbage-Strunk.
Author's note. Thank you so much for reading. I hope you love this story as much as I do. When I wrote Mistaken Identity for the Regency House Party series, I had no intention of writing Ian's story. He was just a wastrel of a brother, and I thought he could stay that way. But as I neared the end of the story and went through the editing phase, I realized there was more to Ian than I had originally thought. He had a story and it needed to be told. But I was concerned because he had not come off well in Mistaken Identity. But after thinking and listening to him in my brain, yes, we do have conversations of sorts, I knew what needed to be written. And I also knew that your average doe-eyed debutante would be no match for him. He needed a strong woman or two who would not be afraid to ring a pill over his head. Mrs. Docherty, who loved him like a mother and scolded him like one too, and Kat, a woman who had been exposed to Ian's type far too many times. Together they helped to bring the real Ian out. As for the setting of this story, I have fallen in love with the Isle of Mull, and if I thought my husband would let me get away with it, I would pack up my family and move there today. Dunbarton was loosely based on Duart Castle, which was built by the McClellan clan, not the MacDillan clan as I stated in the book. It is possible to see whales and dolphins, as well as many other sea creatures, so what Gus saw from the lighthouse was fairly accurate. The lighthouse was inspired by a picture that I saw. I have no idea of its name, just that it sat on a rocky point which jutted out into the ocean. There are many amazing things to see on Mull, which is why I was not able to include them all. I am crossing my fingers, however, that we will get a chance to visit there on our next trip across the pond. Be sure to check out my other stories at mindyburbidgestrunk.com. Happy reading, everyone. Thanks.